Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The light fell on the casino circle. The hero thought that they say that reincarnation is still a roulette. A person can become a dog, a pig, or even a cockroach. If you are lucky enough to be reborn as a human, this is a victory. The roulette quickly spun, now closer to the point. The hero won this roulette. The sector with the inscription human was shining brightly. He thought that compared to his past life, in which he died from overwork, there is hope. On the phone there was a list of different titles, the body into which he was reborn, a random character from a dark story that he once liked. To be more precise, the hero who will be killed in the first chapter. The guy looked at his palms. To be more precise, a hopeless fool named Siha. System window viewing information about the hero Siha. An F-rank tamer with no skills. On the verge of failure, interested in black magic. A minor character who fails to cope due to his characteristics and eventually dies. Further information about his abilities. Covering his face with his hands, the guy thought sadly, why did he get such a hero? Removing his hand, he thought that not only was he a useless villain, but he was also reborn at the wrong time. There were figures in cloaks standing next to the guy. He thought the sounds of chomping pigs were common. Dark flashes approached the hero. He continued that this was the outbuilding of dark magicians. Dark figures stood opposite. Touching his chin, the hero thought that he was born a magician, but was avoided at the academy due to his lack of skills. The man in the hood looked and asked who it was. The second answered that this child was asking to be let in at least once, saying that he was from the academy. The guy thinks that in the end, foggy times turned up when dark magicians were needed. The eye looked ahead. Words were heard that if he was from the Ardal Academy, he could be useful. The voice said for him to pass. The man in the cloak turned and asked if he was familiar with the joining procedure. He replied that of course. Siha smiled slightly, remembering the quote that after the recruit's blood was spilled, it would be necessary to take an oath of dark magic, and then he would no longer be able to leave this place. How could one not know about this? People were sitting on the rocks. Very soon, the dark magic organization that Siha would join would become a famous villainous squad, which the main characters of the story would get rid of. The character lay on the ground. The reincarnated one thought that if he made a contract, he would also be killed. Looking down, the brown-haired man thought that instead of following this guy, he should think about how to get out of here. The hero's eyes widened. A notification about synchronization with Siha's personality appeared. Synchronization at 10%, 70%, synchronization complete. A red window appeared recommending to escape from dark mages. The guy looked at it in amazement. The heroes in the dungeon heard a loud scream. The mage standing in front asked what those sounds were in the basement. Was something wrong? He turned around and said he would check. If it was the road to life, let it stay where it was. The guy agreed. He stood at the corner, thinking that now was the time. He decisively turned the other way, thinking it was time to run. The hero quickly ran through the basement. Biting his finger, he said that it seemed like he had already climbed high, but what floor was this? A door closed with chains appeared in front of him. He thought that it was getting lighter, which meant he was going in the right direction. Siha froze, hearing a question from behind about what was going on. He was hiding behind a column, and people in cloaks were discussing that the guy had escaped from the third floor. He thought it was about him. The hooded man said that he heard that he was from the Ardal Academy, maybe a spy. Siha peeked out from behind the column, asking, did they leave? The hand touched the door. The guy pushed the doors with his hands, thinking that they did not move at all. Squeezing his fingers, he excitedly thought that he could only rely on memories. Maybe once a year, even the useless Siha would give something. He imagined the hero surrounded by a blue haze, remembering that in fact Siha was born a mage, but he had no talent for light magic at all, and he simply did not know where to put the endless flow of mana. A glow appeared between his palms. He said that you just need to learn to control it. A bright curl appeared above the palm. The guy thought that when the main character hand just started learning magic, he probably accumulated the flow with his fingers. The fingers were surrounded by a glow. Siha mentally encouraged himself that he would succeed. He headed for the chains. Wearily bending over, the hero thought that he seemed to be doing the right thing, but lacked the skills. A red paw stepped on the floor. A small beast was coming out of the darkness. Siha turned around in surprise, thinking that he was finished. The beast that appeared next to him growled. The guy thought that he was finished. The red dragon made a cute sound. He put his paw on the guy's hand, who asked the lizard. Taking the beast in his arms, he thought that it looked like a baby dragon. How did it end up here and why was it so affectionate with people? The beast got angry when the guy said that he could not take it with him. He himself could not cope. Tears flowed from his eyes. Siha covered the dragon's mouth with his hand when he screamed loudly. Frightened, the guy looked around, thinking that he wanted them to be caught. And in general, he could not take on a burden for which he could not even answer. Holding the baby dragon, he thought maybe it would be better to use its power then. The system reported that the characteristics were synchronized. A notification appeared several times that the charm was increased. The guy glanced at the notification. The system reported that the Tamer ability was activated and asked if he wanted to tame the suspicious baby. The baby was quite friendly to him, and its characteristics were listed below. The red dragon looked at the guy sweetly. Siha looked at it, thinking that according to the data, information about its past life should have been saved. Looking at the system's question, he wondered why there was no accept button or something like that. He thought about the dragon, discouraged. Maybe I should say I am taming you, like the main character. He imagined the guy with the dog, thinking that in general taming he is not so bad. He has a couple of his own techniques. First, you need to give a little confidence and then gain trust. Looking at the baby dragon, the guy asked it to trust him. He looked ahead in confusion, thinking like this. The system reported that the taming was successful. The cub rose into the air. Its body began to glow. Shining, it landed on the ground. Siha looked at the sitting dragon in surprise and asked, "Is it tamed?" And looking down, the brown-haired man said that he would have to figure it out himself. The eye glowed yellow. The dragon's eye also glowed. Words were heard about the first command to open the lock. The dragon went forward, and then jumped, taking off, and bit through the chain. The hero thought in amazement that he broke the rusty piece of metal in a second. Standing in front of the door, the guy praised the lizard. With a slight smile, he thought that now he needed to open the door. The hero froze, hearing footsteps. He turned his gaze back, hearing angry words about where their rat was hiding. And he thought with disappointment that everything was going so well. Siha turned tensely, hearing the order to grab him, and mentally cursed. His hands began to tremble. He ordered himself to think quickly. The men in cloaks were running towards him. The boy thought about what to do now. His eyes widened in realization. He imagined the figure of a blonde man, thinking that at the academy they first teach defense. It is magic that literally disperses smoke and hides a person. Even a stupid mage like Siha could learn it. Looking at his palm, the boy said that he had never tried it before. Putting his palms together in the right gesture, the boy thought that he first needed to calm down and then concentrate the energy in his fingers. A shining beam appeared around his outstretched fingers. The boy continued that he needed to imagine how the fog fills the space. He prayed and thought that he would correct all the evil deeds he had committed. Siha clenched his teeth tensely. A bright glow surrounded him. Fog emanated from his fingers. The men in cloaks screamed. He smiled, thinking that it worked. He turned away, hearing them screaming that he was just a clumsy person. He used a nasty trick. The dragon ran next to him when the boy thought it was time to run. He stopped at the door. A purple paw grabbed him with words and thought that he could easily escape. The boy was scared, feeling the grip. He fell to his knees, thinking that he could not breathe. His eyes were wide open. The boy wondered if this was the end. There was a magic circle next to the man. It said that if he gave up now, he would die painlessly. Returning his head, Siha thought what difference did it make if he died anyway. Lying on the floor, the boy breathed heavily, thinking that he could not see the enemy because of the fog. There was definitely no way to hide from this dark magic. The small dragon looked at him pitifully. The boy thought that then there was only one thing left. Looking at the baby, he said that if he wanted to get out of here with him. Siha's eyes lit up yellow. He apologized for his incompetence and said that he would have to control him a little. The beast with yellow eyes heard the request to help him a little. The little dragon spread his wing. He growled, frowning as he walked forward. He flew up and directed a bright flame at the people. The grip on the hero's neck disappeared. He said he was free. The dragon stood next to the smoke, hearing how hot it was. What happened? Sitting on the floor next to the beast, Siha thought he couldn't believe he actually did it. The little dragon reached out to his face cutely, stroking the pet's neck. The guy said it was amazing that he owed him his life, as he promised he would take him with him. Only first they needed to get out of this damned cave. The heroes walked through the desert. Covering his eyes with his hand, Siha said it felt like they had been walking here for an hour. The dragon stuck out his tongue from the heat. The guy thought there was no one around at all. He didn't want to get caught by the dark mages again. Looking ahead, the guy made a surprised sound. He noticed a man on a cart. The old man turned around when he heard someone calling him. The heroes came up and asked for a ride. The boy reached into his pocket when he heard a question about whether he had money. The man looked at the gold card. There was a pattern on the gold card. The hero thought, a child sponsored by the Ardal Academy. He would probably think it was something foreign, but he would most likely accept it. The boy standing next to the carriage beamed. He and the dragon smiled sweetly when they heard that they could get on. As he was seating his pet, the boy heard a question about where he was going. Siha pursed his lips sadly, thinking that they had gotten lost, but the dark magicians could still find them. They didn't want information about them to leak somewhere. He imagined a body lying down and thought that if they were found, they would be killed immediately. There was no choice. He imagined people in school uniforms, thinking that although many were hunting for his head, the safest place now. He imagined a white castle, thinking that it was the setting of a novel. Biting his lip, he asked to take them to Ardal Academy. He was sitting in a carriage. The girl in shoes took a step. Adjusting her hair, the assistant of the second-year Professor Selen said that she was amazed every time. There was a huge chandelier hanging in the hall. She thought that there was an excellent marble floor and an exquisite chandelier. The girl waved at the students with a smile, thinking that even their uniform literally screamed prestige. The face of the discouraged girl cracked. She saw a man on a carriage, thinking what else was this? The guy had a hood on his head. He jumped off the carriage. The girl watched him shake himself off, thinking that such a sloppy student could be found in this sacred academy. She was struck by lightning. A baby dragon peeked out from the hero's gate. Selen covered her mouth with her hand, wondering who did this, who could disgrace the honor of the academy on the first day of the semester. Siha held the dragon under the robe. She realized that it was him, the student who could not cope with his abilities and was constantly on the verge of failure. The guy looked at her, wondering who it was. It looked like a teacher. He came closer to the stairs and asked if he was late, to which he received an answer a little. Looking down, the girl thought that she would have scolded someone else by now, but she did not have time for someone who would soon be expelled anyway, so let him live for now. Looking at the guy in the robe, she thought that there was no need to waste effort on him. With a thoughtful look, the girl with a tail thought that this student was very strange. She imagined the image of a hero, thinking that they say that he is crazy, who performs magical rituals with human-sized dolls every night. Getting involved with someone like that is more expensive. Slapping the guy on the shoulder, she told him to hurry to class. Siha smiled sweetly and said that he would try not to be late again. The girl raised her finger and said that it was good. She turned around and watched him leave and thought that it was already the second year of school and the atmosphere had changed significantly. The students in the audience looked at the hero, discussing how he was still gloomy. Someone heard that he had arrived by cab today. Siha sat with his fingers intertwined under their gaze and thought, what a shame. Staring ahead in dismay, he heard the guys discussing how impudent he was to be late on such a day, and thought that on the first day of school he was really going to be expelled. The students sitting at the table discussed how he had not been expelled yet during last year's exams. He was completely hopeless. He probably aroused pity. Thoughtfully touching his chin, Siha thought that maybe his parents gave a bribe to the right people, or maybe there was a teacher who saw his magical abilities and wrote a letter of recommendation. Either way, he barely managed to avoid expulsion. Opening his eyes, the guy resolutely thought that he needed to find a way to survive in this novel he found himself in. The guy thought that he had two goals. The first was to survive quietly. Interlacing his fingers, the brown-haired man thought that Siha, a third-rate villain, aggressive and inept, would be brutally killed by the main characters and buried alive. His fingers were clasped together. The hero thought that after that, life would continue peacefully at the academy, and no one would even know the reason for his death simply because he was a villain, but it still made him feel uneasy. He imagined gloomy silhouettes and thought that he didn't know why he would be killed, so he would try to live quietly and not cross anyone's path. It was better to exhaust himself with studies and work than to be buried alive. Secondly, he needed to successfully complete his studies at the academy. He imagined people in business suits, thinking that he would need something to exist in this world. He was from a rich family, but because of his graduation, his parents were ready to abandon him. He imagined a document, thinking that a diploma from Ardal Academy was one of the best ways to help himself in the future. He imagined people handing him bags of money for showing his diploma and begging him to sign a contract with him. The guy thought that graduates of this academy were always in great demand. He thought that in the novel, Siha enters into a senseless confrontation with the main characters and dies at their hands, and he will live quietly like an ordinary student. Clenching his fist, the guy thought that he would avoid any events that could lead to conflict and death. The door opened. A man with a cane entered, whom the students greeted. Siha looked ahead in surprise, hearing his classmates discussing, "This is Professor Grint, so he will be their homeroom teacher this year." Looking at the dark-haired man with a mustache, the hero thought that this is the professor who is in charge of the second-year exams. Leaning his head on his hand, the guy heard people saying that he has a real execution during the exams and has a very strong aura, and then thought that Professor Grint's exams are so hard that even the main character hand could barely pass them. The cane hit the floor. The man called for everyone to be quiet. Leaning on his cane, the professor said that the first-year graduation is not so bad. He already sees outstanding students. The guy grinned, thinking that of course all the main characters successfully completed the first year and moved on to the second. But studying in the second year is increasingly difficult, which means that it will be very difficult for Siha to stay afloat. Leaning on his hand, the hero thought that his position will be under constant threat. The hero imagined a tree trunk and the guys standing next to it, thinking that Ardal Academy accepts students from 14 to 19 years old. The guy was holding a test tube. The course lasts 6 years, and the academy itself is known for its intensive curriculum. A fiery tornado was coming from his palms. The guy thought that the students were in constant competition for the right to stay in the academy. It was like a royal battle. The hero imagined himself freezing in front of a white building and thought that out of all the students, only a tenth would be able to graduate with any significant result. Exhaling, Siha said how hard it was here and wondered how he could compete with the main characters. He looked sadly to the side, thinking that according to the plot, Siha achieved results because he practiced black magic, but for the quiet life he decided to live, this method was unrealistic. The man waved his hand, saying that of course there were many students whose indicators were below the minimum. The hero raised his head, hearing that from the second year, students who had absolutely no abilities would be weeded out completely. Professor Grint looked at him attentively. Noticing this, he thought that he was looking at him. Putting his hand in his pocket, the man said that he would now announce the schedule of entrance exams for the second year. The cane hit the floor. A transparent document appeared in front of the hero. On the document that opened in front of the guy, it was written to choose the 3 subjects that are most suitable for him and pass a written and practical exam on them. The hero thought that he was simply projecting the schedule using illusion magic. Such was the level of magic in the Ardal Academy. Looking at it, the guy thought that however, he could choose any subject. The man put his cane on the table, while thinking, is it really possible to just choose 3 subjects that you are good at and pass the exam so easily? Illusions shone before the students. The hero thought that he could not check this, that Professor Grint could have such an easy exam. Words were heard that now he would explain the choice of subjects. Holding a box with a hole in his hands, the man said that the number of people choosing each subject was limited, and the first come, first served system worked, so the order in which they would choose would be determined by lot. Siha grinned in dismay and thought, a lottery in an academy of magicians, isn't that too bad? The professor closed his eyes, thinking that there was nothing fairer than a lottery. Putting his hand in the box, he said that he would take out balls with their names, and that way they would determine the order of choice. The hero wondered if he would have to rely on luck here too. Looking down anxiously, he thought that now he was a complete zero in magic, and he needed to determine a subject in which he could at least try to succeed. What a shame, because he spent almost the entire year trying to get out of the lair of black magic. The man looked at the ball, then he raised his head and said, the first student to choose in subject. The hero's gaze was anxious. Grint turned the ball, on which Siha was written. Looking ahead in surprise, the boy thought that he was saved. Rising, he looked at the shining sheet in front of him. Touching it with his finger, the hero thought that he did not yet have mana, so practical subjects could be discarded right away. Also discard subjects that were not mentioned in the plot and those that are closer to the dark arts. Staring at the document in amazement, the hero thought why the names of the subjects were so complicated. His finger froze at the name hydrology and rituals. The hero thought that it was a rather complicated science, but it was the least complicated of all that there was. His classmates watched him choose. The boy whispered that he took hydrology, while Siha thought that it was a theoretical course, he just needed to study it, and he would cope. His classmates discussed not paying attention to him. He himself made their task easier and thanked him for the free points. Looking at the document, the hero thought that if Siha had behaved as usual before, he could understand their relationship. He needed to quickly choose the other 2 items and sit down. His eyes widened. He said that this item seemed to him, or could he handle it? The hero was sitting behind the books in the library. Imagining himself in a past life, he thought that before his death and getting into this novel, he was a veterinarian. These 3 subjects are close to the topic of his dissertation on veterinary medicine. Reading the book, the hero thought that firstly, hydrology and rituals. In this world, unique laws of water magic operate, but he can apply the mathematical formulas that he knows. He closed the black book. In front of him lay a white and a green one. He thought that next was the anatomy of monsters and the basics of monster behavior and their training. The guy glanced at him sideways, while the hero thought that he was worried. A red paw appeared from the bag. The little dragon stuck its head out and yawned. The hero thought that since he brought this baby anyway, it would be just right to use it. He tried to put its head back with his hand, thinking that not here and not now, too many witnesses. The library students began to look back at the guy, thinking why Siha, who does not even have basic mana skills, suddenly had a newborn dragon. This is extremely suspicious. There was a red logo on the door. The guy told the dragon sitting on his shoulder that in this place he can do whatever he wants. He entered the dark corridor of the underground training arena and thought that he had already learned the theory to some extent, so he should try training. There was a man with a tablet at the door, from whom the hero asked for 1 ticket for beginner training. Looking at him, the employee said that everything was correct and thought that the dragon had just hatched from an egg. Wasn't it too early to train with it? The little dragon stood next to the guy's leg. She asked to name names. Touching his chest, the hero introduced himself as a second-year student Siha, and this, he hesitated. Looking at the combing dragon, he asked what his name was. The dragon froze with its hind leg raised. The hero thought that it was looking at him as if it itself did not know. Was he asking to name it? Looking at the pet, the brown-haired man asked if he wanted a cool name for himself and heard a satisfied squeak. Thoughtfully turning away, the guy suggested, since he was a dragon, Yungari, but the dragon was dissatisfied. The pet's eye angrily flashed red when the guy suggested Carcharodontosaurus. In his time it was the coolest name for a dragon, but this was also not it. Touching his chin, the guy asked, "How about Basilisk?" The shining pet nodded. The brown-haired man thought if he was too smart. The employee waved her hand and said that she would register the dragon under the name Basilisk. There could be no more than 2 people in the arena, and there was already 1 student there. Pointing at the weapon, she said that they also had weapons for rent for students. The guy thought that there weren't many of them. It was because it was free. Holding the item in his hand, he thought that now was not the time to complain about the quality of the weapon. He should be grateful that there was at least something, and said that he was ready. A shining blue ball appeared at the door. Words were heard that the training hall was opening. The first gate, second-year Siha and Pet Basilisk entered. The heroes looked at it intently. Raising his eyebrows, the guy said that it couldn't be. He was standing in a picturesque forest, saying that the quality was simply incredible. Hearing something, the heroes turned their heads. There were 2 soft cubes in front of them. The guy said that they looked like slimes. Couldn't they make even low-level monsters less cute? Siha asked his pet if he could see those cube things while pushing the vines aside. The guy was cunning, and Basilisk was amazed when he suggested going to beat them up. The guy looked at the flying drops with dismay. Basilisk was enthusiastically gnawing on a yellow cube. The guy said that it was as if his dragon instincts had awakened. He was no longer a scared baby and felt like a fish in water in battle. Touching his face with his fingers, the hero thought that everything was fine with him. It was time for him to practice. A roar was heard. Something green was moving rapidly. Siha turned around in surprise. Green goo was flying at him. Frowning, the guy wondered what it was. There were many multicolored cubes ahead. The hero thought that there were too many of them to destroy the entire flock with one blow. Of course it was necessary. The hero asked the dragon that flew up if it had warmed up. The pet sat on the outstretched hand, and the guy offered to do the same thing again. Looking down solemnly, he said that these cubes. A fire began to form in the dragon's mouth when the hero asked to burn them. A huge stream of flame burst out of the pet's mouth. Sparks flew among the trees. Siha's eyes widened in dismay. The dragon joyfully beat its tail when the guy said that he was a good boy. They would continue. In the afternoon, the guy and his pet lay on the ground, but up, asking, "Are we done?" On the ground, thinking that training Basilisk and simultaneously using his combat magic was very exhausting. Covering his eye, he thought that, however, he was a very obedient dragon. A cry was heard from the trees that this was not right. The guy thought that he would have to treat him with something when they returned. Definitely, better not just treat him. The hero stood up, looking ahead in surprise, and looked to see what was down there. The girl waved her hands, telling the dog not to play, but to tear them. The brunette clenched her teeth in displeasure. The guy thought, "Who is she?" The girl waved her hands, trying to calm the dog. Resting his head on his hand, Siha asked if this was not a hellhound. He should not treat it like that. The dog ran away, and the girl shouted after it the command to sit and asked where it was going. Let it come back immediately. There were green leaves on the tree. Walking along the path, the brunette asked with displeasure where he ran off to. She angrily clenched her fists, saying that she would catch him. Her eyes widened when she heard someone calling the good boy and giving him commands to sit, stand, and lie down. She parted the branches and saw a guy with his dog. Coming closer, she recognized the second-year student Siha. Looking at the dog, the brown-haired man asked if this dog was hers. He had seen it before. That was not how he should be treated. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked again. The guy was scratching the dog behind the ear and saying that it seemed like it was a little angry, and that would make the animal restless. The student froze in amazement, mentally asking what this guy was giving her advice about. A girl with a sword in her hands appeared in her imagination. Adela, a mage who had never fallen below 3rd place, was studying at the Ardal Academy, the most prestigious institution in the Empire. The people behind her were smiling. Even though she did not have the most noble blood, few could match her skills. The students looked at the box in the teacher's hand in surprise. The girl touched her forehead in irritation. Thanks to the entrance exam system, she got the weakest skill, basic taming. She thought that she couldn't fail like that. She understood that the skill was clearly insufficient, so she came to practice. She remembered the guy standing next to the green cube and thought that her opponent was Siha, who couldn't even tame a slime. The boy looked down. She thought that they said he was possessed by dark magic. She saw him indulge in pity in dark days. Adela stood next to the laughing student. She was shocked, staring ahead, wondering what was going on. The dog was lying belly up on Siha's lap. Holding the dog's paw, the boy heard the question of how he did it and asked what she was talking about. Stroking the dog's head, the boy said that he seemed to have calmed down a little. He would take it. Adela took the dog in her arms. Awkwardly looking away, she thanked the boy and heard the question of why a hellhound. Getting up, the hero asked that it was quite difficult for the first taming. Closing his eyes, he heard that it was not a simple monster, so they give a lot of points, 1st place in the exam. The girl stood as if pierced by lightning when she heard that he thought that she just liked to roll around in the mud and wondered if Siha had always been like this. The guy was holding a small dragon in his arms. She thought that he was of noble birth, but he spoke to her as an equal. Basilisk smiled sweetly. The heroine thought that next to him was a dragon or something. He was only in his second year already walking with a dragon. The guy looked at his pet with a smile. The girl thought that the Siha she knew was completely different. Putting her hands on her hips, Adela thought that she still followed her, but maybe everything was not so bad. She would get a few tips on taming a hound. She asked out loud, was he here, and received a confirmation in response. Behind the vines were dissatisfied slimes. Looking at the multicolored cubes, the hero said that it seemed that everything was just ready. Adela touched the sword, saying that this was a training ground, one hit and that's it. The girl held a weapon in her hand. Angry colored cubes were rushing at her. She swung the sword, and then she abruptly hit the red slime. The blow left a furrow on the ground. Looking at this, Siha said that it was a rather cruel approach. Turning to the dissatisfied girl, he asked if she had decided to bury everyone alive. Smiling awkwardly, she asked if she wanted to join them. The girl's eye opened wide. She saw many green drops. The hero was holding a wand nearby. The girl looked down with displeasure, hearing him run up from behind, and replied that of course she knew it. The guy took a step further, asking if it was true, and then called Basilisk to go. The brown-haired girl looked at him, thinking that in fact she had no idea that there was a monster behind him. His accuracy was clearly not at the level of a beginner. Who was he? They stopped in the darkness. Adela looked away, hearing the question, was there always such a trap in the dungeon, and answered that she did not know. The guy was standing on the path. Pixels began to appear around the tense heroes. In the magic ball there was an image of the heroes. Someone was calling the director and saying that it was urgent, a problem in the training dungeon for beginners. The man touched the table, asking if there was some kind of error in the spell, and who was in the dungeon now, and heard that the second year Adela and Siha. The man touched his chin, saying that things were bad. A red ball appeared, while the director said that Adela would be fine, but with Siha it might be too late. This guy is absolutely useless. In front of the heroes there was a huge slime with a dripping face. The man said that in such a dungeon he had no chance to survive. The slime's eyes and mouth were glowing, and words were heard that if there was an error in the dungeon's magic formula, the monsters would become abnormally strong for the level of a normal dungeon. A huge shadow fell on the hero. The man said that Siha had almost no chance of surviving. The man sat at the table, saying that it was better to prepare well. A purple splash and screams were visible from behind the trees. The heroes stood surrounded by colored blots. Black smoke rose from the ground. The girl said to look at how these slugs charred the grass. Adela opened her eyes furiously, screaming that no matter how much she fought, there were more and more of them. When she got out of here, she would never look at such a slug mess again. Siha glanced to the side, thinking that they were being attacked by a company of slugs, and she seemed to be still in perfect order. The girl was clutching the sword while he thought that taming was weak, but she handled magic well. Looking at the girl, he imagined her image with a sword and thought that she was really an earth mage, deserving of becoming a wizard. Touching his chin with his fingers, the hero thought, what about Adela? It can't be, she's not the type to hang around such a training field. Earth magic is still quite common. The girl glanced at him sideways while the guy thought that she seemed kinder than in the original. The guy thoughtfully touched his chin and thought that of course she can be a little caustic, but at least she doesn't openly humiliate such a loser as Siha. It turns out she still has a good character. The girl turned around and asked displeasedly why he was muttering under his breath and not fighting back, to which she received the answer that he was just calculating the time and thought that he was kind of strange. Looking up, Siha said that if you count the time from the entrance to the dungeon, then more than 3 hours have passed. Why is there no news? No one knows that they are trapped. Turning her head, the girl said that only half an hour has passed outside, so nothing can be done. This is done specifically so that there is enough time for training inside the dungeon. The brown-haired man looked down, thinking that this is the problem, and replied that if they are noticed missing, they will have to hang around here for a couple more hours. The green slime opened his mouth. The hero said that if they sit here for too long, the chances of survival will be very close to zero. The girl looked at him with displeasure. Standing behind, she shouted, "What is he so hyped up? He suggests just sitting and waiting for death." The hero replied that of course not. Looking back, he smiled a little. Walking forward, the guy asked to buy some time. Why? Answered that she would see everything. Just let her not let the slugs come near, and he was fast. The brown-haired man walked into the darkness, heard an indignant question. He wanted her to figure it out herself, and what would he do? Let him not ignore her. The girl frowned with displeasure and exclaimed that if he did not have time before she used up all her mana, he would be finished. Smiling a little, The guy thought that she did not seem like a bad person at all. Who would have thought that this was the same cruel Adela? The dragon flying nearby made a questioning sound, and the hero said that he should not worry, he thought everything through. The guy stopped by the leaves. He remembered the man standing next to the hero and thought that in the original there was also an episode with a mistake in the dungeon. It was needed to emphasize the equality and abilities between the main characters. In that scene, Siha used one method, but failed. The guy parted the grass, saying that he found it. Showing Basilisk the plant, he asked to collect such branches and bring it to him. The dragon flew away, and the hero thought that the character used this method, for which he was condemned by the inhabitants for the rest of his life. Squeezing the plants in his palm, the hero thought that, to be honest, he did not think that Siha was so stupid as to deserve this. Green slugs were jumping next to the girl. Holding the sword, she thought with displeasure that she could no longer use magic. She was on the verge. Why was Siha there for so long? Opening his mouth, the guy exclaimed that it was ready. He stood in the center of the green fence. Adela turned around in surprise at this, exclaimed, "Barricade." Waving his hand, the guy called her to him faster. Standing inside the green fence, he smiled, thinking that the method was extremely simple, and the girl mentally hurried him to do it faster because the slugs regenerate. Imagining a barrier surrounded by flames, the hero thought that the plan was to create a barricade and kill monsters. Only Siha missed 2 points. Imagining a shining circle, he thought, and therefore failed, fire and magic enhancement. Holding a wand and a pet in his hands, the guy thought that now he can control both. Bright rays appeared around the wand. The light flew forward in a whirlwind. A bow with several arrows formed from the glow. Looking at the shining weapon, the guy thought that it worked. You just need to add fire magic to the arrow. Looking at the satisfied pet, the guy said that now it's his turn. Siha's eyes lit up yellow. The dragon's eyes were also yellow. Golden rays flew from the pet to the bow. The arrow pulled the bowstring. An order was heard to incinerate them all. Surrounded by a golden glow, the arrows flew forward. Siha waved his magic wand. There were multicolored cubes on the ground. One of the slimes looked amazed. Fireworks flashed in the sky. Adela covered her eyes from the light, and then she looked at the fireworks. She thought it was the magic of the useless Siha. The monsters melted in the glow, the guy said, and the remains of the slime splashed on the ground. The poisonous slime has the property of exploding when it comes into contact with fire. There were melted monsters on the ground. The hero continued that in such situations you just need to add a little magic and light the flame, and then everything will go well. There was a fire behind the green fence. The brunette asked, did he think of everything so that the fire would not get over the barricade, and heard the answer that she was observant. These branches could withstand the fire. The student closed his eyes in relief, saying that since everything around was burned, he could wait for help. He thought he would die. He used so much mana. Looking tensely at the guy, the girl only thought that it was strange that he was the one who saved her. The nobility from the Ardal Academy usually did not care about commoners. What was he up to? The girl's look became discouraged when she heard the question. What was she looking at? Was she grateful? Crossing her arms, she answered that not much. She still owed him her life. The hero smiled slightly. Still smiling, the hero turned to the girl, saying that it was great. If she was grateful, then let her do him a favor. Adela looked at him in surprise, asking, a favor. She closed her eyes and said that if it was within her power, but if it was some strange request, she could hardly help anyone. Standing with his back to her, the guy asked her not to tell anyone what had happened. Turning his head, Siha continued about how he had tamed her hellhound, caught all the slimes in one fell swoop and done it. Looking down, he asked her to keep everything she had seen today a secret, not to tell anyone how cool he was. Clenching everything into a fist, the girl thought that of course everything was true, but why was it strange? Looking at the hero crouched next to his pet, she wondered what kind of person he was. The professors ran up to the students, surprised by the error in the underground arena. The guy looked at the person who had spoken. They gave the students who had cleared the dungeon without being injured a reward in the form of valuable magic items and called them to the dean's office. Siha sat on the couch, thinking that these prizes would be useful to him for exams. That was the main thing now. Basilisk turned around when the guy called him. He walked with a sweet smile. The system reported that this was Basilisk Atrax, a cute and cheerful red dragon, adores cheese and loves it, and then a description of his abilities. After reading this, the hero thought that great, they pumped up his fire breath well in the dungeon. He touched the system window, thinking that even resistance to poison appeared. It must be fights with slimes. Looking down, the brown-haired thought that he did not know what these dark magicians grew in the basement. But this baby turned out to be unusually capable from birth. Looking at the pet, he imagined pictures from the past. There is simply good at fire breathing, an incredible amount of mana, an excellent individual by all parameters. Since he fell into his hands, he needs to seriously engage in his education. Holding a bag on his lap, Siha told the dragon that he was a little hooligan and did not know what it took to take care of him. In his palm lay a green ball. He said that it was the core of the slime. The hero held out the core with a smile, thinking that the professor with short hair did not pay attention to them, as if they were trash under his feet. But according to the plot, he knows that this is an object of great power, that it looks delicious. Does he want it? The pet's muzzle looked extremely dissatisfied. He was discouraged to hear the guy enthusiastically say that it was delicious. Let him try it at least once, otherwise he will not know, and to himself he thought that of course he himself did not try it and will not have to, otherwise he will die. The dissatisfied dragon looked down, and then ate the ball from his hand. Basilisk's eyes opened wide. When he turned away, everything came out of him back in a rainbow. The guy thought that apparently it tasted disgusting. The hero smiled a little. The dragon that turned around was shining. The guy thought that Basilisk's stats had changed. Mana and poison resistance had grown by 1. He thought quickly, yes. There were a lot of green balls in his bag. The slime core is a concentrate of its strength and abilities. If you eat it, it gives rapid development. Only 1 core was eaten, and suddenly the dragon's mana volume increased, which takes a very long time to pump up. Basilisk frowned in confusion. The hero thought that it looked like it, and he noticed the changes. The dragon rushed to the open bag, hearing that it was better to eat. The guy thought that the instinct was getting stronger, overcoming the disgust in him. The ability indicators were growing, crossing his arms. The hero thought about this sound of increasing statistics, as pleasant as a notice from the bank about a salary. A knock was heard behind the blue door. Adela opened the door, calling out to the hero. Looking at him, she asked, so he was here? The guy thought what she was doing here. She was also called to the dean. Touching her chest, the brunette said that he didn't care at all, or she had resolved everything herself. Everyone thought that she had dealt with the 6 slimes, and she should be given more magic items. Scratching the back of his head, Siha asked why she had come, or maybe she should speak more quietly. His ears were about to fall off. Looking down, he thought that life was more important than awards. He imagined quotes. An ordinary academy student had cleared the dungeon, and Siha, as always, had barely coped. Too much news. Such news would inevitably be followed by gossip and speculation. Whether black magic or an enchanted weapon had been used, he didn't need such fame in this novel. The girl in the black robe said that if he liked her, he should keep his thoughts to himself. She didn't need it either. The man standing opposite the hero thought about what sympathy had to do with it, and said out loud that he didn't even know her. Siha covered his ears when she screamed, asking how he didn't know. Seriously, he didn't know her. Smiling, covering his ears, the brown-haired man asked, should he know her? What was her name? The girl, her mouth wide open in surprise, said Adela. Adela Stivia. Now the guy's mouth was wide open in surprise. The heroine, with her arms crossed, looked at him. The hero imagined the girl in a confident pose, thinking that Adela was the only low-born student who would be among the top 3 students at Ardell Academy during her studies. She was one of the main characters, guilty of Siha's terrible death. Raising her eyebrows, the green-eyed girl asked, what? Hadn't he heard of her? The guy thought gloomily that he had. She would kill him in the future. The guy stood tensely, thinking that he was replaying it in his memory. When he read it, it seemed pointless, but not now, when in front of him was the girl who would bury him alive. Clutching his head in dismay, the hero thought that he was amazed at himself, how he could be so careless and come close to his own death. Adela, who was standing behind him, said that if it wasn't sympathy, then okay. By the way, he had a habit of at least sometimes looking at himself in the mirror. She pulled the guy to the mirror, told him to look at himself. She couldn't imagine anyone coming to the dean looking like that. The guy looked at his reflection in surprise, and then he was amazed at what kind of look it was, what kind of red color it was. He imagined himself walking, spreading a dark aura, and thought that he wasn't surprised that everyone saw him as a gloomy and cloudy guy. Maybe people avoided him not because they were scared, but because they were disgusted. Touching his bangs, the guy said that first they do something with his hair. The students were standing in the auditorium the next day. The hero had a bag strap on his shoulder. A whisper was heard. Who is it? He looks familiar. Light was reflected on his brown hair. Someone was saying that a second-year student with such hair color, could it really be Siha? The guy's hairstyle was completely different. A whisper was heard that it couldn't be the face of the sullen Siha. Of course, it was definitely someone else. The hero sat at the table with a smile, heard that it definitely couldn't be him, and thought that he could hear everything. The guy glanced sideways at the person who came up and asked if it was him. The red-haired guy leaned over, saying, did he get some polymorph treatment and couldn't tell him where he got it? Good things should be shared. The guy looked at the hero with a grin, who was thinking that it was Creek, a commoner. The hero imagined himself holding a bag and a frightened guy, and thought that, feeling inferior compared to most of the students due to his origin and questionable talents, Creek often pushed around the pathetic and weak Siha, asserting himself on him. Pointing his finger, the red-haired man asked, ashamed to admit, although the new haircut would not help his speech defects, and heard a gloomy question, maybe he would just leave him alone. Standing next to his desk, Creek asked, his head turned by the new haircut, clarified why he should report to him. He opened the bag, hearing dissatisfied words that he had what? Support appeared, his family abandoned him, and he lives on something incomprehensible, and said that since he was asking about support, maybe this will tell him something. Creek looked in shock at the hero who called Basilisk. The gloomy dragon walked forward, and the guy clarified what he wanted to ask. The red-haired man was shocked, and the students were whispering, "A real dragon? It seems to be even a red dragon. Where did an ordinary student get one?" The guy pointed and said that he heard that his family abandoned him, but he must have a lot of money. The brown-haired man looked at him, hearing him ask if he really thought that a dragon could be tamed by paying him money, and thought that he wanted to live quietly and peacefully, but that did not mean that he would allow himself to be asserted. He smirked and called him a country bumpkin. Creek exclaimed angrily, "What did he say?" The hero thought that he was very easy to provoke. Unbelievable, just one word, and he was already angry. Stroking Basilisk, he said that of course it was still a baby, but it still would not have sat on the desk so obediently if it were wild, and has he tamed anyone? Smiling, he asked, "Is he afraid that he will bite?" Creek grimaced in displeasure, hearing how he told him not to be afraid. He is not a monster. Clenching his fist, the red-haired screamed, "Does he not know his place at all?" The guy sitting at the table said that if he has a problem, let him deal with it himself. Creek looked ahead in surprise, hearing about the entrance exams. Leaning on his palm, Siha mockingly said that they will see who will stay and who will have to go home. A ray of sun fell on the high castle. The hero remembered the angry guy who shouted that if he overtook him in exams, he would bark like a dog, and thought that since he asked for it, the bet was accepted. Raising his head, the hero thought that the day would soon come when he would look at his dog's bark. In his past life, he had a habit of making noise and then resolving the situation. He remembered himself in a medical gown and thought that he was a mad dog intern, as his colleagues called him. When he noticed an injustice happening, he boldly burst into the situation, and since no one surpassed him in academic knowledge, the blonde standing behind him raised his hand and shouted to Siha that they heard that he had a bet with Creek. Smiling, the blonde said that he would be careful not to fail completely, let alone overtake him. The second turned around, asking how soon they would hear him bark. Looking at them, the hero thought the same thing happens in all the rooms when a person who barely managed to achieve success is not left alone. Coming closer, the guy asked the blonde his name. He was surprised, but the hero demanded to say his name immediately. The blonde crossed his arms and asked discontentedly, does he not know that in front of him is Fabian himself? The hero imagined the phone with a list of novels and thought that he remembered Ludwig, a snob of royal blood, who bossed around everyone who was weaker, in other words, the leader of the bullying of Siha. The pet had round eyes when the owner asked him to bite the guy very hard. Fabian exclaimed in shock that it was a dragon. Looking out of the bag, the pet looked at him, and then came closer, frightening. There was a sunset sky above the two-story building. The guy was sitting on the floor. Words were heard that there were rumors that Siha had caused a lot of noise in recent days. Putting his hand on his forehead, the hero heard that even if he didn't care, it would be too much trouble to touch the royal offspring, and replied that he didn't care, they started it, he just paid them back in kind. The girl, closing her eyes, imagined the dragon biting a person, and thought that she thought he was only picking on commoners because he was a noble, but he was ready to unleash the dragon on the royals if they angered him. Closing her eyes, Adela thought that this elevated him somewhat in her eyes, and asked out loud, he doesn't have any strategy. Does he? Coming closer, she said that they, the nobles, generally seem to have lost all fear. Not only is he unleashing Basilisk on the nobles, but he also made a bet with Creek with his level of magic and compete with him in the exam. Looking at the outstretched palm, Siha heard that he was crazy. Adela extended her hand and asked what he would do if she didn't agree to help. Getting up, the brown-haired man said that she was actually also learning monster taming from him in exchange for magic lessons. It didn't matter, this would be their last training battle. Holding the wand, she said with a smile that if she could defeat her, she could defeat Creek for the exam. The brown-haired man smiled, saying that this time she wouldn't be able to push him back as easily as yesterday. A blue barrier appeared around the guy when the girl said that they were starting. Many explosions occurred on the site. This was the last training with Adela. White clouds floated in the sky, time passed, and the hour of the entrance exams came. Adela with a dog stood in front of the professor, who called her a student of the magic department and said that the time was 5 minutes 31 seconds. Greta looking at the dog wagging its tail, the girl thanked the professor. She smiled broadly, and the hero thought that it was difficult for this girl to tame even a hellhound. A few lessons from him, and she managed. That even several. He has several years of veterinary studies behind him, but what she achieved so quickly is an indicator of talent. Here is a real candidate for the main heroines. A dragon sat on the guy's head. He said that he was ready when he was called. The hero approached the fence. The monster training exam is carried out in a magic cube. He imagined himself standing opposite a green monster, and thought that a virtual monster corresponding to his level was put up against him, and he must defeat it with the help of his pet. If he won, you get a pass. Everything is simple. The hero stood in a white cube, heard that he chose a cube. They begin. The blue tail with an arrow on the end moved. The huge snake stuck out its tongue. The guy thought, "Is this really an Adepton?" The huge snake towered over the hero. Steam was coming out of his nose. The hero thought that this was the snake monster that Han first met in his 3rd year. It was unique in its gigantic size, from which it seemed as if it could crush you like a bug. Basilisk looked at the guy in surprise when he said that he should not be afraid of it. He wanted to test himself, right? The dragon's eyebrows arched when he heard that after he ate a few slime cores, they would show him. A trace of rapid movement appeared in order to enter a close distance. The guy was reflected in the yellow eye, thinking that the weak point of the snake is usually its eyes. And blue lightning appeared from the stick. Siha said that the dragon should be careful. If he turns around, he will roll them into a pancake. He will distract him with magic. The dragon jumped onto the body of the snake, hearing that he needs to get to where he can't see him, and then the small dragon flew towards the head of the big snake. Sparks appeared from its mouth. A bright beam pierced the monster's head after the order to burn its eye. The beast's head fell to the floor. Fabian, with his mouth open, looked at this, saying that it was incredible. He thought that even a strong 3rd-year student would have difficulty coping with an Adepton. The hero walked out with the dragon in his arms. He looked at his pet cutely, thinking that slime cores were cool. The man thought that it seemed that the administrator forgot to change the monster after the previous participant. He wanted to stop the exam so that no one would get hurt. Smiling, Siha said that it took a little tinkering, but he won. Will he get a pass? The professor held a tablet and said that his result was 12 minutes 16 seconds. The brown-haired man was struck by lightning when he was surprised to hear that the grade was S. The bright sun illuminated the walls of the building. Siha walked down the hallway with Adela. The girl said that because of the taming of the S rank, the guy immediately took 1st place in points. Smiling widely, she asked about their competition paying off, to which he agreed. Siha looked ahead and thought that there was still a problem. He wanted to be 15th in the entire academy. A little annoyed, he lowered his head, realizing that he wanted to maintain an average rank and not stand out too much. Adela looked at him when he said that it was not his fault, and anyway, why put a monster in the exam that did not need to be caught? She thought that he was talking quietly again. The guy awkwardly glanced at the interlocutor, who asked how the arithmetic test went and remembered that it was today. The hero lowered his head slightly, thinking that if the ranking was based on the average grades of the subjects, then everything was fine, because the questions were so easy that he intentionally only answered one correctly. He told the girl that he got an average result. She said that she completely failed. Adela sighed and asked if the exam was too tough, to which Siha was surprised that she was weak in arithmetic. Putting his hand to his face, he reasoned that this was high school level math, so it was very easy for him, and perhaps it was worth giving Adela a few lessons. At that moment, the girl said that she did not think that they would be given an equation that they had not yet studied, and she had not solved any of them. The hero opened his eyes in surprise. Walking forward, he decided that no one cared and asked if one question was enough, to which the girl replied that if she did not take 1st place because of him, she would not get a scholarship. Following Siha, the girl asked about the equation with the 27th magic circle, to which he replied that he solved it. She looked at him in surprise. Returning, the hero asked if he really did something. Raising her hand, the girl asked again if he had really solved the 27th problem. He opened his mouth wide in surprise when he heard that it was the only equation she had failed to solve. As he imagined the various formulas, he wondered if the problem was really that difficult, since anyone would laugh at it. And what should he do, since he solved this very equation? Selen stood in front of the professor, saying that in the entire academy, only one student had solved this arithmetic problem. Divert looked at the report, saying that it would have been impossible to guess here. He deliberately added an equation that 2nd-year students would not be able to solve. The red-haired woman looked at the documents when the man asked who solved it, and answered that it was Siha. Seeing the red check marks on the report, Selen said that apparently, except for the 27th problem, all the other answers were intentionally incorrect. The academy really does have a wide variety of students, and it was obvious that he deliberately solved the most difficult problem to show off his skills. Leaves were growing outside the window. The director was thinking about the fact that Siha had also stood out in the taming exam. It seemed that he was the type of person who thought about everything in advance. The students gathered near the notice board when the lists of the results of the exit exam were posted the next day. Siha looked at the lists carefully, seeing that Creek was in 32nd place as usual. He smiled widely, said that this couldn't be. Looking at the list, he saw his name in 11th place. Siha noticed Creek among the others. He turned around, hearing his name being called. Gesturing to him, the hero told the boy to follow him. Later, they were standing on the street, and the crowd was saying that Creek was finished now. He always chose the weak to prove himself, but everything has a limit. The red-haired man looked away. Looking at him, Siha asked how much 1 + 1 was. He turned his head, hearing the answer 2, and said that it was wrong. Smiling, the hero said that he was in 11th place. Creek clenched his teeth in anger. The hero crossed his arms and thought that Creek hadn't changed at all. As usual, he was easily mocked, and even if he didn't like it, he was constantly picking fights with him, and he wasn't a pervert to make the guy humiliate himself. Siha hit the man on the forehead with his finger, raising his hand to his head. The guy didn't answer why he was hitting like that, because that was not what they agreed on. Siha thought that he would consider this revenge for the trouble he caused. He smiled when he heard the words that Creek would not put up with such an attitude, but interrupted him, telling him to shut up. As he left, the hero waved his hand, telling the red-haired man to come to the unused basement later. He had something. Later, Siha stood leaning against the wall, and Creek asked him why he brought him here. Bowing his head against the tree, he asked if he thought that he would be forced to act like a dog in front of the entire academy. Creek frowned and asked what the hero wanted from him. Looking into his eyes, Siha asked if he knew who his father was. The boy looked at his interlocutor in surprise and replied that he knew. He introduced a man with a ball in his hands, saying that he was the founder of the empire, and also a bloody count who killed dark mages. Creek looked at Siha in confusion, thinking that he wanted to humiliate him with his status, and the hero thought about what he asked because he really didn't know. Siha adjusted his robe, thinking that the man had an estate in the lands of Kastika, noting that Siha was indeed born rich. Pointing his finger at Creek, he asked if it was true that he had many acquaintances and demanded that he spread the rumor. The red-haired boy blushed when he heard what Siha wanted, and he should tell the other students about this. Siha waved his hand and replied that it needed to be done as soon as possible, not just their class but all the academies, the more the better. The red-haired man's mouth dropped open in shock as he heard Siha leaving, and he thought he was an idiot. Had he really gone crazy? The bright sun was shining on the buildings. From behind the door leading to the office, it was heard that the counts wanted to convey news regarding the young master from the academy. Sitting at the table, the man asked how he was doing. Raising his head, Tisu called Siha a pathetic younger son. Bowing, the servant replied that the situation was not very favorable, even with the count generously covering the tuition fees. Continuing, Tisu heard that he had stopped all assistance, which left Siha completely penniless, and noted that he would not die from this, and the difficulties would be good for him. The tip of the pen broke as he warned that if Siha said anything blasphemous about black magic again, he would kill him. Bowing, the servant also said that the boy seemed to have finally changed his behavior, and he got an incredibly good grade in the exam. The man said that he simply avoided the last place, but the servant retorted, saying that was not true. Tisu dropped the pen from his hands after hearing about the 11th place. Introducing Siha in a red robe, he also said that his reputation had changed, and rumors spread throughout the academy that the young master was slender, tall, and also boasted of his good looks. The man's mouth fell open in surprise. The castle was visible in the bright sunlight. Did Siha decide to use blackmail to spread rumors? Although this is a rather strange talk. The butler stood next to the table, saying that one thing is certain. Tisu frowned when he heard that Siha had changed so much, and thought that it had been this whole time. He remembered standing next to the boy, thinking that he had been strict with him so that he would come to his senses and give up his dark magic if he had really started to change. The brunette opened his mouth, saying that he was glad to hear such news about the only heir to the estate. He stood up from the table, and then with a slight smile, he said that if he was sorted into the magic faculty at the ceremony, he could tell him that he would resume his financial support. The sun shone on the white estate. The boy in the black robe made a delighted sound. Siha held the golden book by the ATM made of magic stones, and thought that he was just getting a part of the allowance that was cut due to his recent exam grades. There was a very long number in the book. The boy thought that with that amount of money, he could not lift a finger for the entire semester. The brown-haired man joyfully waved his fist, thinking that Count Tisu appreciated the honor. He was sure that the rumors that Creek had spread had a good effect. He heard a question about what he was doing. The boy turned to Adela, who told them to go to the auditorium. The ceremony was starting. The hero followed the humming girl, thinking that at Ardell Academy, second-year students were sorted into faculties that matched their abilities. There was a shining ball in the boy's palm. The hero thought that there was a place where a wide range of magical skills were studied and many opportunities for experience were provided, the Faculty of Magic. The girl was sitting, reading a book. The Faculty of Natural Sciences combines research, experimentation, and elements using magic. This is the Faculty of Natural Sciences. People were drawn to the planet. The Faculty of Theology uses magic to develop spiritual abilities such as prophecy and fortune-telling. Finally, the hero imagined a hooded figure, a skeleton, and a shining sphere, thinking that the Faculty of Necromancy is the only place where dark magic can be studied legally. The students lined up in rows in front of the man who said that they were starting the ceremony. Dean Ernest said that when he called their name, they should go up to the stage and put their hand on the magic cube. The yellow cube was shining. It was a magic tool that could reveal inborn inclinations and assign a specialty. Siha looked at it excitedly. In the original, of course, he got into the Faculty of Necromancy. The guy crushed his head. His wish to get rid of offenders with the help of dark magic came true, but he himself became a sad end. The sphere with the cube hovered in the air. The hero thought, I wonder what he will give this time. Although Siha's characteristics were adjusted according to his inclinations over the past couple of days, he was not a saint either. His fingers clenched into a fist. The hero thought that he was still not ready for the end, which became in the original. The brunette smiled when he heard that the first place in academic performance was taken by the student Han, who was trying to enter the Faculty of Magic. He smiled. The students were discussing that Han was in first place again. He was simply amazing. The brunette looked forward. The hero looked at him, thinking that this guy. Looking at the brunette surrounded by a glow, Siha thought that this was the main character in the story, Han. He approached the sphere. While the hero thought that this appearance, he was really conditionally awarded the advantage of the main character. Life is unfair. It would be better if he got into the body of the main character. The cube in his palm turned red. Standing by the shining sphere, Han heard that he was being assigned to the Faculty of Magic. Standing behind Siha thought that of course he would get the Faculty of Magic. He himself was expecting it. The blonde adjusted her hair when she heard that Solia was next. The girl looked forward, and the hitman thought that in the original she was a light magician, a genius among all geniuses and the closest comrade of the main character. The result is obvious. Siha nodded, heard that the student Solia was assigned to the Faculty of Magic, and thought that it was not surprising here either. The guy was going up the stairs. The dean looked at him. The hero thought that further assignment would be by rating. The smiling blonde heard that the student Seymour was assigned to the Faculty of Necromancy. The brunette was embarrassed when she heard that the student Heel was assigned to the Faculty of Technology. Siha smiled excitedly, thinking that he was going from the main characters to the supporting characters, probably because of the ranking, but he had already heard many familiar names. The brown-haired man's head shook when he heard his name being called. He stood next to the stairs, hearing the request to go to the stage. There was like darkness ahead. Imagining a white castle, the hero thought that in 3 years, the dark magicians from the Faculty of Necromancy will gather to start a rebellion and take over Ardal Academy, and they will all be defeated by the main characters and killed. Taking a step on the stairs, the guy mentally prayed. He reached out his hand to the sphere and begged, no, the Faculty of Necromancy. The cube turned yellow under the whispers of his classmates that it was really Siha. He heard that he had changed, but he had obviously gone to the Faculty of Necromancy. She had heard that he was interested in dark magic. The cube hovering nearby changed color. The dean saw the reddened cube in his palm. The eyes in the glasses became surprised. He said that this color. The red cube was reflected in his eye. Siha happily clenched his fist, hearing that he had been assigned to the Faculty of Magic. The crowd of students were talking. Passing by, the hero thought that he felt glances on himself. Half of them were curious why such a loser was not in the Faculty of Necromancy, and the other half were curious why he used dark magic. They were together, and he was alone in the Faculty of Magic. The girl waved her hand, happily congratulating Siha. Now they would see each other at the faculty. The hero turned to her, remembering that she was also in the magic faculty, and asked that she hoped that he would get into her faculty. The brunette blushed embarrassedly and mumbled. The hero looked at her silently. She was surprised when the guy covered his embarrassed face and asked to warn him when he said such things. The man came up from behind, heard Adela say that if he went to the necromancy faculty, they would quarrel every day. He helped her, so she does not wish him harm. Siha turned his gaze when he heard this voice. Han waved his hand and said that he was glad to meet him. He was also in the magic faculty. The brunette smiled sweetly, and the guy thought why he talked to him. The brunette stood in front of the young man and said that he was surprised that he was interested in magic. He extended his hand and expressed hope that they would work together. Siha exchanged a wary glance with his interlocutor. The guy shook his hand and reciprocated. Han smiled and asked how the hero was feeling. The classmate came closer and said that he heard that the interlocutor was accidentally locked in a dungeon right before the practical exam. The brunette closed his eyes and said that he found it interesting. Even if Adela was nearby, the average student would not be happy in a dungeon with an error in the program. He said that he was curious about what magic the guy defended himself with. Siha frowned, looking at the interlocutor, and mentally said his name. The brunette smiled slyly, and the hero wondered how he knew about this if the teachers carefully concealed this incident. The brunette remembered reading a novel about a hero who had the meticulousness of a detective, a sharp mind and seriousness, and it was impossible to read anything on his face, and besides, he was convinced that any evil must be merciless. Siha smiled nervously and thought that Han already suspected him of black magic and believed that he should be destroyed. The brunette stared at the young man. The hero and several other students were looking at the notice board. The guy was walking along the corridors with a suitcase, having learned that the construction of a new dormitory was finished. He looked into one of the halls and noted that the interior was almost like a 5-star hotel. The student looked around in search of his room. Siha looked at the sign above the door, Wing A, room 203. The young man opened the door slightly. Someone opened their mouth and then cried out questioningly. The red-haired guy pointed his finger at the hero and shouted his name. The guy tilted his head in bewilderment and asked what was so special about that. The interlocutor smiled and exclaimed that he was the superstar of the promotion ceremony, which brought Creek and even the royal offspring to tears. The brown-haired man smiled tensely, understanding what he was talking about. He remembered how Fabian approached him after the ceremony and began to complain about why he got magic, while he, a person of royal blood, got some kind of summoning of the dead. Then the young man smiled and said that he knew something about him in order to scare him a little. The blonde turned pale when the hero said that he was talking so much about his royal blood and demanding special treatment, but in fact he was lying, and the interlocutor fearfully asked how he knew. Siha scratched the back of his head and advised him to behave more quietly if he was afraid that everyone would find out. Fabian lowered his head and burst into tears, saying that he was not worthy of studying to be a magician, and the brown-haired man asked in bewilderment why he suddenly started whining. The hero began to sweat and thought that the other man was a fool when people around him started to whisper that he had said something terrible and made the prince cry. So his plan to be a model student and quietly graduate from the academy had failed. Siha sighed heavily, wondering if he would succeed at all, and the neighbor remembered that he had not yet introduced himself. The young man winked and introduced himself as one from the magic department, adding that the hero probably had not heard of him. The other man began to sweat and thought that it was just the opposite. He imagined a guy, Han's best friend, friendly, cheerful, and also reasonable and resourceful. The student always smiled carefree, but remained a good informant with very wide connections. The neighbor looked at the young man questioningly and asked why he was so surprised, and Siha thought that at the moment his entire circle consisted entirely of the main characters who, according to the plot, were supposed to kill him. He turned around and said that everything was fine, but the guy asked why he was sighing so heavily. Something moved in the suitcase when one offered the hero to join him and look around the new dorm. The redhead took out a map and said that it was always better to explore for yourself, so the hero agreed, thinking that it wouldn't hurt to get to know the place better. First, they came to a huge dining room with long tables. They turned to the exit, and the neighbor noted that nobles usually disdained to eat here, and the young man asked why. The redhead answered with a smile that the chef in this dining room liked to experiment, and it was unknown what they would be served on the table, because today's menu included fire boar bast with fresh vegetables, which was not a fact that it was edible. Then they approached a fenced area that was a field for magical training. One smiled. The hero raised an eyebrow in confusion when he said that you can train here without restrictions, but it is better not to approach when others are fighting, otherwise you can end up in the hospital wing. Once a month this definitely happens. The brown-haired man asked why not just put a magic barrier around the field, and the interlocutor noted that this was a good idea, which meant that the rumors were true that he had become smarter. Siha turned pale and asked not to remind him of this. The red-haired man grinned, and the hero thought that he was talking too much, but he had also learned some valuable things, which meant that communicating with him was useful. Clouds were floating above the academy, and the students decided to go back since they had all seen it. A purple fog appeared in the sky. The interlocutors were walking along the corridor when one noted that it had gotten dark, as if it was going to rain. The hero looked out the window and tensed up. Dark energy was swirling outside, and the guy realized that this was not some kind of rain cloud. It started to rain. The boys looked outside, and one suggested going to the main building and telling the teachers because something was wrong here. Siha grabbed him by the shirt and objected that it was dangerous. The interlocutor turned around in bewilderment and asked what it was, and the hero became serious and remembered what it was. Smoke was coming from the grass, soaked by the rain, and the young man recognized the scene with an oppressive atmosphere, because these were definitely not simple raindrops. The students were hiding under the canopy and shouting to everyone in the building, because this was a toxic rain that did not fall because of the smog, as it might seem, but the real threat was somewhere else. A cry was heard that it was even worse, and the students were missing. Siha frowned when he heard that Adela and Solia were missing. The hero remembered the page of the second chapter when an excited voice exclaimed that the girls simply disappeared. This is the episode Kidnapping in the Dormitory. The young man looked at the system window in front of his eyes. Caption, Episode 2, Student Kidnapping in Dormitory, Find the Kidnapped. Time, Reward, Penalty for Failure. It continued to rain outside. Dark clouds swirled around the mossy cave. Solia and Adela were sitting there, tied up by roots. The brunette frowned and exclaimed that she couldn't get them off. She looked irritatedly at the blonde, who advised her not to waste her energy on a vine that couldn't be torn apart so easily, and the girl was indignant that she hadn't told her earlier. Solia raised her head and said that she had tried to find a weak spot, but she hadn't succeeded. Adela closed her eyes and exhaled, muttering that she knew. The girl remembered the man in the cloak who had locked them in the giant tree and wondered why he had just left. The student glanced sideways at her interlocutor and thought that she had never offended anyone to make enemies, and that she had no value as a hostage, unlike Solia with her high-ranking patrons. The brunette smiled and noted that this reminded her of the situation with the wrong dungeon. She remembered the image of the main character and wondered what he would say now. The girl froze with an awkward smile. She frowned and was angry that she was even thinking about him, because he would never have guessed that she was in trouble and was just sleeping in the new dorm room. The blonde raised an eyebrow and mentally noted that she seemed to have asked her companion not to waste her energy. Adela turned around when her interlocutor said that she had one guess. The girl raised her head and noticed that the tree couldn't stand the light. A purple light was pouring out of a hole in the ceiling, and the brunette thought that the black fog that covered the sky was the last thing they saw before they ended up here. Drops of rain fell down and drummed on the plants, and the blonde said that it was an artificial cloud that covered the sky as well as the trunk that grew so high. The girl frowned and said that artificial clouds were usually used to partially illuminate, but not in this case. Adela turned to her and admired that the interlocutor guessed that the blocking of light was directly related to this tree, which was expected from the second place in the academy, and Solia said that she would be the one to be killed. The blonde frowned and said that whoever attacked the academy with this poisonous rain was clearly a black mage. She imagined the glow on her palms and added that the best remedy against black magic is light magic, such as the ability to cleanse the earth that she possessed. The brunette nodded and agreed, but thought that Solia only had this ability at the second level, but in such a small space it might work. The interlocutor raised her head and looked up, then closed her eyes and sighed. A glow appeared around her body when she said the words, "Peace on earth, prosperity and blessing of the earth, I command." The light emanating from the girl became brighter. Adela looked ahead worriedly and hoped that it would work with the light of such intensity. The blonde frowned, hearing someone demand that she stop fooling around. Dark shadows rushed towards the girl, breaking her spell, and her companion cried out her name in alarm. Solia was breathing heavily, and black fog was swirling nearby. She trembled as the dark tentacles approached her and the voice asked if she really thought she could get out. The creature glowed as it said that they were only second-year students, no matter how gifted they were. Solia sweated and widened her eyes, realizing that she was suffocating. The tree smirked, while the girl thought that the black fog had crawled into her brain and was ruining her thoughts, and the enemy said that he had an offer for her sweeter than death. The enemy smiled, saying that he would help her restore the former greatness of her family. The blonde turned pale and shuddered, and the tree said that she had lost everyone and everything that mattered, and it was difficult for her to enter the academy at such a time, although she was holding on with all her might, but lately her nerves were giving out. The dark creature stretched its tentacles towards her, muttering that it could easily revive her loved ones. The girl's eyes widened and she mumbled incoherent words about family. Adela began to sweat and shouted loudly, attracting attention. The tree man turned around when the student shouted that he was crazy for thinking that her life was sweet. The brunette looked at the enemy and asked why he started with Solia, because she was not so easy to figure out, and the enemy noted that the genius little witch was able to escape from the bonds of the black fog, although she was not a mental mage. Adela frowned and was glad that the tree would be distracted from the blonde so that she could come to her senses when the creature declared that she had something to offer. Solia was still shaking, and her classmate noted that this was mental magic that accurately finds a person's innermost desires and drives them crazy through them. The tree man approached and muttered that it was time to see what her soul desired, and the girl replied that the piece of wood had nothing to offer her, confident that this could only be endured by willpower. She smiled and asked where his real body was, since it was not respectable to hide behind a tree, and she hoped that the other captive would come to her senses and be able to cast properly while they were buying time for her. The enemy shuddered and asked again what she had said. The brunette turned pale when the tentacles rushed towards her, and the creature said that what she saw was enough for her. The girl closed her eyes and thought that she would not be able to reflect this, hoping for help. The guy looked forward and called lightning. A bright light pierced the roots, and the feathers flew off the girl's body. She looked up in bewilderment, wondering if it was Solia with light magic, and the ancient screamed. One ran up to the blonde, and Adela realized that she was still sick from the brainwashing, so it was someone else. The protagonist grinned as the dragon sat on his head and thanked him for the tip about light intolerance, as it was very effective. He helped his friend up, and she asked how he knew where to look and what kind of light spell it was. Siha smiled and replied that she had just been nearly killed, and she was already finding a place to chat. The redhead grinned and noted that even a small beam was already light magic, and the hero explained that he cast a regular beam spell and sent it through a magic magnifying glass that he carries in his backpack. The brown-haired man looked at the girl and asked if she was hurt, and the interlocutor said that she was fine. The guy squeezed the handle of the blade and said that this was great. He confidently looked forward, holding out the sword, and offered to go fight. Adela blushed and took the weapon. She examined the blade and recognized it as her old training sword, and the young man noted that, knowing her character, she would like to give the kidnapper a good punch. Siha smiled awkwardly and clarified that she liked to bury people alive. The girl closed her eyes and muttered that this was what she wanted, thinking what else could she expect from him. She pulled the sword out of its sheath and declared that she had no reason to hold back since her opponent was a dark mage. A man in a cloak appeared in front of them, holding his head, and the hero noticed that he finally decided to show his insides. The man frowned and glared angrily. Siha raised an eyebrow and offered to take his other eye so he would not stare like that. The villain clenched his hands, calling on the shadows, and muttered that he would finish them all off. The boy looked up where the roots were stretching and noticed that the mage had decided to block the space instead of attacking, trying to adjust the situation to his own liking. The sorcerer frowned and said that it was his turn now that his powers had returned. Dark energy reached out to the protagonist. Smoke surrounded the boy's body. He found himself in a dark space, and someone was whispering that he was a useless cockroach, abandoned even by his own family, because he hadn't even managed to finish his studies, and the boy himself was more suited to dark magic. Siha opened his eyes and noticed that this whisper was gnawing at his brain, realizing that the control spell was working rather unpleasantly. The sorcerer shuddered when the student asked if that was really the case. He shook off the fog and thought that the enemy was using fragments of this body's memories, but it had no effect on the hero at all. The villain turned pale and exclaimed why the control spell wasn't working, because the conditions were perfect. Siha smirked, raising an eyebrow and claiming that he was just a weakling, unlike him. The man clenched his fist and cursed, and the boy noted that the mage had already become one with the tree, as if it had become a part of him. The boy imagined the tree and noted that, if his memory served him correctly, this huge baobab was actually an ancient lattice tree. It was a hybrid created by dark mages by modifying a healthy sapling so that it enhanced mental magic, making it an ideal complement to mind control spells. The boy reached out to the pet and realized that dealing with the tree was quite simple, since like most such monsters, it often lacked durability despite its outstanding abilities. Adela was chopping the roots when the hero clarified with her, since the tree was vulnerable to light, to which he received an affirmative answer. The boy smiled and asked if she knew that it was unstable to fire, and the girl asked again, puzzled. The eyes of the boy and his dragon shone, and the hero sent it to attack. The sorcerer frowned and exclaimed, "How dare he?" Basilisk opened its mouth and breathed flames towards the enemy. Dark roots blocked his attack. The student flew back and hit himself hard. The boy looked at his pet with alarm. The lizard looked at its owner with disappointment, and he was glad that he managed to soften the blow a little, and at that time the sorcerer shouted that it was not the time to be distracted. The roots surrounded Siha, and he was surprised that they managed to get so close. The slash cut the roots. The girl stood in front of the hero and demanded that he stand up. She turned around sheepishly and said that this time he owed her. The interlocutor sweated and muttered that he thought he would die on the spot. The sorcerer stood up, and the brunette said that she would do everything to cover the young man, but he would need a stronger blow. Solia stood up with one's help, but Adela noted that they were still ordinary students, and their opponent was a strong dark mage. The situation was unimaginable. The girl looked at her friend and said that she thought he knew how to get out of this situation. She smiled and clarified whether she was right. The guy grinned in response and said that he did not. Clouds were swirling above. The sorcerer looked up and noticed that it had started to rain, realizing that his opponent was still inept, since first there was fire, and now this. The man extended his arm and attacked with his roots, declaring that this territory would be his again once the light died down, so thanks for that. The branches wrapped around the student's legs, and the enemy exclaimed that he had been fooled. The youth smirked and muttered that he could not believe that the enemy had actually fallen for it. The youth swung his wand, and the sorcerer asked him if he had really lost his mind. The hero thrust his weapon into the tree and cast lightning. The roots sparked from the discharge, and the current gradually approached the mage himself. A powerful lightning bolt pierced him entirely along with the tree. Siha shielded himself from the flying debris with his hand. He opened one eye and looked in that direction. The enemy grabbed his head, completely charred, and asked where the youth had so much power, since this was a basic spell. The boy smirked as he listened to the villain's basic words before he died, when the man said that control magic was supposed to work and he couldn't let that happen. Siha flinched as the mage said that he needed to find the cube as soon as possible. The enemy began to dissolve as the boy exclaimed what he meant, and the boy cursed under his breath. The hero touched his chin and thought that he had definitely heard of the cube in the original, and at that moment the blonde came up to him and asked his name. The student turned around in surprise. Solia fixed her hair and said with a smile that they had something to discuss because he had behaved simply amazingly. 4 students stood near the defeated enemy, and the brunette pulled the wand out of the root, while the hero replied that he had heard of Solia. He turned around and thanked her for her help. The interlocutor put her hands up in confusion and objected that she should be the one thanking him. The girl remembered the sorcerer's bewilderment and noted that it was Siha who suggested enhancing simple magic using water and called for rain to put out the fire and reduce the risk of it spreading. The young man raised his finger and reminded her that he would have been reduced to a husk if she hadn't cast a barrier. The blonde smiled and replied that it was he who gave the order to put up protection. The girl mentally noted that he managed to come up with a plan in a short time and implement a rather bold move. She looked at the student with embarrassment and thought that he seemed to already know how to use her magic. Siha smiled at her friend who handed him the wand, and Solia realized that he had opened up to her in a new way. The brunette looked up and thought when the young man asked if they had any ideas why that dark mage had kidnapped them. The hero exhaled and noted that he had thought the same thing when the girl told him how she had overheard them planning to brainwash them. He imagined the villain bending over the small figures of the girls and thought that they had kidnapped the best students of the academy and wanted to use them as their puppets. And if they had been skilled enough to catch Solia with magic, then the boy alone would not have been able to defeat them with a basic spell. The dragon looked at its owner with tears in its eyes, and he assured it that everything was fine. Basilisk whined in his arms, and the boy muttered that his back was almost broken while he was protecting it, so why make a fuss? Adela frowned and suggested that the pet was just worried about him, and one waved his hand and noted that, despite his S rank in taming, the hero could be really stupid. Siha squeezed the dragon and looked at them in confusion. The sunlight fell on his face as he realized what it was like to work together. The other students cheered around him. The sun was shining brightly on the tree, and Adela asked where her praise for her efforts was, and one defended Solia, so the hero replied that they did well and thought that even on the front lines, he had never experienced such camaraderie. He thought that there would be more to this episode. The boy stepped into the mud and muttered that it was just tiring. One looked at the hero, who was also standing in the water, and asked why he even came with him to look around, and the other asked him to stop complaining, while Adela and Solia decided to rest and recover a little. Siha frowned and thought that even though the monster's death had gotten rid of the poison, this wild swamp was still not a good place to walk. The boy smiled, realizing that he simply had to come here, and exclaimed that he had found it. The guys were standing in front of a large stone with a statue of Cerberus. It was a hidden place of the academy where the hero wanted to find a secret door. The student came closer and put his hand on the stone. One looked at the hero and noticed that the doors were opening. Siha remembered a scene from the novel, because initially this secret relic was supposed to be found by Han, who came to save the exhausted Solia, but now the brunette was one step behind. The students looked at the treasures with delight, and the hero thought that now it was all his, and he could do whatever he wanted. One looked around, wondering if all this had an owner, and his companion decided that even a villain needs to live on something, especially since who knows when he will be sent money again. The redhead clenched his fist joyfully and declared that this was a real jackpot, when the hero replied that if there was an owner, he died long ago, because the statue at the entrance was a 300-year-old relic. Siha winced when his companion asked how he knew about it. He smiled awkwardly and said that he heard it in history class when they were told about tribes that worshipped Cerberus. The dragon was wagging its tail, sitting on the gold. The owner looked at it, hearing a satisfied squeak. Basilisk was hugging a large gold bar, and the hero asked if he realized its value. The guy smirked and suggested that the pet just liked the yellow color, or that gold reminded the dragon of cheese. He waved his hand and said that he could take whatever he wanted, and the interlocutor asked if he could too. Siha reached up and said that yes, but within reason. The student took out the chest, hoping that this was it. Images of books and crystals flashed in his head. Because in this dark story, where the main thing is to stay alive, you need strength to survive, so it is much more important to look for items that will increase strength than gold. The hero looked into the chest and thought that this is what Han originally took after the battle with the dark mage. One approached him and asked what kind of thing it was, and the young man responded that it looked like a magic book. The redhead frowned and exclaimed that this was a book of dark spells for a beginner. He looked at his companion and asked to put it down quickly, because it could be cursed, and asked if his comrade had not yet recovered from dark magic. The young man opened the book and replied that he was mistaken. The object began to glow and flew into the air above the hero. Notification: the spell book is synchronizing with the user. Siha picked it up and asked his companion to read the title again. Then one discovered that the inscription had changed to the beginner's spell book. The hero looked at the trophy and assumed that everything changed depending on the owner, and also thought that perhaps the magician had put it there on purpose, but the thing was quite useful and expensive, even if it contained basic spells. The guy grinned and realized that this was a jackpot. This book provided the most important spells depending on the user's needs. With its help, one could quickly master any magic. The student grinned and thought that this was an opportunity to instantly learn the spells that other students spent a whole year honing. And in learning, all means are good. The hero suggested going back, and the companion asked to wait while he took another bracelet. The dragon turned its head when the owner said that it was time to move on, because the others were already waiting. The guy turned around. Suddenly, the young man turned around sharply, hearing someone say, "Stranger." Siha looked around at the sound in confusion, realizing that he was the only one who heard it, as his comrade continued to sort through the treasures. The student frowned and looked at the glowing book in his hands. The artifact was glowing, and the hero thought that the word outsider couldn't be a coincidence. Siha paled when the voice greeted the outsiders who crossed the worlds and stated that all their actions would affect the world, so the young man wondered if the world was turning upside down. He cringed and realized that his actions had clearly affected the plot. The boy imagined himself as one of the paper figures and thought that in the original, he should not have been here today. Someone had brought a pair of scissors to his image, because originally the hero was supposed to just die. The pages of the book were covered in writing, and if it contained the truth about everything, then it was the Book of Prophecy Carmen. The young man looked at it tensely and remembered that no matter what anyone said, everything written in it would come true. He imagined a wall between himself and the heroes of the novel and thought that perhaps this meant that he should not interfere in anything, and should not have gotten into this story where, out of his selfishness, he decided to live a calm and quiet life. Siha pressed his lips together when the voice called him an outsider again. The book shone above him and said that since he had been given this role, he should accept it and make miracles happen in this world. The young man raised his hands, and the book dissolved, declaring in parting that this world would go down the path of self-destruction if he did nothing. The boy turned pale and thought that he suddenly felt an extraordinary surge of strength. The hero staggered and assumed that this was the price for listening to the prophecy. He collapsed on the floor, the infirmary of the academy, and a loud voice was indignant that he was very afraid for him. Siha was lying in bed and apologizing to one standing next to him, assuring him that he was fine, now he just needed to rest. The red-haired man turned around and asked to rest while he went to the store. The brown-haired man smiled awkwardly, and the door slammed shut. He smiled and noticed that his thoughts were confused. The guy remembered the kidnapped students and the magician and thought that all his actions caused some kind of butterfly effect, and because of what he was doing, the main characters could die, and black magicians could take over the world. The silhouette of a majestic building appeared in his head, and the realization came that the Ardal Empire could collapse. The young man looked out the window and thought that he could not survive in a world on the brink of destruction, but this would all happen in the worst case. He frowned and noted that he wanted to live quietly until the end of the story, but he had stirred up too much trouble in his past life to do so in this one. He imagined himself in the past, being poked with pollen by everyone, because he was sticking his nose into things that weren't his business, for which he had made enemies and faced betrayal that had driven him to despair. Then the man stood alone and thought that he didn't want to live like this anymore, he wished for death. The student looked out the window and realized that he couldn't ignore his conscience if this world could really end because of him. Sunlight was shining through the curtains. The brown-haired man turned away and muttered why he was thinking about such things like that. He threw his head back and said that anyway, if something happened, he would do the same thing again, just like always. The hero was the only one here who knew the entire plot of Soul Academy from beginning to end, a reincarnated time traveler. The guy smiled and thought that it seemed like Siha, but it seemed like it wasn't, it was just him and that's all. Clouds were floating above the academy. When it became known that the kidnapping was committed by a black mage, the administration decided that the incident should not be made public. Siha and one looked at the teacher and were simultaneously praised for their brave rescue of their classmates and punished for breaking the ban on leaving the academy. Shaitan sighed tiredly, realizing that he would have to work in the workshop again and thought that it would be better to just pay. The lecture hall, where the first practical assignment in magic begins. The hero frowned when he heard that it would be a team project, although he was only discharged from the hospital wing yesterday. He imagined several types of people on group assignments. Some merged and immediately passed everything on to others. Others pretended to be too busy, and others did not want to strain themselves and had to be redone. Siha smiled nervously and noted that in this situation you get to know people in very vivid manifestations, because team projects are worse than hunting monsters. But the practical course in magic is full of them. He imagined a group of 3 people, where one gets a mandrake from the ground, and thought that, let's say, the team needs to get the most valuable loot in the dungeon, and for a dungeon of a higher level they give more points. An hourglass appeared in his head, and the guy remembered that you can get 0 if you do not get anything because of the very limited time to complete the task. Grint smiled and hoped that all the teams would work together. The students turned pale when the professor said that he was leaving it up to them to choose who to recruit for their team. The hero yawned and hoped that someone smart would take him on, since he did not want to do anything, and at this time the teacher gave 10 minutes to form teams. The guy opened his eye when someone addressed him. Han extended his hand with a smile and invited him to join their team. The student's eyes widened in shock. The others looked at them in surprise and assumed that it was because Siha got an excellent grade on the taming exam. The brown-haired man turned pale and asked if the other guy really wanted to do a team project with him. The brunette smiled, waiting for an answer. The next moment, he was dumbfounded because the hero refused him, saying that it bothered him. The student froze with a smile on his face, not showing that it hurt him. The dorm room. One laughed, asking how the hero could refuse him so abruptly, and Adela said that she did not expect her comrade to be so heartless. The four sat on the couch and armchairs near the table, and the red-haired man noted that their hero did not reject him and joined the team, and he wondered what he did not like about the genius hand. The other man answered that it all bothered him, and he was used to them, so he joined. The boy pointed to the new uniform in an attempt to change the subject, but thought to himself that he was simply scared of what might happen if he was on the same team as the protagonist. The redhead smiled and exclaimed that it was true. He smugly adjusted his tie and said that from the second year onwards, the robes and ties changed depending on the department: red for magic, blue for theology, green for natural science, and dark blue for necromancers. The hero closed his eyes and suggested ending the chatter and voting on which dungeon to choose, and mentally noted that it was nice to see the protagonists amused by such simple things. He pointed to the photo and asked what they thought of the B-rank dungeon Phantom Forest, to which he was told that they could handle a higher level dungeon. The boy added that they should definitely clear the dungeon to get valuable loot. The girls stared at him in shock when the hero told them that he had heard that there was an S-rank secret item in the Phantom Forest. The others were happy that this was the only way to get ahead of the other teams, especially since Professor Grint would really like the caches they found. The hero looked away when they asked how he knew all this and muttered that he just liked reading books. He looked at his comrades who had perked up and noted that everyone had taken his offer well and were already planning to take this dungeon. The guy sweated and thought that this reward was found by hand in his third year at the academy, but to really be involved in this world, he must have such cards in his hands. A bright light illuminated the roof of the academy, and the friends agreed to get ready and meet in 2 days. Linen light fell through the windows of the corridor. Several students were hiding in the utility room, and one of them reported that the hero's team was going to the B-rank dungeon Phantom Forest. The hooded boy smirked and said that it suited them. He took off his hood and, baring his teeth, said that he would be ready by then. On the day of the descent into the dungeon, a soft light came through the window. The friends walked along the corridor, led by the protagonist, and he mused that most of the dungeons were located somewhere on the territory of the Ardell Academy, outside the buildings, but the entrance to the Phantom Forest was in the library. The boy pointed ahead and said that they say that you can encounter ghosts here that enter here through the thin barrier, and a frightened Adela shook her head and noted that they do not exist. The girl turned pale when the voice declared that this was true. She hid behind the blonde and screamed when the boy appeared in front of them. He looked at them and objected that he was a person. It's just that ghosts are completely ordinary monsters, and they exist. Siha raised an eyebrow and asked who he was while Solia tried to calm her friend down. The other man smirked when the hero noted that he was not from the magic department, judging by his tie. He smiled and introduced himself as a first year, Usher Barton. Siha frowned, trying to remember the name when the boy said he wanted to go to the dungeon with them. The boy clasped his hands and promised not to interfere, and the hero remembered an outstanding first-year student who had shown clairvoyance since childhood, and gained the patronage of the best second-year student in the theology department and therefore had great influence in the academy. The brown-haired man smiled and clarified whether the boy had seen anything in the future. Usher shuddered and looked at the other man in surprise. The hero frowned and asked what his goal was, but he was interrupted and asked to stop. The girl came closer and told him not to be so suspicious because they were going to the Phantom Forest to get that unsightly bookshelf. Heel put her hands on Adela's shoulders, and she screamed in fear when the brunette said that the boy could be useful to them because he could see ghosts. The student smiled sheepishly and apologized for scaring her, then introduced herself as Yun Heel, a second-year theology major who was looking after Usher. Not long ago, the boy was looking into a crystal ball, and the girl said that he saw something in his last clairvoyance practice. At that time, the boy pestered the teacher to get permission to go with the main character. The brunette later came up to him and stood up for him, taking responsibility for it, because it was the first time she saw him so persistent. Siha frowned and asked if they were plotting against them, to which the girl chuckled and assured him that she had only agreed to accompany Usher for one reason. The young man raised an eyebrow when the girl said that it was because he was the one leading the team. Heel blushed and declared that he was her type. The hero turned pale and stared at her, dumbfounded. The girl pressed her hands to her cheeks and muttered that she had a feeling when he was accepted into the magic department and their eyes met, because he had big eyes, slightly sloppy chocolate-colored hair, and a crooked smile when he laughed. She said that she never misses a chance to look at a handsome guy up close. Siha froze in shock, and one chuckled and said that Heel was not only the best second-year theology student, but also a fan of handsome guys who were excellent students. The redhead smiled and said that since they were going to a dungeon full of disembodied spirits, they definitely could use a couple of students from the theology department, and Solia agreed with him, while the hero thought that these people still called themselves friends. The student pushed the book aside and said that the barrier was opened with magic. A bright light poured out of the empty space. Seahawk covered his eyes with his hand and squinted. He looked at the portal to the dungeon that appeared in front of Usher. Basilisk stirred and growled, and its owner remembered that the only dungeon that had a dragon was the one with slimes, so he became wary. He picked up the pet and muttered that they had resolved all the issues. The guy resolutely looked forward, holding the dragon in his hands, and suggested that they move on. Explosions were heard in the sky. Adela and one were blindfolded, fighting. The protagonist watched them fight from the side. He sighed and thought that Professor Grint was right to insist that the only way to survive was to learn teamwork. Only one magic item was given to enter this dungeon, and without it, it was impossible to see the ghost. The young man imagined two students tearing off a bandage and realized that if uncooperative and headstrong students were going to go down to the dungeon, they would fight at the entrance, without even meeting a single monster. Seehaw smiled and was glad that they had decided in advance who would wear bandages. Adela and one would go ahead and scout because they were agile. Solia had the most effective skills against dark monsters, and Basilisk breathed fire, so they should deal with small monsters as quickly as possible. The hero pressed one monster with his foot and created a magic bow, realizing that the plan was excellent. Heel and Usher were standing nearby under a tree, and the girl noted that their work was so well coordinated that they didn't even have anything to help with, and the boy exclaimed that Seehaw impressed him the most. The hero extended his hand and ordered the dragon to attack, and Usher said that the brown-haired man had not studied theology, had not attended additional classes, but was good at predicting the movements of ghosts, like a warrior who had burst onto the battlefield blindfolded. The boy squinted and thought that his vision had not deceived him. When he stood in front of the magic ball, he received a prediction that a stranger from the magic department would save the world. The main character's face with a dragon on his shoulder was clearly visible in it. Usher shuddered and opened his mouth. Seehaw turned around in surprise when the young man shouted that a powerful cloud of energy was moving towards him from the right. Purple smoke was coming out of the hut near which the students were standing. It wrapped around his legs, and the hero thought that it became cold and felt an oppressive energy, which was even stronger than if there was a cloud of monsters around. Inside was a skeleton in a cloak with glowing eyes, and someone exclaimed that there was a boss in front of them. His weapon was a psychic attack that penetrated memories, so the hero and Solia decided to go on a direct attack on him. The partners stood in front of the monster and declared that they were ready, although they had not planned this in advance, but volunteered because they had already withstood such an attack once. The skeleton swung his scythe, leaving a trail of mana. The young man flew back and goggled, noticing that his attack was simply lightning fast. He frowned and thought that he needed to stay calm. After all, this was not a physical attack, and if he ignored the influx of voices and held onto his melting consciousness, then it should work. The guy suddenly found himself in the middle of nowhere, not feeling any feelings, not even touch. The student looked around and guessed that this was a psychic attack from the ghost boss, the Void Room, but something was wrong. The boy thought that a B-rank dungeon was home to some serious monsters, but this boss shouldn't be strong enough to use such an ability. The boy walked forward and muttered what was happening to the others, and in response, he was told that it was because of him that it died. Seehaw turned around and heard someone saying that he was very sorry, but in response, the person insisted that he should have refused right away since he knew he couldn't. The hero turned pale, guessing what it was. He saw himself from the past and his real memories. The boy smiled wryly, looking at the man in the robe, and thought that even after so much time, he hasn't changed. The doctor looked forward when someone said that it was so pitiful. The medics were standing in the hallway, discussing the bastard who had stabbed their boss in the back and who they shouldn't mess with. The hero himself was standing around the corner and heard everything, but he didn't regret it for a second because he just did what he had to do. The guy remembered his boss, who was a psychopath who pretended to be a doctor and killed many innocent people while practicing his cruel medicine, and the hero simply revealed his crimes to everyone else, despite the fact that he had status and connections, and it was inevitable. Everyone pointed at the hero and called him a snitch, no matter what hospital he ended up in, and in the end, he only received insults for ruining the career of their idol, despite the fact that he himself was a genius. One day, a nurse came up to him and reminded him that he had to go to the operating room. The hero looked at his shaking hands, not understanding what was happening, but he couldn't control himself. The man at the desk yelled that they shouldn't let a person with shaking hands into the operating room. Later, the guy sat in front of a psychologist who noted that suppressed emotions manifested themselves in the form of trembling. The guy was shaking and muttering that he was told that it wouldn't be sorted out quickly and needed observation, not understanding how he had gotten to this point. The doctor covered his face with his hands in despair. The other employees stood by the ATM and gossiped about how a shaking piece of shit decided to come to the hospital even though he had once been the best student. The hero walked, and behind his back they continued to whisper, and every day it seemed to him that he was slowly going crazy, so he left the clinic himself. The guy took off his badge, considering himself weak and stupid. Siha. The young man lowered his head and noted that he had the same name as in the Soul Academy. The student frowned and realized that he thought that with time everything would get better. The hero looked ahead, wondering what kind of light was that. The dragon happily looked out and looked at its owner. Siha's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of the pet. Basilisk jumped into the arms of the student, who thought that it was okay in the artificial space created by the dungeon boss's magic, but how could it invade someone else's mental space? The dragon squeaked and its eyes lit up. The hero narrowed his eyes and flashed an eye, guessing that taming connects the hearts of mages and monsters with the help of magic, and even Basilisk is able to sense the negative emotions of his past life. The guy hugged the pet and asked if there were such emotional dragons as puppies. He smiled and thought that he made such a choice because that older man was a pompous ass, and not because the hero was a petty rebel. Siha simply could not betray his sense of justice in saving the wounded animals. He wanted to protect them. The student picked up the pet and said that it helped him sort out his thoughts. Basilisk pointed his paws to the side, and the owner asked if there was something there. The young man looked ahead and asked what he was waving his paws for. He widened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed what it was. A blue heart with a lantern inside was pulsating in front, and the hero assumed that it was a secret object. Siha raised his head and noted that the monster's domain contained secret items that had been hidden before, and if he remembered correctly, it was the phantom lamp. The artifact was burning, located in the boss's heart. The student concentrated energy in his hand and decided that he needed to destroy it quickly. He summoned a weapon and asked his pet to help. The dragon frowned and was engulfed in flames. Arrows mixed with fire floated in the air. The hero held out his wand and attacked with a triple arrow, piercing the heart. A lamp floated in front of the young man. He took it and thought that this old-fashioned epic had come to an end. Siha smiled and noted that he had not changed at all. The guy stood in front of his partners, who were already worried that he had been there for so long. The student showed a sign that said, "You have cleared the phantom forest," and the red-haired man was happy. One looked at the lamp and muttered that he thought the hero was just bluffing, since it was rare to find a secret item in a dungeon, and the brown-haired man thought that this was usually the case. Solia touched her chin and asked if it was strange. She looked at the guys and said that they thought they could withstand the boss's attack, but they couldn't, so it remained a question of where such strong magic could come from in a B-rank dungeon. Adela reached out to the artifact and said that there were quite a few strange details here, and that this item emitted much more magical power than usual. The hero frowned and asked where Heel and Usher were, thinking that his intuition had been right. The interlocutors shuddered in surprise, and the red-haired man exclaimed where they had gone. A group of people appeared to the side, and a voice answered that they were here. The theology students were tied up and floating in the air, and the man said that the annoying kids were acting recklessly to protect the protagonist. The hooded student smiled and asked if there were any more victims. Siha frowned and remembered that the necromancer's plan, demonic necromancy, was just beginning. Seymour, the leader of the necromancers, took off his hood and said that he was going to kidnap the protagonist when he was exhausted from the boss battle, but it seemed like they would have to deal with him face to face. The brown-haired man flinched when he was addressed. A blonde girl appeared in the crowd, and the protagonist was reminded that they were quite close in their first year. The guy made a hand gesture and said that the boy was currently hanging out with the mages, but they knew what he was like, so he would be given a chance to show his true self. Adela won, and Solia frowned when the villain demanded that they be handed over to him. Seymour grinned and asked to come here. Siha raised an eyebrow and thought that the interlocutor was simply crazy. The brunette beckoned with his hand and said that if the guy joined them now, they had the project in their pocket. The preparations were already made and it remained to fulfill the last condition. The brown-haired man smiled tensely and noted that he had something in mind, after which the interlocutor said that they needed his help because they had a serious shortage due to the fact that the hero defected to the magicians. Adela and Solia shuddered when the guy reminded that the young man was doing a project on summoning demons. The girl looked in their direction and thought that the necromancers were completely crazy since they were practicing black magic within the walls of the academy. Seymour smiled, and the brown-haired girl remembered that her friend had talked to him in their first year. She turned pale and was afraid that the hero continued communicating with them even after he transferred to the Faculty of Magic, and everything that he threw off the baobab of that magician was actually to deceive them. Adela looked at the brown-haired man with alarm and mentally asked him to say that this was not true. The main character grinned and said that summoning a demon was a very serious ritual, but it could help. The necromancer was delighted and exclaimed that he was glad that he could be trusted. Siha smiled and said that he had pig's blood, straw, ogre scales, the root of a demonic tree, and a suitable vessel left. The brown-haired woman sweated and asked what the story was with the ritual, not believing that they were talking so friendly. Seymour arched an eyebrow and said that such a stupid magician would not understand. He bared his teeth and said that to summon a demon, you need the ability to possess because it is a powerful creature. The necromancer raised his hands and asked if they really thought that they had set this up just to catch them and boost the boss's strength. Adela gritted her teeth when the brunette said that the stronger the mage, the better for the summoning ritual. Solia shuddered when Seymour added that it was even better if he was from a sacred family. The brunette smiled when the hero said that his squad was perfect, and the interlocutor noted that he knew they would get along. The necromancer extended his hand and said that it was time to unite again. The hero grabbed him tightly and turned his wrist. Siha used a charge, and the interlocutor was pierced by electricity. He fell to the ground and looked at the young man in fear. The student's hand was sparking, and the interlocutor exclaimed what he was doing. The brunette pointed his finger at him and said that he almost died because of him, and he should have helped him, adding that the plan was good, but he overlooked a couple of details. Siha grinned, pulled a wand out of his sleeve and said that, firstly, the necromancer was too naive to trust him, and secondly, he underestimated him. Seymour knelt down and asked if the hero really dared to deceive him. He took the wand and, concentrating his energy, was indignant that he got to the faculty of magic and decided to completely betray them. The brunette swung and frowned, exclaiming that then the guy would also become a victim. The hero covered himself with his hand from the attack and was surprised that the spell was so fast. Adela ran up to her friend and asked if he was okay, to which she received an affirmative answer. She leaned over and muttered that she was glad, and the young man thought that he was touched by the fact that she immediately ran to help, although they had been training together for quite a long time. The hero smirked and asked if she was worried, and the sorceress replied that she was afraid that he would get carried away with dark magic again. She smiled ominously and said that she would have killed him on the spot, and the boy muttered that it was a relief, not knowing whether to be happy or cry. They stood up and looked at the necromancers, and Adela noted that the spell had hit him pretty well. The blow was quite strong, and the hero thought that people were usually knocked out by such a thing, but the main villain was not simple. The student frowned and asked the girl to hold off the other necromancers along with the blonde, thinking that Seymour was a hero who would be a rival even to hand, so he would have to try hard. The interlocutor turned and nodded when the boy said that the leader would be aiming at him. Seymour smirked and attacked, but the hero put up a shield. He gritted his teeth as his armor cracked under the onslaught of the enemy. Siha narrowed his eyes and wondered why the enemy was so strong, noting that this was not some minor character like him. The brunette smirked and sent magic to attack, asking if the boy had thought of something new. The brown-haired man frowned when his wand was knocked out of his hands. The boy's eyes widened when he was grabbed by the neck and told that he should have chosen his position better. Seymour lifted him off the ground and said that it would be better to get rid of him early since he knew the plan. The student narrowed his eyes, clutching his throat, and noted that it was quite difficult to go against the original plot, although he understood that this was not an enemy that could be easily defeated, but a few adjustments could be made. Basilisk flew up from behind and attacked the enemy with fire. The necromancer frowned and turned around. The hero touched his neck and thanked the pet, while the enemy screamed that his clothes were burning because of the stupid dragon. The brown-haired man narrowed his eyes and looked away. Basilisk looked at his master, and a notification appeared above him about reaching level 10 and opening a new skill, Fireball, which calls a pillar of fire that affects all creatures from a distance of less than a meter, except for allies. The guy looked at the dragon and was surprised that this happened right now. He approached the pet and, deciding that this was a great time, ordered it to attack. A powerful pillar of fire fell on the entire territory. One turned around and shouted irritably that the hero was crazy to use fire and lightning in the middle of the forest, because only thanks to Solia's shield, they were not fried. Siha sank to the ground and clutched his stomach, not expecting this spell to be so exhausting. The dragon hovered nearby, engulfed in energy, and the student thought that he was completely angry, but there was no strength to contain his onslaught. The necromancer stepped forward and muttered that others might fall for such a trick, but not him. Siha frowned and was indignant that this cockroach was holding on even after being hit. Seymour pointed his wand at him and declared that he would take him with him even if he died, as a fucking traitor. The hero frowned and sweated. A bright flash appeared. The young man watched as his rival fell to the side. A man was standing behind him. Siha looked at him questioningly. The girl in the robe was holding a shovel, but the hero did not understand why she attacked the leader. She smiled and was glad that she was not late and guessed to grab a shovel for self-defense, which her grandfather made. The interlocutor took off her hood and asked if the protagonist was okay. Siha, losing consciousness, saw a worried face and asked how she ended up there. The girl leaned over and asked him not to pass out, but the fatigue from the adventures in the dungeon took over, but the situation was quickly resolved. The necromancy and black magic club was temporarily banned. The protagonist was lying in the infirmary, where Heel and Usher were pestering him, who were also given time to recover. Lecture hall, the result of the practical task. Grint wrote on the board that the hero's team received the highest score. Adela happily fidgeted with her friend, because they were the only ones to receive an excellent grade in Professor Grint's class, although the young man did not want them to stand out so much. The others whispered that they had a hidden reward, and the guys really tried, although Siha even brushed Han off. After several days of complete chaos, the hero came to the academy's dungeon and stood in front of the camera. Someone stood up and muttered that he heard footsteps and decided to take a look. The brown-haired man frowned, looking at the prisoner. Seymour leaned on the bars and said the hero's name with a grin. He looked at him and asked if he had come to see the necromancer rot, but the young man asked him to calm down. Siha smiled and reminded him that he would be released anyway. The brunette gritted his teeth and demanded that he shut up, but the hero said that his noble father would not let it go like that, although perhaps such things would be a reason for his parents to disown him. The interlocutor gritted his teeth. He squeezed the bars and exclaimed if he had said everything. Seymour frowned and asked why he had come at all. The hero handed him the letter with a grin. The brunette extended his hand and took it. The necromancer looked at the envelope in bewilderment, and Siha turned around and said that his father would soon arrive to rescue him, since he could not allow his only son to tarnish the family's honor. The brunette folded his hands behind his head and added that the necromancer's family was known for mercilessly expelling anyone who disgraced them, and such a fate could await him. The brunette frowned and unfolded the paper. The hero grinned and thought that this teenager was not afraid to do black magic, but was afraid of being kicked out of the family. Seymour stared at the sheet in shock, and the young man suggested that he could send this letter if such a situation arose. The prisoner's hands were shaking when the magician said that this letter said that he was being blackmailed by an order of black magicians, although it was a fake, but all the symbols and seals were authentic, so it should do. Seymour grinned and thought that this letter was almost as real. Siha turned around and said that with this, the case of the unfortunate student who was forced to perform a demon summoning ritual by evil black magicians would be safely closed, and it would be easier for his family to settle everything. The brunette frowned and asked why he was giving it to him. He sweated and then asked where the guy got it from. The interlocutor grinned and muttered, like where else? Siha turned around and said that there was a person in the academy who would do everything to help him. The hero was sitting on the couch opposite the blonde and the man. The man looked at the young man and asked if he had delivered the letter. The student took the cup and answered in the affirmative. He smiled and said that it was all thanks to the dean. Ernest looked at him and the guy remembered that he had summoned him personally and rewarded him like never before, and told him to ask for whatever he wanted. The man folded his hands and said that he was puzzled by the young man's request for Seymour's pardon. The student was the leader of the Necromancy and Black Magic Club and the main culprit of the incident, so his actions could not be dealt with by a simple disciplinary action. Siha frowned when the other man suggested that he saw something useful in him, and said that Seymour was the kind of person who would do anything for revenge. He imagined the brunette leaving in tears, and noted that if he were given a disciplinary action and expelled, he would harbor a grudge and go down an even more crooked path, and his dark talents would find an even more terrible use. The young man added that if the dean pardoned him and found something to do, the Black Magic Club would disband on its own, and the boy's dark talents would be directed towards good. Siha smiled, and the other man noticed that he had a talent for teaching, although the boy was simply warning himself that the necromancer would not return to take revenge on him. The girl put her hands on the table and exclaimed that she did too. Natalie stood up and smiled happily. She was the one holding the shovel then, although in the story she was a sweet, cheerful, and smart student, the favorite of the whole school, who suddenly appeared in a robe, which scared everyone. The girl clapped her hands and realized that she hadn't even introduced herself yet. She raised a finger and said that the dean had planted her in the Dark Magic Club as an agent. Ernest nodded when the hero noted that the necromancy department had somewhat neglected the problem of dark magic, and the man added that if the students were given safe lessons in dark magic, it would give a safe outlet for their curiosity and prevent accidents. Natalie said that this time she thought that everything had gone too far, and only Seymour and a few other students from the club knew about the demon summoning. She turned pale, standing among the necromancers, because only after entering the dungeon did she begin to understand how serious everything was. The blonde smiled and said that she couldn't have done the job without Siha's help, and the student mages could have gotten hurt badly. The boy scratched his head in embarrassment when she thanked him again, and muttered that he did it for his own salvation as well. The dean narrowed his eyes slyly and smiled, saying that he had a suggestion. The boy shuddered and thought that he wanted to say something sinister. Ernest grinned happily and said that the international community of magical research expressed the desire for the boy to represent Ardell Academy. After these words, the hero thought that he knew it. Siha smiled tightly and asked if it wouldn't be better to appoint someone from the top students for this position, since he wanted to avoid high-profile positions, to which the man replied that he thought so too. He showed the hero's answer sheet and noted that the young man had shown an outstanding result on the last practical task from Professor Grint, for which he had even received several points above measure. The guy was surprised that the teacher had given him a higher grade. The brown-haired man froze when he heard that he was now third in the magic department ranking after Han and Adela. The hero opened his mouth in surprise, and the blonde clapped happily. With the same expression, Siha returned to his room, where a dragon sat on his head, and one looked at his neighbor in bewilderment. When he realized it, the hero screamed. He began to hit the wall in horror, realizing that he could not escape everyone's attention when he found himself in third place, and the red-haired man asked the dragon to be careful because his master had completely gone crazy. The hero turned around when his neighbor asked if he was really that worried about the competition, but the young man replied that he didn't even want this third place. Then the red-haired one noted that this would not please Solia, who had held third place for a long time. The brown-haired man shuddered and frowned. One pointed to the chest and, promising that he would not tell the girl, offered to cheer him up by opening the dungeon reward, after which the hero thought that he had not even had time to open it, because it was constantly dragged back and forth. The student happily approached the chest and noted that in addition to hidden rewards, each participant in the dungeon raid receives a personal reward, so this is an opportunity to please himself with a surprise. The hero smiled and remembered that his friends said that they got pretty decent rewards from their chests, so he wondered if he would get a top-ranked item. The box swung open, and a bright light came out of it. The guys and the dragon looked inside and frowned. Inside was an Orank Tira egg, from which the legendary Tira monster would hatch. The young man frowned and muttered the name of the creature in confusion. The book had a picture of a winged lizard. The hero shouted that it was a reptile again, to which the neighbor laughed and noted that he lived with a genius trainer. Then the brown-haired man asked him to shut up. The venue for the scientific and magical conference, which will be held in the Seinen Empire, is a large-scale event, lectures, exhibitions of the Association of Magicians all over the course of 3 days. Some students were on the platform for the exchange of knowledge of talented magicians from all over the world. Others fought with wands, since in international competitions between schools, the honor of both the school and the country for which the student is competing is at stake, so the confrontation is serious. Siha leaned against the back of the sofa, feeling overwhelmed with worries, and Adela, sitting opposite, asked if they knew anything about herbology, the subject in which they were expecting competitions. The girl smiled and remembered how the dean had said in the morning that this was their first conference and it was very good that they would gain new knowledge and broaden their horizons. The student folded her arms and added that Ernest had insistently asked to bring at least a couple of awards to the academy. Han opened the suitcase and said that if they learned the rules of making mixtures, it would be half the battle, because they all took herbology in their first year. The guy took out a book. He handed over the textbook with a smile and offered to study it while they were traveling. Siha raised an eyebrow and replied that it was not for nothing that the brunette was a straight-A student. He was prepared for everything in advance, and the girl hurried to run off to get them something to drink. Han looked at the hero, who noted in surprise that his girlfriend had run off somewhere. The brown-haired man looked at his interlocutor when he addressed him. He scratched his cheek and muttered that when he and one entered their room, the hero showed them something. And Siha remembered that he accidentally grabbed what the black magician had gotten from the baobab, and Han saw this prey by an unfortunate coincidence. The students were sitting opposite each other, and the brunette asked if he had the thing with him, receiving the answer that the young man had just taken it because he thought it was risky to leave it in the dorm. The hero remembered how Han had unfolded the map in the room and turned pale, and the reason was the same as why the brown-haired man had decided to go to the conference, although he could have pretended to be sick. Cube. The guy imagined how many hands were reaching for the object, and thought that according to the plot of the Soul Academy in the Ardal Empire, most magicians are white, so why do the few black magicians so often cause terrible disasters in their scale? The fact is that black magicians got hold of ancient artifacts called cubes, and this shook the balance of power. The cube is an incredibly powerful magic amplifier that is created by concentrating black magic, a dangerous artifact that gives a mediocre magician the power of a great magician, as explained in the novel. The young man imagined a tall tower, which according to the story, black magicians secretly built and placed cubes collected from around the world in it, intending to use this tower to attack entire countries using the infinitely strengthening effect. The hero turned pale and thought that, fortunately, the main characters destroy the tower and take all the cubes, so the villain's plan will not work. Although in the process of this feat, many secondary characters die tragically, so it is not for nothing that readers consider Soul Academy to be excessively gloomy and joyless. The train arrived at the station, and the student realized that the characters first encountered a cube in the Seinen Empire. The trio entered the building, because immediately upon arrival they headed to a conference. The hero sat in the last row with his comrades when they attended herbology lessons. In the corridors they crossed paths with other students, and Adela did not hesitate to shoot them a threatening look, so they spent a very busy time participating in exhibitions and taking courses that they liked. 2 days later, the hero stretched near the bed and thought that the competition was starting tomorrow. He fell on the pillow and remembered that the dean asked to bring at least a couple of awards, but frankly speaking, the young man still did not understand anything about herbology, but now he needed to sleep. The brown-haired man opened his eyes, hearing a noise. The brunette froze when Siha asked who was there. The student smiled, standing behind the window, and was surprised that he noticed him, after which the hero exclaimed that his classmate rattled like a cupboard. He crossed his arms, looking at his interlocutor, and asked what he didn't like about the door, that he needed to climb through the window, and his partner replied that he wanted to talk quietly, and there was someone in the corridor, more precisely Casper. Siha's eyes widened and he realized that they were scout mages who wore invisibility cloaks. He looked at the brunette with bewilderment and asked what they were doing at a simple conference, but the man said that he had come to ask for a favor. Han extended his hand and asked for his map, because it indicated something. The brown-haired man opened his mouth and asked if he meant the location of the cube. The brunette shuddered and asked if the young man really knew about cubes, so the hero decided to play dumb and said that the word was written on the map. The student raised an eyebrow and thought that Han knew exactly what they were and why they were dangerous. A long time ago, a little boy sat next to the bodies of his murdered parents, who had managed to seal the power of such a cube, but were killed by black mages. Han froze in shock when he saw the map and realized that the sorcerers were up to no good again. And he realized what catastrophic consequences would result from even one cube falling into their hands. The brunette frowned and said that tomorrow was the last day, and the map indicated a place that was somewhere nearby. And today he decided that he was obliged to continue his parents' work and find the cube to prevent it from falling into the hands of the black magicians. The interlocutors looked at each other, and Han asked to give him the map because he had to find this place before they had to return, but he was refused. The hero shook his head when the brunette assured him that he had not intended anything bad, and said that he could not give it to him because the guy remembered that the first cube would go to the black magicians. The young man remembered the student who screamed from helplessness and despair because the level of difficulty would begin to rise exponentially if he missed this cube. So Siha smiled, deciding that this time they would do as he said, and said that he would not give him the card but could go with him. The student looked at him confidently and offered to go with him. Han raised his hand and replied that he could not devote him to the details, but the cube was a very dangerous artifact, so he did not want to drag him into this. The brown-haired man said that he did not know what the cube was and why it was so necessary, but asked to take it with him with a promise not to interfere. The brunette shuddered when the interlocutor reminded him that he had no choice, because he would not get the card so easily. Siha grinned contentedly when the guy agreed. The wizard froze questioningly when Han said that tomorrow they must win the competition. He put his hand to his chest and added that only after that they would go do what they must. The students were sitting next to each other in the office. They all calmly looked ahead. Han lowered his head, and the hero remembered what he had told him last night that they must do. He imagined his partner, who said that after winning the competition, they would infiltrate the magic department and steal the cube. The student showed a map and noted that the artifact was on the 3rd level of the magic department basement, but it would not be easy to get there because security had been strengthened and the area was under strict control. The hero touched his chin and noted that it would be difficult to go straight ahead, so the brunette said that there was one way. He extended his hand and said that they needed to win the competition because the winner would get a chance to visit the magic department, but they would not show them the basement since only employees could get there. The brown-haired man crossed his arms and said that they would just have to get there themselves. He looked slyly at his interlocutor and said that there was a suggestion to take Adela with them because the 3 of them would have a better chance. Siha showed his fingers and noted that teams participate in the competition, and the excursion to the magic department is also designed for 3, so it would be difficult to hide everything from her. The brunette sighed and argued that it was dangerous and the girl might not agree, but the hero replied that his friend would be more than happy to hunt a couple of dark mages. Siha put his hand on his head and thought that the day of the competition had arrived, and some sense of reality began to return to him. He turned pale and realized that he had so confidently dragged Adela into this matter, but he himself knew nothing about herbalism. The other students looked at the professor, not expecting to ever see him in person. Bruce Miller, the absolute authority on herbalism, smiled and said that he was glad to meet everyone. He spread his arms and said that not all magic was created to harm others, and there was some that saved people's lives. That was the essence of herbalism. The man made a gesture and offered to tell about the competition that they were so looking forward to. Bruce said that now, using only their knowledge, they needed to create something that did not yet exist, a completely new potion. The members of the committee smiled when the professor added that the winner would be the one who could get the highest score from all the judges. The students looked at each other worriedly and discussed how all the judges were experienced magicians and how it was possible to create a potion that would satisfy everyone. Siha leaned on his hand and thought that he had spent the last 2 days collecting new ingredients for the potion as he was instructed and expected something like this. But this task was even more abstract than he thought. The young man narrowed his eyes and sweated, deciding that the only way to get close to the cube was to win the competition. The boy was silent for a while, sitting on his chair. Then he stretched and muttered that he had no choice and would have to rack his brains. Some time later, the girl exclaimed that the hero really was an undereducated herbalist. Adela frowned and asked how he was going to get the highest score from those strict professors when he barely knew the contents of the textbook Han had shown him on the train. The interlocutor looked away, embarrassed, and smiled. He remembered that the professors who drank the potion made by the Ardal Academy team suddenly felt incredibly good. Bruce looked at his hands and said that a strong desire to create was growing inside him, and the woman smiled and was happy that she couldn't wait to create something, while the third judge looked at the flower and exclaimed that his inner child was coming alive again. The hero noticed that their moods were improving, and they became more free in their thoughts and felt that the power of their primary magic was growing. The boy imagined the bottle in his mind. It was a potion of art. Siha smiled as he mixed the ingredients and thought that he had simply mixed the potion with alcohol. Of course, it was just a couple of herbs that the Saiyan Empire added for flavor, so the potion was impractical but unique. It transformed the magic of the elements they used into something artistic, and the small amount of MSG added a bit of spice to the presentation. The student held the bottle and gave a heartfelt speech, which the judges could not help but fall for. The trio got out of the carriage, standing next to the professor, and they safely reached the Department of Magic. There were sofas in the corridor, and the man said that he had not been so impressed by the students' potions for a long time. Bruce looked at them and said that it was nice to see the ingenuity of young talents, and having received the main prize, a one-day tour of the Faculty of Magic, they would be able to further expand their knowledge. The students followed him while the teacher explained that this was the Civil Affairs Department, where they help with admission to the Academy and the registration of wizard certificates, and it was here that applications for admission to the Academy were reviewed. Adela and Han smiled tightly and answered emotionlessly that this was simply unbelievable, so the hero whispered to them to pretend more expressively. The tour guide smiled and exclaimed that they were enthusiastic and would show them the hall and training grounds, so the hero was relieved to see that the professor didn't even understand. He raised his hand, deciding that they didn't have time to hang around for so long. Siha smiled awkwardly and said that the tour was very interesting and exciting, but they would like to take a break for a while, to which the man agreed, because the building of the Faculty of Magic was quite large. The professor turned around when the woman at the door waved her hand and asked him to help. The students were left alone, and Bruce promised that he would be back soon. The friends exchanged silent glances. They began to run quickly, discussing along the way where the door to the basement was. The guys were sweating, and Han said that they should hurry before the guards came. The friends approached the stairs, and the hero thought that they only had one chance to find and take the cube, even if they were caught. The third level of the basement. Siha raised an eyebrow and noted that they were still missing, and the brunette called them to him. He handed each of them a teleportation scroll. The interlocutors looked at the trophies in confusion, and Han said that most of the guards were concentrated on the fourth level of the basement, where the main storage was. The brunette turned away when the guy asked why there were only 2 scrolls, and replied that he tried to get more, but they were incredibly rare and expensive. Han put his hand on his belt and noted that Siha was here because of him, and Adela knew little about the cube at all and only came to stop the dark mages, so it was fair for him to give the scrolls to them. The students ran away with the bundles in their robes, and the interlocutor suggested that they go further before they were caught, and the hero was surprised when this guy managed to get them. Something was shining brightly in the corridor ahead. Han squinted and suggested coming closer when the girl clarified whether it was the storage. He took a step and caught the fishing line. The students flinched, and an alarm immediately sounded loudly. The hero looked ahead in confusion, and the girl asked what they should do now, since they didn't even know if it was a cube, and the brunette muttered that they raised the alarm when the guys had already gotten here. Siha frowned and said that it was definitely a cube. A golden object on fishing lines was visible in the center of the corridor, and Adela asked how the young man could be sure. The hero looked at the system window that appeared and replied that he had finally been helped to make sure of it. Caption: Main Episode 2: The First Cube. Task: Safely retrieve the first cube sealed in the underground storage. Time limit: 24:0. Reward: Difficulty adjustment. Failure: Death. A red crystal glowed on the wall, and a voice announced that an intruder had been detected. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise when he heard explosive magic being activated around the storage for safety purposes. Explosions were heard and the boys shouted to run. There were shards of glass on the floor. Siha wiped his face and thought that he almost died from that explosive magic, and then he heard someone coming. The man stopped. In front of them stood Professor Divert Grunui, who taught mathematics at Ardal Academy. Siha smiled nervously and muttered that they were simply lost, but the interlocutor said that they did not need to make excuses. He smiled and said that thanks to them, they found the cube, and then the hero realized that something was wrong. The boys looked at the man, realizing that they were facing a dark mage, and the professor said that the security was surprisingly weak for such a grandiose plan to return the cube, so he was glad that he sent Casper just in case. He added that it was a great stroke of luck that the students revealed the location of the cube to them by pure chance. Divert smiled menacingly and asked them to step aside. The students turned pale and sweated when the man asked if they would rather die here. The mage held out his wand, calling on dark magic, and suggested that they stop fighting because they had already reached their limit. The girl narrowed her eyes and put up a shield. Han extended his hand to help her up, and the hero thought that they were only defending themselves, and the difference in strength was too great for them to cope. The hero was holding a cube in his hands, which he had managed to take from the storage, but it would be difficult to get past this professor with it. The brunette raised his hand and caught the object when the young man threw it to him. It was a cube wrapped in a teleportation scroll, and Siha shouted for them to leave. The girl and the brunette looked at the brown-haired man with alarm and asked how he was. The hero frowned and hurried them. Adela clenched her teeth and took out the scroll, and Han called her. The two of them disappeared, but the brunette shouted at the end that the guy had better come back safe. Divert loomed over the young man and said that he had stolen the cube right from under his nose, and that he was an interesting guy indeed. He held out his wand and noted that his plan to sacrifice himself to save his friends was touching, but now he couldn't get away. After that, the man cast a spell. The student was wrapped in purple chains and grabbed his throat, and the professor demanded to know where the map with the location of the other cubes was. Siha was tightening the bonds, but he replied that he had nothing with him, and he grabbed the other guy. Starkey smiled and asked if the young man was so afraid that he had lost his mind. Otherwise, where did this confidence come from that loosened his tongue? The brown-haired man smiled and muttered that he was confident for a reason, but believed in his partner. The dragon approached the enemy from behind and opened its mouth at the command of its owner. Flames engulfed the hallway. The chains fell off the boy, and he was glad to be free. Divert grabbed his head and cursed the dragon. The student stood over the man, wondering if he was capable of killing a man. He gritted his teeth and realized that he could not leave him alive for his own good. It was night above the forest. The hero was running with his pet. Behind him, the people in robes were running, 3 in the back and 2 more on the left. Siha put up a shield when they attacked, although he knew that he could not hold out for long on defense alone, and the people were shouting that he could not be allowed to escape because the boy was heading for the back gate. The hero was sweating and felt pain all over his body. He crouched down, realizing that he had already used up all his mana, and the professor's attack did much more damage than he expected, and now the boy was in danger. The man in the cloak drew his magic bow and fired an arrow on command. Siha turned around and his eyes widened. Basilisk shielded his master from the attack. The guy saw blood spurt. The lizard was shaking, bleeding, but trying to breathe fire. The villains looked at each other, engulfed in flames, and shouted that they needed to remove the Tamer and get rid of the dragon. The hero ran on, clutching his pet in his arms, and wondered what to do because his dragon was wounded because of him. The young man turned around when he heard a voice in the distance calling to them. Adela looked out of the bushes and looked at her friend. They hid between the trees, and the girl said that the hero was safe here and they would not be found. Siha put the pet on the ground, while the brown-haired girl asked him not to act so recklessly again, and said that something else was more important now. Basilisk was bleeding, breathing heavily, and the guy said that the dragon had shielded him from the volley and was now in critical condition. The boy frowned and gritted his teeth, thinking that he should have taken care of it immediately after it was injured, but he was busy escaping and lost precious time. The hero realized that even though it was a dragon, it had a heart like any living creature, and it would die if it was not treated. The baby was in critical condition, and the situation seemed too hopeless, and fragments of bad memories were ringing in the hero's ears. In his head there was an image of a doctor who was advised not to even try if he thought it would not work, because his reputation would be ruined if the animal died on the operating table. Then he frowned when he heard that in their time, the police would only be happy to catch another murderer, so it was better to be safe if there was no hope. Siha remembered how the dragon sat on his shoulder and trustingly snuggled up to him, and said that he should try. Brown-haired extended his hand and asked for an arts potion, and Adela exclaimed that even Professor Bruce himself couldn't save him with such a wound. The guy took the bottle and said that he would save him, thinking that the potion increases ingenuity 100-fold and allows you to temporarily be able to create something literally out of nothing. The student frowned and drank the contents. He wiped his mouth and thought that he needed at least a small ray of hope now. The hero frowned, holding an imaginary scalpel in his hands, and said that it did not matter how long it would take and what the price would be, because he would not give up and save him. The guys were sitting in the clearing and trying to revive the dragon. The girl with tears in her eyes and anxiety watched the immobilized body of the dragon and did not understand, because she knew that red dragons are very rare, but there are a lot of other creatures that can be tamed. The main character with an evil grin used healing mana, while the girl thought that now, when Siha cannot even take care of herself, he spends all the mana on a hopeless monster. The brunette with sadness and tears in her eyes watched what was happening and felt that she needed to stop her comrade, because if something goes wrong, she will lose both at once. The main character looked angrily from under his brows at the girl, shouting that he pulled out the arrowhead. Adela saw how the eyes of the owner of Basilisk were burning, and she understood that she would not be able to stop him at all. The protagonist began to stitch up the wound on the dragon's stomach, because that was the only thing that needed to be done now. He sighed heavily and continued stitching up the wound. He remembered standing in a medical suit with gloves and knew that in his past life it didn't matter that he had done it dozens or hundreds of times. Anyway, when he stood in front of the operating table, he began to feel his hands shaking. At that moment, he began to leave the room because he eventually ran away and until he was unable to take the scalpel. The protagonist was glowing with white light from his back and now his hands, which once trembled, moved with confidence. Beads of sweat flowed down his frowning face and he felt relieved that he could save Basilisk. The small dragon lay under a white blanket in the clearing. The brunette was shocked that his friend had patched up the body of a dying dragon and even brought him back to life, especially with such an unheard of method as if some kind of magic, but there was none here. The brown-haired man looked at the happy girl, who explained that she had not used healing magic either, but Basilisk's breathing had stabilized and the bleeding had stopped. He assumed that in this world they were not used to treating a monster surgically, but with magic. He remembered how his little dragon lay in a pool of blood and realized that he could understand the surprise of his guys because Basilisk had recently been dying. Siha stepped back and sighed heavily, because if it were not for magic and medicine, the operation would have been pointless, and in Korea he would have been immediately sued for unsanitary conditions. The main character looked up sadly through his bangs and understood that this was not Korea, and Basilisk was not a dog, but a dragon, and he was no longer the same as he was before, because all these things led to one single miracle. A notification popped up above his head that the healing light had been successfully applied, and it could heal your opponent. The little dragon lay under a bloody blanket with a smile. The brown-haired man looked at him with a smile. He sadly looked down at the dim light and wished for his monster to live. Suddenly, he heard the calls of his name. It was a shining space, and he felt like he had lost consciousness. His body was lying in a huge spacious room. When he woke up, he saw a familiar ceiling. Adela looked at the awakened Siha with an angry expression, because he had been unconscious for several days and was hospitalized in the infirmary of the Ardal Academy. According to Adela, who looked at him with a terrifying expression, the school management roughly assessed the situation and dealt with the consequences. There was clear weather above the graceful building of the academy. He imagined how the couple with empty faces were whispering among themselves, and he understood that it was still impossible to avoid the spread of rumors, and everyone was whispering that the best students of the Ardal Academy were attacked by unknown people, which could be a consequence of the excitement caused by black magicians recently. Siha sat on the bed and looked at her friend's fist, thinking that the adults must have had a hard time cleaning up the mess, but he was glad that he wasn't one of them anymore. Han handed him the yellow cube and explained that many organizations were looking for it. Adela stood by his friend's bed with Han. Han said that the magic faculty and some academies were probably also hunting for the cube, just like the black magicians. Adela added that they had fought hard to get it and were not going to give it up so easily. The protagonist looked at his friends with a malicious smile when he heard that tomorrow there would be a whole trial regarding the incident that happened at the magic faculty. He immediately began to cough heavily, realizing that it had come to severe consequences. He held the glowing cube in his hands and understood that he couldn't let them take it away. A week later, the magic faculty trial was taking place in a beautiful building. A shout was heard that the boys should be punished to the fullest extent. Louis Maxwell, a professor of the Faculty of Magic, angrily waved his arms and shouted that the students of the academy did not dare to invade the basement and steal what belonged to the Faculty of Magic, because it was absolutely unacceptable. Louis displeasedly turned his head away from Bruce, who asked him to calm down, because these students would not do such a thing, and was sure that there was a misunderstanding. The teacher of dark magic with displeasure replied that the misunderstanding did not include the complete destruction of the vault. The professor in glasses tremblingly raised his hand and asked the dark magician to calm down, stating that he had already explained that this incident happened due to his personal carelessness and they were simply students, so a warning and their oath not to do it again was enough. Louis, this was not enough, and he was going to solve the problem radically. The teacher of dark magic looked at the three students in the center and wanted to ask them again. Siha frowned at Louis, who asked them what they stole. The protagonist looked at the teacher coldly and realized that everything stored in the Faculty of Magic was kept in the strictest confidence, and only the owner of the vault knew about the items contained inside. Louis began to approach the protagonist in the center. In other words, the Faculty of Magic itself did not know what exactly they had stolen, which meant that their only strategy in this trial was clear: to deny everything, and there was no evidence. Bruce stood next to Louis in front of 3 students who said that they had not stolen anything, because the vault had been destroyed by accident, because they had gotten lost and wanted to use a spell to find the exit, but accidentally destroyed the vault. The dark mage furiously pulled his hand away and believed that they were lying to him, and told the court that the underground vault had definitely been emptied. He added that the 3rd floor of the basement was almost completely destroyed, the property of the faculty was stolen, and the only strangers present on the faculty premises at the time were these students, and tried to understand what evidence was still needed. Comrade Judge looked down, answering that in that case they could only wait for the report of the owner of the vault. The door to the room opened, the shoes of a man appeared as the judge said that they had requested his presence as a witness, and he should arrive soon. The women in the courtroom immediately became alarmed, realizing that a man they did not expect had entered. It was Director Ernest, with glasses and a smirk, who stated that their students had caused trouble for everyone. The Dark Wizard looked at the director in surprise and asked what brought him here. He added that if it was about the students, then he should not have come personally, because this matter was still under the jurisdiction of the Faculty of Magic, but Ernest said that he had to come. The director smiled and put his hand on his chest and declared that he was the owner of that very storage. The main character immediately sank in surprise and understood that it was the director who first started collecting and sealing cubes in the Academy of the Soul, but he had no idea that the director placed them in the storage of the Faculty of Magic. The director stared through his glasses and declared that their students went down there at his personal request, since he instructed them to retrieve the cubes, but they seemed to have gotten lost, and when they accidentally found the storage, they did everything hastily. Ernest stared at the judge from under his brows and explained that they were just children, and children are prone to mistakes. Comrade Judge immediately became inspired when he heard that there was a list of all the lost items and the rights to possession. Comrade Judge held sheets of paper in his hands and looked at the angry Louis, saying that everything was correct. Han stood next to Siha tensely, clenching his fists. The judge stated that since they had found the owner of the lost items and had sorted out his claims, there was no reason to continue this trial, so he gave the 3 students a level 7 punishment as set by the magic department, namely a written apology and 30 minutes of community service. Louis was furious, looking through his bangs, because he had no objections and the verdict had to be announced. He remembered how it was a room under the night light, and he was not going to ask anything. Ernest at that moment held out a small piece of paper and asked the boys to take it. The main character took this paper in his hands and understood that the director even knew that the cube was actually missing, and let them get away with it without asking questions. Siha at that moment fearfully opened the paper and wondered how much Ernest actually knew and what exactly he knew. The director lowered his gaze downwards and explained that the professor of mathematical sciences of the Ardal Academy, Divert, suddenly left the campus for a conference and he would not return. The protagonist looked at this paper with sweat on his brow. The protagonist looked at the paper and saw various formulas, because the professor left this note. Ernest looked at the student coldly and asked if he knew anything about this. The brown-haired man immediately became anxious with sweat on his brow. The protagonist frantically looked at the note when Ernest explained that he had no doubt that they could not immediately understand the true intentions of Professor Divert, the old man of the academy, and he was not going to take back his words, but wanted to ask the student something. Was he somehow connected with this? The principal crossed his fingers in front of his face and asked the student how he managed to survive. Siha looked away sullenly when the principal said that his opponent was a professor after all, and it was unlikely that a simple second-year student would survive after a fight with such an opponent. At that moment, the student smiled widely and explained that since the student survived, it was not necessarily thanks to someone's help, but here his partners helped him a lot, and the rest was pure luck. The student stood in front of the principal's desk, who noticed that Siha clearly had talent, and this was not an empty compliment, but he really believed it. He was holding a note with formulas in his hands, and Ernest was going to find out if he overestimated the student after the guy could solve the problem on this sheet, but for him it was some kind of code. Ernest recalled how he looked at the note with surprise and said that he found it in Professor Divert's closet, which looked like a password encrypted in a math problem, but it was beyond his power. The brown-haired man sadly looked down at the note when the director said that he had such an idea. Would he be able to cope with it? The protagonist understood that the director clearly had high hopes for him. However, if this password was made by a dark magician who pretended to be a school professor, then everything could be confusing. He tensely imagined a blue cube and assumed that these could be the coordinates of the location of another cube, decided to try. Ernest smiled proudly, looking at the student, because he understood that he was not mistaken in him and it was a matter of character. The main character looked at the note with displeasure, and the director saw how calm the student was in the face of a puzzle that was possibly unsolvable, and how his eyes were burning with the desire to test himself, even if everyone around him doubted him. Han sat at the table with a magic ball and a girl who asked him about how their joint work on the project with Siha was going. The brunette sadly looked down when his partner asked him if he still doubted his partner. He answered that he still did not believe. The girl in the black cape stretched out her hands in front of the ball, hearing the answer that Siha was still a suspicious person for him. The student asked him a question. Did he know how many times Siha came to her with questions since the beginning of the semester? The brunette excitedly looked at the smiling girl with a pie, who noticed that he still wanted to show him what he was capable of. This purple ball started to glow, and the sorceress answered that the stars told him so. The brunette looked down with alarm and realized that in the end he even got a hint, the location of the cube, and maybe he really had already revealed his cards. He asked about how Siha had shown himself during the first semester. It was suspicious. He imagined himself standing with his back to the main character with a dragon flying up, and noted that no one would be surprised if Siha had suddenly joined the Dark Magicians alone. But then he transferred to the second year and suddenly changed 108 IDIC. The sorceress looked through the black shawl, stretching out her fingers, hearing from Han that during all the time they had spent together, he had more than once caught himself thinking that Siha was not a bad guy at all, but he still could not stop doubting him. The sorceress lifted the shawl with a joyful smile and realized that Han was asking her to check again if his fate had changed, but she thanked him for the buns and simply could not refuse such a handsome man. She extended her hand over the glowing ball and wanted him to remember one thing. They were sitting at the table with the glowing ball when Heel said that a fortune teller is someone who only gives advice and watches from afar. The brunette raised her hands with the glowing ball and noted the star and asked it to tell everything about Siha's fate. The main character stood in a blue sphere with a note and was an outsider in the world of magic. Bright rays of light emanated from the star. The sorceress sat opposite the guy at the table with the ball, realizing that this man would save the world, and the prediction was the same as last time. The sorceress raised her eyebrows, looking forward, and explained that both the facts of Siha being an outsider and the fact that he was a savior were true. Han looked through his bangs with a sad expression and had to remember that from now on he had to pay close attention to everything that happened in the academy. Heel smiled happily while Han was confused while being thanked for the buns. The sorceress put her finger to her mouth with an admiring look and explained that the star herself had just told her that something very unusual was about to happen. A huge mirror hung from the wooden ceiling and sighs could be heard. Adela sighed heavily with a mop in her hands, saying that 30 hours of volunteer work was too much. The protagonist sat nearby, wiping an egg with a sad expression. It was a Tira egg with a shining look, and Adela asked him to clean it too, because he was tired of rubbing this egg, but he had to rub it so that the egg would grow faster. Siha jumped up next to the girl, hearing the calls of the name. One burst into their room with an excited look and said that he had urgent news. The red-haired guy with a grin introduced the dragon with a bunch of notes that something happened today that put the entire academy on its ears, so when he heard, he immediately ran to tell them that the monster from the sample room appeared again. Adela walked with a mop to the indignant one, surprised by such news. The red-haired guy said that this time they say that it is for sure, so Lil ran to look for the professor. The main character coldly looked through his bangs and understood that the monster from the sample room was in the basement. He remembered the student who hid in horror from a huge monster, and the story began with screams that a monster had appeared in the sample room. Some considered it just a school tale. Pairs of students frantically talked to each other, thinking that it was not just a monster, but a student could have died. Until now, there was no evidence, only rumors, and Lil, who went to the teacher's room, would most likely leave there with nothing. Brown-haired stared intently through his long bangs. A system window with the main episode dragon from the sample room popped up, and he knew that the monster really existed. He imagined his puzzled silhouette in front of the transparent dragon, since the monster's main skill is stealth, and if the monster decides to hide, then even the teachers will not be able to find it, and the fact that only some students could see it is connected precisely with its skill. One pointed his finger at the girl with a smile and said that in any case, Lil going to the professor caused a big stir, and the guys started fooling around. The protagonist looked at the red-haired guy with a malicious smile, who noted that it was a monster, Drake. Siha understood that he had a good intuition, and one added that it all sounded like nonsense. But if you catch and sell the dragon's skin and blood, you can get rich, and the guys are already betting on everything. The protagonist raised his hand with an ironic grin and said that it was just a legend and there was no need to attach such importance to it, since it was unlikely that anyone would want to get involved in such a shady business. He grabbed his head with a crazy look and understood that there were far more complete fools in this school than he thought. The blonde spread his arms in front of the entire audience and wanted them to believe him, because he was telling the truth, because if they caught the monster and sold it, then they could cover the tuition fees up to the 3rd year. This guy with a lively look shouted that they could take a risk once, because if they joined forces, then no monster would defeat them. The protagonist sat with a sad look while Solia walked by, realizing that the monster was not such an easy opponent. Solia, with an anxious look, pressed her hand to her chest when the guys thought that she would be with them. Siha put his head on his hand and sighed ironically, realizing that everything was clear with Derek. The blonde girl looked back anxiously, and the protagonist understood that Solia most likely would not go for it. This girl with an angry look clenched her fist, and the student understood that she had no problems with grades and with money. Siha immediately became excited when the girl calmly replied that she would go with the guys. The blue-haired boy was talking to the blonde boy when Solia approached them. The blue-haired boy asked his friend not to joke like that because he would embarrass Solia and she shouldn't suggest it, but the girl seriously wanted to be enrolled in their squad. Derek raised his hand in the company with a malicious look, because his squad was in the original and all he did with his friends was gather weak students to lure them for easy money. It was a dark space, and Solia was not among the students, so it was curious how it all ended. It was a dark room where the corpses of students lay. Solia smiled admiringly next to the guys and the squad disappeared and not a single member returned. Solia was sitting in her room and writing something. She took notes with a sad look. She held a pencil in her hands and read a book. Then she sighed heavily, sitting at her desk. She remembered herself as a little girl and her father, who told her that pure magic comes from a pure heart, but she never forgot her father's instructions. Her father smiled with an empty face because he came from a noble family, a strong light mage, and always said that no matter what situation she found herself in, she should not hesitate and not show her weak points to her enemies. She bared her teeth angrily and sadly understood that she should not be greedy. It takes time to learn magic and become a worthy mage. The rays of the sun broke through to her and to the desk, because this was the place where she was born and their family, which her father was so proud of. All this was now under threat, and to succeed in magic was her only way to return her family to its former glory. She imagined the laughing protagonist with an anxious look, with the realization that for the first time she lost the primacy, which she had successfully held all this time, and now Siha was ahead of her. The blonde looked down with a sad expression and realized that thanks to her diligent study of magic, she managed to survive in Artle, since she was only surpassed once, but this was enough to understand that she was not confident that she could defeat Siha in the upcoming exam. She folded her hands on the book with a drawing of a monster, and thought that if she could get extra points for this mission, then maybe she could get ahead. The drawing depicted a dragon with a scribbled face. Drakes are very cautious monsters, but they are weak to fire and light, and they show their abilities best in the dark, so they most likely wander around the dungeon, and in her opinion, there are no worthy mages in their group. She imagined her group drawn on paper and realized that if drakes really appeared, then the guys would not only not be able to help, but would rather interfere. The girl sat at her desk with a disappointed look and realized that her powers would be best suited to fight the drakes, so this should be a chance to once again strengthen her position as a light mage. She frowned with a worried look and realized that she had to catch the monster with her own hands. The purple sky with thick clouds enveloped everything and the words that it was impossible. The sorceress sat with a crystal ball on her lap and explained that Solia would not be able to catch the monster alone. Siha thought that this was what the stars told her, but she explained that she charged a lot for the prediction. The brown-haired man immediately handed her a whole bag of sweets. The girl looked worriedly from under her shawl and asked why the guy suddenly needed to know the girl's future. The sorceress jumped up furiously, throwing off her scarf, and suggested that he liked Solia, but he began to make excuses. He imagined her photo on the case with a malicious grin, and in fact he understood that he liked her, because when he read this novel, Solia was among his favorites, but it was from the reader's point of view. He held his lower back, looking at the sky, and now he only wanted to avoid death at the hands of the main character, and Solia would not be able to catch the monster alone. The brown-haired man frowned up through his bangs. Solia, in the company of the guys, stretched out her hand, used the skill of the sun sign. The monster parried this light attack with its tail. The girl looked with horror at the crack in the barriers and understood that if only she could not repel the attack, the Tyrann would be much more significant, and one of the guys would want to go back. Solia looked back at her wounded comrade, who was supported, and reported that they already had at least 2 wounded in their group, and none of them expected drakes to be so strong, so they need to go back. Derek frowned and started shouting that they couldn't go back and just leave. He remembered how he set a trap under the sparks of light, because they had already set up traps in different places, and if a monster got into one of them, they would immediately catch it. The 3 guys immediately jumped up as they found themselves under a dark purple aura. They felt like the dragon could see their traps, went around them and attacked. Some of the guys still didn't want to believe it and heard other people's footsteps. Suddenly, a beam of light rushed past the guys and threw everyone to the sides. The wounded Derek sighed in horror and could not believe that this was possible. A mage in a black cloak appeared. It was a 5th-generation student, Hugh Stancer, who smiled maliciously under his hood, saying that all this would have been impossible if the dragon had not been controlled, because he had calculated everything. A group of excited students stood nearby, and Hughes realized that the teachers had left the sample room unattended, and the students had boldly barged in, concluding that nothing had changed in this pathetic academy. The dark mage stood next to his dragon, and realized that none of the kids had noticed that Drake's was under control. He remembered how the flags were waving on the broken battlefield, as those scoundrels from the academy had brutally treated a group of dark mages 15 years ago during the war. He remembered his silhouette, how he mourned his dead father, who was part of this group. The invisible monster looked straight at the excited Solia. The rest of the kids were lying unconscious on the floor, unable to move. The white-haired girl with the wide eye sadly realized that she had originally expected that only she would fight in this battle, but she did not understand how she could win now. She raised her glowing wand and felt that if she couldn't handle the monster, she would die here, even if she gathered all her remaining strength. She used the bright light of the wand with a shabby look. Suddenly, a brown-haired man grabbed her hand and said that it was too early for her to die. Solia looked up in surprise. The main character with a cold-blooded look hugged the girl and asked her to save her strength, since everyone else was unconscious, and she was the only one left of the magicians. Solia looked in amazement at her savior, who asked her to be ready so that she could use magic at any moment. Well, she didn't understand how he ended up here. He imagined how this transparent dragon frowned and realized that someone was controlling this monster. No matter how well the owner monster hid, there was one way to find him. The main character smiled maliciously, baring his teeth, and wanted to test his strength. The student raised his hand and threw something at the monster. An unidentified vial flew straight at the angry dragon. The beast immediately fell to the floor, exhausted. Hughes held the wand in his hands in bewilderment and noticed that the monster was not listening to him. The main character backed away maliciously and understood that the basics of taming stated that it was necessary to study the monster's habits and use them. A purple smeared stripe and an explanation that Drake's has a habit of catching an object if he sees it flying, but he cannot eat everything that strangers give him. The student clenched his fist with a malicious look, imagining the defeated monster. Solia held the glowing wand with an angry look, because this was the moment when she should aim straight at the heart. She directed a bright beam of light at the monster. A bright spark flew past the dark magician. Hughes grabbed his face in horror and felt that their connection with the monster was broken, because if he continued in the same spirit, he himself would be in danger. Suddenly, this black furry dragon bared its teeth. Hughes understood that he could not do anything and did not want to go so far because it was a strong load on his body, but it was time to use real dark magic. Solia and the protagonist looked at what was happening with concern, noticed that the monster became more ferocious due to dark magic. The brown-haired man frowned through his bangs at the system window and understood that the monster was controlled by a dark mage. A system notification popped up in front of him that he had unlocked a new skill and could use the Master's Touch skill. The main character stood angrily in indignation around the evaporating notifications that there was a forced increase in friendliness. The protagonist looked furiously at the system window that said that Drake's from the sample room could become his pet, and he realized that another person could take control of the monster. The protagonist looked with a relieved smile at the notification with the choice that he could temporarily possess this monster, and he had no reason to refuse. He decided to press his finger to agree and assumed that this could actually work. He stared into the glowing eye of the monster. A bright, radiant eye illuminated the main character next to his monster, a message that he had successfully tamed the monster. The dragon stepped on the floor with his clawed paw. Siha began to stroke his new monster with a smile, and Solia was confused that Drake's had suddenly become so friendly. The girl realized that Siha had managed to tame him, and the guy sighed with relief. The young mage looked through his bangs with an ironic smile and explained that he was good with animals after all. Hughes frantically watched as his monster had a new owner and did not believe it since he had put so much effort into taming this dragon. The dark mage stretched out his hand and screamed bloodthirstily that this monster would remain his. The black dragon stared at the red stripes of the aura, and Siha realized that she could quickly lose control over it this way. Hughes held the source of the red aura in his hands with a malicious glee and said that he would remain its master. Solia and Siha were shocked when the dragon ate its former master. Hughes was trapped in the dragon's slavering mouth and begged to be saved. In the end, everything ended quickly when Drake's defeated Hughes, who had already exhausted his strength by using dark magic beyond his capabilities. Ernest put his hands behind his back and looked at the student as he received the message late and arrived at the scene when it seemed that the director was shocked by the fact that there was another dark mage operating in the academy. He stated that the dark mage who was hiding in the academy was not the only problem. The director indignantly closed his eyes and thanked the student for his work, and after that, all members of the squad were punished. The protagonist looked at the shining red bag with a smile, because he received gratitude and a reward from the PTA for saving the lives of their children and was surprised that the rich could be generous. He sat on a spacious bed and looked at the system window. Brown-haired, with a slight shock, clicked on the system window and realized that the skill he received during the battle was nothing in the original. It was a system window with a description of the master's touch skill, which allowed him to temporarily tame a monster participating in the battle and quickly increase its friendliness. It was strange for him that he had a tamer skill, not a dark mage, and it would be great if he could test this skill with the drakes he tamed. The small dragon screamed furiously with indignation, but in any case, the skill has limitations, and Basilisk did not like it that much, but fortunately it was passed on to the professors. Brown-haired, smiling, began to stroke his dragon, who was jealous of him, but for this battle he acquired something else. He looked at the system window with an admiring look, where the main episode 3, the dragon from the sample hall, was described, and because of the passage, he received the reward chest that he wanted for so long. He closed his eyes and began to open the wooden chest, realizing that he did not need much. A bright light began to leak out of the chest, and he wished for at least a B rank to come out. He squinted his eyes from the bright light. He got a brown A rank briefcase. He looked at his shining briefcase with admiration, and knew that it could not be better because it can be used not only in battle, but also in everyday life. He looked through his bangs with a joyful look and realized that here this briefcase would have cost him a fortune. He looked at the system window with surprise, where there was an additional reward since he got through the task with minimal losses. His gaze caught on the number of victims, which was 0, and he realized that if he had not intervened, none of them would have returned alive. And fortunately, even those who suffered the most were already receiving treatment and their lives were not in danger. He began to shake the red note out of his bag in amazement. He picked up the red note with mathematical formulas and realized that this problem was one of those that were often given in the exam. He looked at the red note with formulas in amazement, and it was very familiar to him. Suddenly, his background turned white, and he stood there in amazement. Basilisk of the Aces jumped up excitedly, hearing a scream. The protagonist furiously slammed his hands on the table and realized that he should have immediately guessed that this was the key to the problem from Director Ernest. In general, he understood the tactics, but he could not find the last component of the solution and fiddled with it for several days. He joyfully began to write down the solution to the problem and realized that he did not understand the meaning of this code, but here it was enough to substitute the formula, and appreciated the complexity of the math professor's problem. And here it is not the meaning of the code that is important, but the numbers that need to be substituted. He threw a sheet of paper on the table and found the answer. These were 2 old pieces of paper with a number written on them. He clenched his fist and stood in front of the audience, assuming that this was its number and the class for special classes. He entered a dark room. Then he approached locker number 14 in the darkness. He began to open it and a bright light was seeping out of it. The guy looked at the list in the teacher's room, and this locker was listed for a student who has not studied at the academy for a long time. He looked at the sparks of light with a malicious look and realized that everything came together. He held a magically shining cube in his hands and realized that the previous student had received this object from dark magicians and hid it here. He was going to put this cube in his new school bag so as not to lose it. Siha happily closed his eyes and thought that he felt so strange for hiding the cube in his school bag, and for the next few days he should be quiet and modest and not attract attention. The weather was clear and the sun was shining on the Royal Academy, and unfortunately, everything did not go as he wanted. Heel sadly followed the protagonist, who turned her down and asked her not to follow him, but she did not understand why he continued to reject her invitation for a date and received the answer that he was not interested in her. Siha looked back at the girl with a malicious smile and tried to understand why she started talking about Solia. Heel tearfully clenched her fingers into her hands and really asked the guy to go on a date with him, although he treated it with irony. He imagined the old note with the magic ball and realized that she wanted to force him to participate in the astrology competition. Heel closed her eyes, which horrified Siha because it seemed to the girl that he was trying to change his life, assuming that the stars said so. The brunette happily extended her finger and explained that this was basic astrology, and if they won, they would be awarded 3 credits in theology and get the highest score. The brown-haired man angrily lowered his gaze and understood that if they really were given 3 credits, then next semester they could drop 1 subject, which in turn meant that he would be able to avoid going to that nasty Professor Divert's classes. Heel playfully winked at the protagonist, pointing her finger at herself and said that she was the best in this business, and he knew her well. The brown-haired man frowned and sweat, closing his eyes, and the sorceress explained that they would even get a ride, and he was refusing a date with her. The guy knew that this reward was too good to refuse. Heel shook the guy's hands with a smile because she realized that she was going on a date with him, but he was curious to know all the details. Heel looked at the main character in the library with admiration, because they had been reading books on astrology for days on end. The wizard looked at the cracked ball with indignation and time flew by insanely fast. The day of the astrology competition had arrived, and the main character was doing pull-ups under the bright sun because he was too excited to sleep, or it was what theology calls sinister energy. The brown-haired man raised his hands with a smirk when Heel called out to him. The main character drooped in horror where the girl pointed at the judge. It was a brunette in a black suit with a cool look, and it was very similar to his silhouette. The main character looked at this brunette in the company of a girl and realized that this judge was exactly like him. The main character looked at the cool brunette with a malicious smile, who turned out to be his older brother. It was a guy in a black suit named Han Siyuek. This judge looked closely at the main character at the table and realized that if he knew that his older brother would be one of the judges, he would not agree to participate. Siyuek looked cool in his perfectly ironed black suit. The older brother looked indifferently through his bangs and had a low, pleasant timbre of his voice. This guy in a black suit held a folder in his hands and was one of the invited judges that shines brightly, Siyuek from the magic department. This boy was a genius prophet who started learning astrology at the age of 12, a kid who didn't waste his time and joined the elite at a young age. Brown-haired leaned his head on his hand in disappointment, looking at his older brother. He remembered how his father stroked his little brother's head while Siyuek stood in the distance. The only thing is that Siha was the Earl's biological son, and his older brother was illegitimate and discriminated against, so he lives with a sense of inferiority and hatred towards his brother, but it was not intended. The protagonist smiled maliciously, lowering his head, because it could well be that the real Siha thought his older brother was too pathetic. He remembered how Siyuek sat on his knees behind him, and at that moment told him that he was not even part of their family, so he should not take up space, wondering how long he could stand such an attitude. The main character raised a finger with an ironic grin and understood that his brother was a dark mage who could say something like that. Siyuek turned back to his brother with offense and understood that they could not look at their younger brother like that. Heel sat next to the sighing boy, who was thinking about how Siyuek was now perceived as a genius and had already stepped out of the shadow of their clan. Most likely the boy was not very happy to see him here, so he only hoped that the dark mage would not deliberately lower his grade. Heel looked away with trepidation while Siha was thinking. If he was alone, he would not care, but he really did not want the brunette to get hurt. The sorceress looked at the smiling Siha with a shining look and wanted to cheer up the team spirit, but they still had no choice. They sat next to each other and wrote the astrology exam. Then he held his hands near the magic ball in bewilderment. In the next test, he used a magic wand to lift various objects. White clouds floated in the clear sky. The judge claimed that the team of 2 magic students took first place by a large margin, and it became curious if there was an information leak. The blonde ran up to Siyuek in bewilderment and said that it was all true, because they had received a task from the Ministry of Magic from a separate department and the possibility of leaking information was 0. The girl looked at the brunette with a trembling smile and asked his opinion because she understood that he was embarrassed by such high scores. She introduced the sorceress behind the main character and explained that Heel has been the most talented among classmates since year 2, and Siha together with her is also no slouch. The dark magician looked through the long bangs when the assistant thought that he should leave his suspicions. Siyuek looked through the bangs coldly. The blonde stood at the pedestal and informed everyone that it was time to announce the winners, and in their competition, the team of Siha and Heel gets first place. The main character immediately smiled enthusiastically along with the girl. The sorceress joyfully, but began to shake the guy because she believed that they would succeed and she had some merit here too. The main character smiled maliciously, remembering the task with the box because Heel noted it, since she was so surprised when he was able to name the position, shape, and even the color of the figure. He imagined a telescope next to magic balls and notes. Predicting the future is not just a skill of reading stars like some pseudoscience, but mathematical precise calculations that allow you to determine the desired units. If you think about the analysis as a mathematical problem, then everything becomes simpler. They began to climb the stairs one after another. Heel called her comrade a genius and asked if he wanted to switch to theology, but he was in no hurry with this since he had difficulty getting into the faculty of magic. They stood at the pedestal opposite the girl, who said that a little later they would give them a prize and a certificate. Siha was slightly perplexed when he heard the news that one of the judges wanted to meet with him separately, and he realized that it was Siyuek. The protagonist was sitting in a spacious room with blue furniture. He was sadly sipping tea, realizing that Siyuek was originally supposed to appear in this episode, since he was a secondary character and little was said about his brother in the original. He closed his eyes with an ironic smile and understood that he had no idea, and it was unlikely that this meeting would bode well. The older brother entered the office with a folder, and Siha asked why he was called. The brunette was going to sit opposite him on the sofa and they were going to give him some advice. Siyuek sadly looked through his bangs and replied that he did not know how such a disgrace to the family could get excellent results, but he was no longer small and they would not forgive him everything, so he asked him not to try to jump above his head. The protagonist immediately tensed up and became sad when he heard this. He looked at his brother through his bangs with indignation and realized that he had grown up and was already throwing out such advice. Sehyuk looked back with a sarcastic grin and his face said it all. The older brother dreamed that there was nothing like that here and he could just stay at the Kastika family estate for the holidays. The protagonist frowned excitedly when he heard this news and tried to understand what it was connected with. The dark mage coolly brought the cup to his mouth and explained that if he said so, that it should be so, then Seha would do so, because if he was grateful for the reward, he would listen in his place. The protagonist was perplexed that the older brother was giving out rewards, because he and Heel earned the most points, which meant that the other judges gave high marks as well. Seha got up from the couch when the older brother allowed him to go. He walked out the door and sighed with relief, not understanding what came over his brother. Bright flashes of sun were covering the sky, and since Sehyuk left, the final exams were starting in a couple of days, and the holidays were getting closer. He was holding a black book with practical magic in his hands, about to throw it away. He threw the book away with a joyful look and gloated because thanks to the competitions he had enough credits, and he could no longer go to these classes. Adela happily extended her hand and asked her friend how he passed the exams, although he could have done better. The girl put her hands behind her back and approached the brown-haired man. You will see that he had so many suitcases because he planned to go home during the holidays. She assumed that he had established relations with his family again. Seha with a lively smile closed his eyes and did not think that they would even say hello to the family when they met. He recalled with an ironic smile the image of his brother, who told him that he should go home during this vacation, and it dawned on him that if his brother said it with such a threat, then he would have to listen at least once. Adela happily smiled back at the smile of the protagonist, who asked her the same question about going home. She answered that she was not particularly welcome there, so she would stay in the dorm. Adela looked away with a smile, and Seha understood why she said that. But in reality everything was different, and in the original they did not talk about her family, and she was always alone. The brown-haired man raised his hand in front of his face with a smile and realized that the girl had not screwed up and it was difficult to know what was on her mind, so he said that they would see each other during the vacation in a month. The train was leaving on a clear forest road. The guy in his heels was standing in the square. He looked at what was happening with a trembling smile. He stood in the square and looked at the huge castle, realizing that his brother had a great life. The protagonist carried a suitcase and saw the butler, trying to understand why Sehyuk chose the side of dark magic living in such a place, because if he were in his place, he would live quietly and keep a low profile. The old man raised his glowing hand and asked to wait for the guest, because this was the count's order. Seha stood with an agitated look and imagined the image of an arrogant father who asked him not to come in until he gave permission. The main character with a confused smile and a shabby look understood that he did not deserve such an attitude towards a child who had not been seen for a year. It was already getting dark over the castle. The maids were talking among themselves about how the main character was still sitting near the building. Seha looked at them angrily through his bangs when he heard that in his place they would have started looking for a place to stay for the night, but he actually heard them personally. Suddenly the door began to open, and he looked back. The boy crossed his arms and looked around in surprise. His father came out of there in a white shirt, being Count Han Tiso. His son looked at his father in amazement, surprised by such friendliness and hospitality. It was a shiny white corridor. Father and son were sitting at a huge table with food. Tiso closed his eyes and was about to eat a piece of meat, adding that he heard that Seha had done something bad and was charged in the magic court. A bunch of snacks, steaks, and dishes stood on the table. The protagonist smiled maliciously, looking at his father, because now it became clear to him, since he had to tell everything. The brown-haired man imagined himself in a cloak near the palace and thought that Tiso changed his mind because his grades improved, and in the end he received another reprimand for the incident. The guy cut a piece of meat with his eyes closed and understood that these were well-founded doubts, and said that in some places rumors spread quickly, but here, apparently, they reach more slowly. The protagonist looked intently from under his brows and expressed the opinion that he even knew the source of these rumors. The servant in the black suit looked stern. Because Seha took his behavior into account, it became clear that the news came from outside. The brown-haired man looked at his father across the table. Seha looked at Tiso with an ironic grin and explained that as a normal father he should have first asked why his son went to the magic department. The count, with a slight tremor on his neck, asked since when he had been compared to normal fathers. Tiso looked at his son through his bangs with cold blood and asked how he dared to teach him about life. The protagonist trembled slightly, looking at his father as he was a little scared. After all, it was not for nothing that he was called the Bloody Count. He immediately began to apologize for not living up to his father's expectations and explained that he went to the department as a participant in the event. He remembered how he and the guys were standing at the gates of the department when his father asked what he was doing there. The protagonist gave a piece of paper to the servant and explained that he needed to take part in the event as a representative of the school. His father looked at this paper furiously and assumed that his son was lying. He held a sheet of paper with the exam results, where he received first place in practical magic and taming, and the overall ranking was 3, referring to the fact that he still did not believe that this was true. His son raised his palm with a smile and explained that he did not do anything wrong, and the report card was really his, and almost all practical exams are difficult to cheat. The count convulsively squeezed this sheet of paper with the results, hearing that these were midterm exams, and at the finals he would try to get even better grades. Tiso, with tears in his eyes, squeezing the sheet of paper, looked at his son and realized that he had come to his senses. The guy was shocked that the count was crying because his son's academic performance had slightly improved. The servant was about to put the coat on the back of the master, who noted that his son had finally come to his senses. Siha was taken aback and dumbfounded when his father admitted that he was proud of him and suggested that it might be the tank in the character settings. After this incident, Tiso's attitude changed to the opposite when he was in his huge palace. The maid and servants bowed their bodies forward, because these servants who had mocked him earlier could not say another word and would no longer have to listen to him say that he was a disgrace to the entire family. Siha walked proudly past the lackeys who bowed before him, since Count Tiso himself was now on his side and it seemed that life would be much easier. 2 days later, he was sitting with his father at a small Tiso in the garden, and he did not want to admit it, but Sehyuk was right and Siha needed to come home during this vacation. The count asked his son if there was anything he wanted to learn, hearing that he was interested in horse riding. The brown-haired man began to smile happily when they were going to prepare a couple of horses for him and asked if he wanted anything else. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. He began to imagine that spotted egg and various gems. He began to say that he needed high-quality gems crushed into powder since the egg would hatch soon and he needed to prepare food in advance. Siha was smiling as he read a book in front of his egg and realized that the temperature, humidity, and environment were perfect for the egg and it should hatch without any problems. It was a white egg with blue spots under the light. There was a reason why he got a rank Tira egg, because the monster had weak combat power and it could be used for more than just transportation once tamed, since it became very loyal. He was holding a book in his hands with a picture of a dragon and a description that taming Tira was much more difficult than drakes and needed a lot of care. He sat reading the book, imagining the confused rabbits. The brown-haired man noticed that after hatching it may take 1 to 2 weeks to tame and a wild Tira may have a tendency to destroy. Suddenly this egg began to shake. The guy looked at what was happening in surprise. He immediately frowned furiously, stretched out his hands and assumed that he did not touch the egg and it was unclear why it was moving. The egg began to shake more and more. The main character began to scream in horror. Suddenly the egg began to crack. A powerful fiery explosion occurred, knocking out the windows into fragments. The brown-haired man sat in a sweat with his wand, since he had such a hard time getting this egg and could not let things slide. He raised a white little dragon with the help of glowing magic, which caused an explosion right after hatching. This little dragon began to scream loudly and cry. Tired Siha sat in the destroyed room with the dragon, because in the first hour after birth the monster's power was at its maximum. Although he restrained it with magic, the flow of energy did not stop. The small white dragon emitted light, crying at the same time, because, thanks to the innate skill, Siha would be able to tame it without much difficulty, and assumed that the matter could be that the monster was just born, and he did not feel the influence of his gift at all. The magician grabbed the wand with a malicious smile and understood that he would have to resort to another method, and for a start it was worth reducing the excitement caused by the new environment. He directed the wand and the flows of magic towards the dragon and used hypnosis, because for this it was necessary to use a hypnotic spell and slightly put it to sleep. This small dragon smiled good-naturedly after the resulting spell. Siha immediately began to stroke the sleeping monster and realized that he needed to take advantage of the opportunity so that the monster got used to his smell. He pressed it to his chest and stroked it tenderly as he wanted to establish contact and, most importantly, to show the monster his complete trust. The guy stroked the head of the joyful dragon and understood that once would not be enough, as he would have to repeat this ritual for about a week. He pressed the dragon to his chest and looked away tenderly as he realized that he was on vacation now. He would have a lot of time, and this room still belonged to him. Rays of bright light illuminated his hair. White clouds floated over the dense forest and his friends' cries could be heard that Siha had managed to tame Tira. The red-haired guy excitedly waved his hands in front of the protagonist, saying that this was an incredible achievement, as even experienced fighters have a taming limit, no more than 3 monsters. The brown-haired guy raised his palm with a smile when his friend continued to say that Siha was a second-year student and had already tamed 2 monsters and none of the simple ones. And Tira, the protagonist, asked his friend to stop chatting because they needed to concentrate, and today they had gathered here to sign up for classes. The two of them were standing in front of the blue magic sphere. One and Siha were looking at the blue sphere and had come here to sign up for classes. The red-haired guy looked at the smiling protagonist with admiration and explained that he couldn't be the only one who knew about this place and asked if he could tell the guys. The protagonist looked at his friend with an ironic grin and said that it didn't matter to him. One decided to give him a piece of paper in return. The brown-haired guy looked at the schedule that was handed to him and realized that it was a carefully thought-out schedule, where all the free hours were taken into account and only teachers with good grades were chosen as an ideal combination. The protagonist gave a thumbs up with a malicious smile and said that he would be happy to use it, since one had turned a simple schedule into a real work of art. The red-haired guy winked at him in response, wishing us success together. The rest of the guys stood nearby, surrounding these comrades, who noticed that it was very early, but there were so many people gathered around, and it seemed that in this world, registering for courses was not so easy. It was a space planet with a ring and orbits, since in the academy, item registration occurs at a certain time in a specific place, namely in the center of magic. Siha imagined how he reached out to this sphere with pop-up shortcuts with a smile. He understood that first he needed to find the place where he was registered, and after he confirmed his identity and entered his login, he could proceed to registering items, but the main problem was the location of this very center of magic. The day before registration at the castle, one called the protagonist on the phone and reminded them that they had item registration tomorrow and everything would take place at the magic center. But everything was different there, since there were places where magic penetrated well and places where it didn't. Brown-haired stared at the paper with the image of a note, hearing from his comrade, who was going to find a great place for them to meet. He understood that if you translate it into modern language, it was a place with good Wi-Fi. The protagonist put his hands on his hips and looked at the leaves of the trees, noticing that magic really did penetrate here in a bright aura. The reason why he was so anxious about registration this time was very simple. He introduced Professor Grint with a grin, since he didn't want to meet him in his second year. One looked ahead anxiously next to the other person and said that there were 10 seconds left until the magic center opened. The blue sphere began to emit light and the countdown began. Siha was worried and confused. A system window popped up in front of him asking if he wanted to enter the magic center to register items for the second year of study, and naturally, he agreed. The other guys also popped up these windows, and they were worried. The guy with gray hair opened his mouth in horror when there were many notifications in front of him, but he did not understand where the start page went. Siha smiled maliciously when he heard the screams. He understood that the others were unlucky, because at such a speed, they could not even open the start page. He quickly pressed his finger on the system window and understood that he had studied at the university for 6 years and would be faster and more accurate than everyone else. He sweated slightly, staring at the window, and understood that he remained so dexterous despite all this chaos, because he wanted to take what he needed and remove everything unnecessary, so he needed to take what seemed impossible to grab faster than anyone else. One, looking sad, bowed to his friend and said that he failed. Apparently, he will still have to go to classes with Professor Grint, and asked Siha how things were. The protagonist proudly looked through his bangs and said that he did it. One's eyes bulged in shock, because in his entire life he had never seen such an ideal and wonderful schedule. The red-haired guy was all shining in the company of other students, suggesting that the protagonist had specially trained at home. The main character looked at the rays of light with a good-natured grin and said that if you go through all the circles of hell with your friends in the computer club for 6 years in a row, you can learn even more. A system window popped up with a description of the main episode 4, the necromancer in the dorm. Immediately after the fierce fight for the item ended, his life did not become easier and calmer, and the main branch continued. Siha stood in the dark corridor, looking at this necromancer's quest. He imagined the awakening of the armored skeleton warriors. For him, it was the same case when the necromancer students, regardless of the risk, summoned skeletons on the school grounds under the orders of the dark mages. According to the original story, this was supposed to happen only in 2 years, but the plans were postponed because several dark mages already wanted to get even with him. One of the dark mages angrily waved his wand, calling out Siha's name. In the original, there were many casualties during this incident, so he was worried, but in the end, theology came in handy when studying divine magic. Adela stared through her bangs, and now the protagonist was surrounded by strong mages. Han looked anxiously through his long bangs. Solia used streams of bright magic with a sad look, and this incident was resolved very quickly, thanks to which he also managed to collect a couple of nice rewards. The protagonist was holding a wooden cane ardle in his hands with a puzzled look, and a card with a description of this cane popped up, and among other things, you can scratch your back with it. The protagonist was looking at the system window with glee and did not understand why there was a name that should not have been there. It was a system window with a flight-based item where Professor Grint was. The protagonist grabbed his head in horror and understood that he had done everything to avoid meeting the professor. However, the directors suddenly decided to change the professor. One was stroking Basilisk with a smile and said that his owner was going crazy again. An event had arrived, camping, and a train was leaving along a forest road, because this event was independent of the main episode and its mood. According to the idea, the protagonist was walking hand in hand with a friend through the forest, an event that is traditionally held every year for second-year students, a program where current second-year students meet with those who have already completed the second year. In other words, something like a mountain hike or a school trip, only here it is equivalent to a survival battle. The main character arrived at a field camp with other guys in the Acacia Plains. Siha, with a suitcase in his hands, held onto his school bag. He understood that they were being grouped together and sent to the dangerous mountains. He felt like he was filming some kind of reality show. The timid students and students with suitcases stood in a bunch in front of the professor. He understood that the professors specially created such a system so that students from two classes would interact and gain experience together, but in reality, it works differently. Second years carry out the proposed missions, and third years evaluate them. The results are added up with additional points, which are quite high, so you can't just ignore the program. A third year with a blank face smiled widely, asking his subordinates to stand up straight. Two students in black pants stood opposite each other. It was the perfect place to have a showdown. The commander-in-chief said that if the boys didn't want their grades to be lowered, they had to get moving. A third-year student named Casson mockingly stuck out his finger and said that he had gotten used to the fact that second years were a bit short on brains, but he hadn't thought they were that much. The students looked sheepishly at Casson's proud expression as he explained that usually, as soon as they arrived, they had to line up to greet their mentors instead of making senseless fussing noises, and that they had to give them the food from their kits. Adela anxiously began to explain that the food was meant to last them a few days in the mountains, and if they gave it all away, they would have nothing to eat. The mentor opened his mouth angrily and told the girl to shut up. Casson began to shout furiously at the girl, pointing his finger, and said that in their time, everyone did that, so she shouldn't dare contradict her elders and should come to her senses. The other students stood in a line and were scared when they were told to pass all their food and anything they considered useful. The blonde looked at what was happening with disappointment. The guy with blue hair began to unpack his suitcase. Casson grinned maliciously. Siha looked ahead coldly when Casson stood next to him and explained that they should have behaved like this from the very beginning. And if they did not want to immediately pack their things and go home or, even worse, lose their points, then they should just listen. The mentor caught his comrade with his gaze. He spread his arms in front of the protagonists and did not understand why he was standing. The protagonist only smirked in response, sighed, and agreed that they were just a joke for him. The fifth-year student immediately began to mock with slight tension. The protagonist looked through his bangs at Casson with an ironic smirk and added that he only chuckled slightly at them. He saw Casson's furious gaze in front of him and realized that he actually knew the truth. Third years weren't bad guys at all, and they had no reason to bully the juniors. In his image, Han was waving his magic wand with a radiance, because in fact, the second years this year were very talented. He also imagined Adela and Solia using their magic, explaining that dissatisfaction when meeting smug guys was probably what made Casson so angry. The third year bared his teeth furiously and frowned, asking again if he had heard him correctly and if he really dared to express himself so smugly. Siha looked at the mentor coldly, who recognized him as that very student, because recently the school was talking only about him. He added that the guy barely stayed afloat during the entire first year, was one step away from expulsion, and now suddenly felt like the coolest. Casson put his hands on his hips and laughed maliciously in front of the guy, trying to understand what motivates him, hinting at his family's situation, and even if he flies out of the academy, his dad will allegedly help him get a job. The protagonist opened his mouth with a smile and explained that from time to time his father really does help him. The third-year student screamed bloodthirstily at the guy, who explained that if he knew about Casson's attitude, he would hardly forgive him. The protagonist closed his eyes with a smile and explained that right before the departure, the dean separately called him to his place and said that the most important thing on the road is team spirit. He looked through his bangs with an ironic grin and added that what their current mentor was doing was more blackmail than cooperation, and the situation was quite complicated, so he did not know how to assess it. The third-year student trembled angrily, hearing that if the dean suddenly called him to his place again when they returned, he did not even know how to tell him about this situation. Casson reached out his hands to the guy in anger and insulted him. The mentor reached out with his hand. Suddenly, a beam of light flew out of the briefcase. It was Basilisk, which bloodthirstily grabbed the villain's hand. The brown-haired man held his indignant beast with a smile. The third-year student frantically looked at his wounded hand and noticed that there was blood there and he needed to call a doctor. He looked angrily at the protagonist in the company of other students and realized that if this was suddenly something serious, he would not just leave him like that. The protagonist stroked Basilisk with a grin. The protagonist looked back when his comrade called out to him and asked what he would do with their luggage. White clouds and clear weather stood above the tents because the guys had to take all the things and return to the tents. There was a lamp and plants in the room, accompanied by angry shouts about Kassan wanting revenge. While this third year was angry, another guy put his hand in his bag and asked his friend why he bothered with Siha, who may be rude, but his skills were really improving at an incredible rate. This guy continued to rage and frown, but he was asked to stop talking nonsense and help his comrade since distributing supplies for the second years was so tiring. Kassan was indignant since he could not leave things as they were. Suddenly, he looked to the side. He came closer to Levany, who was unpacking bags and assumed that he had Siha's bag. The guy began to suspect something. Kassan maliciously grabbed the protagonist's bag and said that he should put him in his place so that he would come to his senses, since he cannot be allowed to talk to his seniors like that. A shaggy black background with Kassan shouting that since Siha is so talented, she can somehow survive without water. Levany asked with horror and indignation how 5 people can survive on 1 bottle of water. Their small bag was standing next to other school bags, and the indignant guy said that there was no need to talk, that he supposedly felt sorry for the impudent second years, but for his friend it sounded too much. The brown-haired guy looked maliciously at his bandaged hand and said that it was only Levany's opinion, but he thought that they should suffer. It was already night, and Siha was sleeping next to one. The clear sun stood over the forest area because the next day had come and there were only 6 days left. If they managed to survive without incident during this time, then for the guys it is a success. However, if they get a fatal wound or do not hold out and return to the base, then it is a failure. The cartoonish faces of the guys looked at each other and one said that the bag for their team was somehow very light. They unpacked the bag and saw only 1 bottle of water with other supplies like rope, heating stones, and absorbing stones. The protagonist was horrified that they had to hold out with this for 6 days. Adela looked maliciously at the smirk of the protagonist, who realized that this was related to him. The girl noted that every time she got involved in something with him, something always happened, and this was definitely not a coincidence, but there were good moments, which he assured. One smiled happily along with Natalie, who explained that if they returned to the base, they would be counted as failures, which meant that they could only move on and they needed to try. A wooden sign indicated different routes, and the guys had to decide where they would go. The protagonist extended his finger forward, saying that they needed to go to the right. One leaned towards him and suggested that it couldn't be that simple, and since none of them knew this area, it would be better to think and choose the safest route. The protagonist closed his eyes smiling and said that he knew everything because the professor called him and explained everything to him personally, but he said that he read it somewhere because he was interested in this area. Natalie stood next to Adela while the 2 guys discussed the moment, and one noted that their leader knew everything, but he thought that everything would be so simple from now on. The purple evening sky enveloped the foliage. Some of the guys felt dizzy as if they were walking in circles. A student in white socks and shoes stopped in a clearing. Since the guys took into account that there was only grass and trees around, it was difficult to judge, but there was a feeling that the landscape did not change. The protagonist stared at the backs of the frightened boys and felt a strange sensation, since he was told that the right road is the fastest safe way and did not think that the professor would lie to the student. Siha stared through his bangs and tried to understand what was going on. A scream came from the camp with tents that they were in trouble. Levany pulled the red crystal towards the indignant Kassan and realized that he took the locator stone from Siha's bag, but the 3rd year said that he did not do it on purpose. The temporary mentor was horrified and angry since he realized that the stone could have fallen out when he took out water and food, and yet, no matter how angry he was at him, he did not want everything to end like this. Levany held the crystal in his hands with a pitiful look and explained that this stone is a minimum defense device, since the only reason why students are sent on trips to such dangerous places is because the stone can always determine their location. Kassan screamed furiously and did not understand what they wanted from him now because he also did not know what to do. Kassan, with a downcast look and shaking hands, answered that the guys were still capable and would somehow cope, so just coming to the second years and saying that they screwed up would be terrible. His bandaged hand was shaking, and he said that in 3 days he would report everything himself, but for now it was not worth twitching. Although he realized, if everything failed, then he and Levany could be punished, but if everything went well, they would show the best result. A system notification popped up on the night glade with the main episode 5 Secrets of Survival. This happened on the night of the next day, while Kassan hoped that nothing like this would happen in 3 days. The main character looked at the system window with a joyful smile and realized that something was bound to happen, and decides this was not an additional episode, but part of the main branch. Suddenly he wilted and looked away. He looked at his guys walking through the forest clearing and realized that for them, who hadn't eaten anything and had been on their feet all day, it was completely normal to feel exhausted. They also managed to figure out that the reason they were walking in circles was because of the special magic of this place. He stood there sweating and thinking that this was still suspicious since an optical illusion wasn't something that happened naturally like a mirage, and there was no reason for the academy to torture its students like this on purpose. The main character sighed indignantly, holding onto his strap and trying to figure out what was going on. He stood on the forest path in his shoes and realized that he had made a lot of enemies and couldn't even imagine who exactly had set this up, implying that the other guys were probably enjoying their food right now while sitting in their camps. One pointed his finger at the black cave in the distance while their leader thought about why they were the only ones in the team who actually had to survive. Siha looked back at the joyful Natalie with a lively look and said that they could light a fire there and spend the night. Suddenly, a boar's face appeared. The team leader looked back in horror. It was a bloodthirsty huge boar. One looked at the monster with a joyful grin and explained that this cave already had its owner. The huge boar sighed heavily in front of the guys. The bloodthirsty boar continued to frown. The guys assumed that it lived near the cave. The animal began to exhale steam furiously. Then the monster stamped its hoof. The main character and Adela smiled ironically, assuming that the monster began to get very angry. Siha opened his briefcase and was about to get a small dragon, realizing that it was just a huge pig and the main thing was to catch it. He immediately released it into flight, realizing that although the dragon was small, it was a legendary creature that could compete with most magicians. The protagonist crossed his arms in relief when Basilisk flew away, although he thought that they would be equal in strength. He opened his eyes in bewilderment from such an action. He immediately approached his dumbfounded beast and tried to bring it to its senses. The battered basilisk bulged its eyes and smiled ironically, while its owner described the expression on its face that such a great dragon could not be defeated by some pig. The brunette looked at the situation in bewilderment, evidence trying to bring the feelings of his dragon. The girl took out her long sword and realized that she should cope here instead of the dragon. The girl put her foot on the clearing. Then she pointed her blade at the boar and was going to aim straight at his heart. She swung a beam of light. She tightly clutched the blade in her hands near the furry one. She angrily bared her teeth and was indignant. The guys watched in shock as Adela flew away, noticing that the boar was wild. Something was wrong. Considering that her sword hadn't left a scratch, most likely its body had been strengthened with magic. Natalie opened her mouth in horror next to the dumbfounded Siha, who was trying to understand where the magical fortification came from in this dark forest. The main character held the dragon in his hands and looked at the girl with the sword, realizing that troubles never come alone and that nothing could be done now. The team leader looked at the still dumbfounded basilisk and realized that he still hadn't had time to come to his senses, but wanted him to make another attack. The dragon immediately perked up and smiled, saying that they needed to use the same technique they had been practicing, because up until that moment he had asked Basilisk to help him with simple attacks during the battle. But recently they have been practicing a direct attack on a single target with maximum force using a fire eruption. The little dragon closed his eyes and sweated as he was saving up his mana, and his master did not think that he would be able to use the skill in practice so quickly. The dragon bulged his eyes in shock and began to rage and spew out a powerful burst of fire. The dead boar immediately fell to the ground. Natalie looked at the roasted boar with sadness. The protagonist looked at it with a smile and said that although he had seen it before, it was still amazing, because he did not believe that this species was capable of such a strong attack. The brown-haired man looked at the blonde smiling at the dragon and noted its unusualness. A group of guys looked at the huge carcass of the roasted boar, and they smelled this sweet smell. Suddenly, all the guys looked to the side when they were called out. Exhausted, Siha wiped his saliva with his hand and said that they were having pork for dinner today. He put his hands on his hips and looked at the boar carcass with confusion, assuming that since he had killed it, the guys wanted him to cut it up too. He took out his glowing scalpel and began to cut the carcass, since he was the only one of them who had studied anatomy properly. Glints of dim light burst into the night space, and he felt somehow sad that he was receiving this knowledge. He was not there to cut up pigs. Light smoke rose above the camp in the forest. All the guys were sitting by the fire. He put delicious pieces of meat on a skewer. Then they began to fry them on the fire. 4 cooked pieces of meat were on the skewer and the guys wanted to try them. One opened his mouth wide and was going to try the meat. He immediately began to chew with his mouth full. The red-haired guy and the blonde smiled with joy at the taste. Adela and the main character also managed to try the meat. Siha looked at his crying comrade with a smile, who already assumed that they would all die of hunger, but there was another way to live. Because they had not eaten a crumb all day, their strength was completely exhausted. It was a bright wood fire. The guys decided to spend the night here today, so they had to monitor the situation in turns. The main character walked along the night path in the cave, wondering what they should do tomorrow. He imagined Cassin and Levany standing with their backs to each other and thought that if he reported to the academy, it would take a lot of time, provided that the elders realized that something was wrong and reported to the professors, and it would take at least another week. He again imagined a huge boar above the silhouettes of the guys in the clearing. I created that during this time they could again fall under these illusions and get lost, or meet other strong monsters. He closed his eyes with slight sadness and understood that he needed to do something, but he could not understand how to act better, and suddenly he was called out. Adela was walking behind the protagonist with a smile and trying to understand what he was thinking about, since she could not fall asleep. He looked at the girl intently through her bangs. The girl stood next to him and pointed at the stars flying in the sky, offering to take a walk. She happily looked at the light breaking through in the cave, trying to understand why they said that magic reflects a person's personal inclinations, although she had never thought about it since she is an earth mage, but she, like a person, is very drawn to the sky. The brunette looked with a smile at the malicious grin of the team leader and asked why he chose taming. Siha understood that in his past life he was a veterinarian who opened his eyes and decided to become the one who tames a monster. Adela looked at the guy closing his eyes with a lively smile, who understood that he couldn't say that, and explained that he liked to receive something without making an effort, and she understood why he loved basilisks so much. The brunette with her hair flying looked at Siha with trepidation. The brown-haired man looked through his bangs with slight bewilderment, and magic finds the one who truly desires it. The guy followed the girl along the path, and this was an indisputable law of this world. The brunette walked ahead, putting her hands behind her back, and he tried to understand why Adela would become the second most powerful after the main character. The girl added that she always knew why she would become a mage. She imagined herself in a black dress on a city street and said that as a child, even before she learned about magic, her village was buried underground. She remembered how, as a little girl, her eyes widened in horror. At that moment, she was small and watched a huge pile of earth because no one was left of the city. The brunette with a trembling smile lowered her head and explained that there were many rumors around, when some said that a dark mage was hiding in her and others that the whole village was cursed. The protagonist stood with his back to her. The girl said that she tried not to even notice all these rumors. The main thing for her was that a bunch of innocent people died for no reason one unfortunate morning. Adela with a smile lowered her head under the rays of piercing light, saying that she was the only one left. Adela stood with her back, looking at the puzzle pieces. Siha noted that now all the puzzle pieces fell into place. A brunette was visible in the puzzle pieces. The protagonist understood why Adela never mentioned her family in the original story. Why? As if she had nowhere to return, she always stayed at the academy, training. The protagonist stood with his back, imagining the image of the girl on her smartphone. He understood why she was always so worried, always in a hurry. The girl looked at the ground with a slight smile. The main character looked at the brunette with a serious expression and called out to her, after which he looked ahead in bewilderment, hearing a crack. He lowered his head and saw cracks in the ground. The guys looked down, seeing how the ground began to crack, after which it collapsed into pieces. The guys fell underground with a crash. Siha grabbed his head with his hand. He said that apparently he had a crack in his bone. The student looked at the student in bewilderment. She asked that he also saw something glowing on the ground, to which the hero replied that it was so, and there was a feeling of deja vu, but he would not understand what exactly. In the memories, Han was holding a piece of paper. The student asked her if she remembered the strange note that Han had found in the secret passage of Ardal, noting that there was a similar code, to which the student replied that Han had said that he had found it when he was looking for traces of warlocks in the school. The boys looked around in confusion. A red stone was visible in the chest of the stone effigy. The protagonist noted that he had found it. He reached out his hand to the stone. He noted that it was a cube. The protagonist looked at the monster in confusion. He asked if he had woken up only because the cube had disappeared, to which the girl replied that it was unlikely. A crack appeared on the stone monster. The boys watched the moving golem motionless. The protagonist said that it was incredible, asking that first a wild boar and now a golem. The protagonist smiled nervously. He said that he wasn't sure he could handle him at all, asking what to do, to which the brunette replied that he should quickly come to her and grab her hand tightly. The brunette was holding a glow stick in her hand. Siha asked why she needed a hand, to which the girl asked him that he didn't understand. The student grabbed the guy by the collar and dragged him along. She screamed that they had to get out of here, after which she crashed her head into the wall. The protagonist braced his hands on the ground. He said that the stone rocket was certainly good, asking why he was rushing without making out the road, that his head was breaking through the ceiling, to which Adela replied that he had so many words, even when he was being saved. The brunette raised her head, looking at the sky. She said that she imagined the worst-case scenario they could find themselves in. The golem was waving his fists. The girl said that the golem, which had woken up because they had stepped on that slab, was now indiscriminately destroying everything around itself and that the cave was about to collapse. The boys ran along the ground. Adela asked why he was hesitating, noting that they needed to go faster. Natalie and one were sitting near a small fire. One asked the boys what they were doing there and why everything was shaking, to which Siha replied that there was no time to explain and that they needed to get outside quickly. The night sky stretched over the forest. The boys looked back at the student. The brunette told them to stop. The redhead looked at the student in bewilderment. Adela said that they couldn't run any further, and that the illusion zone began here, to which one asked what they should do now, and that she had said that something huge was chasing them. The girl looked at the boys with a serious look. She said that they would have to fight and thought that she should be calmer. Then she looked behind her. She thought that he was slower than she thought. The mage put her wand in front of her. She used the spellstone strike. A huge boulder crashed into the golem's body. Smoke from the blow came from the monster's body. The mage noted that she hit hard enough, but there was not even a scratch on him, adding that he had great durability and physical attacks did not work. The main character's eyes widened. The brunette looked back at the protagonist in bewilderment. Siha thanked the girl, to which she replied that she did nothing. The student added that even though it was a useless move, she had given him the necessary hint. Natalie watched in horror. The protagonist thought that if Adela's power was useless, then Basilisk's power would not work here either, and a golem strengthened by magic would not burn even in a firestorm. Siha told the blonde to come to him and help, to which she replied that she would not be able to attack as strongly as Adela, but the protagonist noted that her water magic had a good effect. The brunette looked away in bewilderment. Siha said that they would simply pour water on him, to which the mage asked if he was out of his mind, noting that earth and stone monsters had high resistance to water. The blonde held her magic wand in front of her and puffed out her cheeks. The student said that everything was fine and she should trust him and just try, to which Natalie replied that since it was him, he must have come up with something. The sorceress frowned. She used the spell Water Strike. Water poured on the golem's head. The blonde said that she just gave him a shower, asking that it would definitely work, to which the hero replied that it was perfect. A white animal crawled out of his pocket. The protagonist told Closty that it was his turn now. The little dragon flew into the air, after which he narrowed his sly gaze. Adela looked in bewilderment towards where snowflakes were visible. She noted that it had suddenly become so cold. The girl looked at what was happening in surprise. With the help of Closty, the golem was frozen. The protagonist thought that if it could not be broken, then they would freeze it. The ice began to crack. The golem fell apart in front of the main character. Siha noted that they would then break it. Siha looked up with an exhausted expression. He noted that it was very simple. When water turned to ice, it expanded, and no matter how big the stone was, a quick freeze would destroy it. After which his legs began to give way. He said that he was glad that it worked. The guys looked at the guy with fear, after which they gathered around the lying protagonist. Natalie asked the hero if he was okay, to which Siha replied that he had given up too much magic and it seemed that he was dying. Adela added that, apparently, he was not okay, after which she looked to the side warily. She said that she heard footsteps. Two older students were running towards the guys. A broken golem was lying on the ground. The guy asked what was going on there, to which the hero noted that the older ones had finally arrived and they probably had something to say. The main character began to rise to his feet. The student awkwardly looked to the side and folded his palms in front of himself. He said that he was wrong and he really didn't mean for this to happen, adding that he didn't take the stone on purpose and he was looking for them and worrying. The protagonist narrowed his eyes in displeasure. The brown-haired man asked what a golem was doing on the outskirts of Ardal, which made the protagonist think that maybe he should punch him. The protagonist sighed heavily. He looked at the guy with a bloodthirsty grin. Siha asked that maybe they should kneel, noting that then maybe he would forgive them. The elder looked at the student in confusion. Siha asked that maybe he should kneel and then maybe he would forgive him, to which the elder asked what he was even talking about. The protagonist looked at the guy with a terrifying look. He asked why he was standing there. The brown-haired man bared his teeth. Siha told him to kneel quickly. Then the elder fell to his knees. He looked at the ground in irritation, clenching his fists. The elder said that he was wrong. The protagonist noted that it ended there. The sky above the building was clear. The student noted that before the week was up, the academy issued an emergency order to return. The students looked at the pillar of energy in surprise. The protagonist mused that the magic they used to deal with the golem was too impressive, so both the other students and the academy found out about it, but in any case, since everyone remained alive, he thought it would only be a penalty. A chandelier with candles illuminated the room. The protagonist noted that they promised to investigate the sudden appearance of wild boars and golems, but honestly, he doubted that they would go too far. Siha held out the red cube in front of him. He said that he brought it, to which Han replied that he heard that he had a hard time. Brown-haired handed the cube to his friend. He mused that according to the story, the third cube should not be here. Han looked at the cube with curiosity. The magician thought that if it really belonged to the black magicians, and they hid it in the forest, and they found and took it, then everything becomes logical, and the illusion magic, and the barriers, and the wild boars, and the golems, everything can be explained. The guys were sitting in chairs opposite each other. Siha asked Adela that she did not feel anything strange when they wandered through the forest, to which she replied that there was something disturbing and gloomy there, and Han noted that as far as he knew, such magic does not work over long distances. The student looked at the floor in horror. She said that it meant that the one who used it was somewhere in the forest. The brown-haired man looked down with caution. He thought that the black magicians seemed to be getting closer and closer to them, and in that case, both the cube and their lives would be in danger. The protagonist looked up with a nervous grin. He noted that, as if on cue, the next task appeared. A system window appeared in the air, talking about the 6th main episode, the Ardal Order, and he must protect the cube from the black mages. Siha thought that the Ardal Order had finally appeared. The brunette looked away with a smile. The protagonist mused that this was mentioned in the original story as well, and this group was supposed to be created by Han, but there was a problem. He imagined a smiling guy holding a cube. He noted that in most cases, the cubes ended up in the hands of the enemy, and the current enemy's name was the Black Mage Agent, a master of tracking and stealing, and he didn't care how many cubes they collected before him. The mage imagined the thief stealing their cubes. He mused that it was enough for him to just steal them, given this unexpected cube. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist. He mused that they already had more than they were supposed to have, and now Agent would most likely take action. The protagonist stood up from the couch. He said that the meeting was over, to which Han replied that he was tired and needed to rest. The main character was thinking that it was now important to figure out who to take into the team. He was walking along the corridor of the building. The brown-haired man raised his head, above which a system window was visible. He was thinking that he needed to gather 5 more people, and according to the plot, they should be. He imagined the guys. The protagonist noted that they were Han, Adela, Solia, and there were still 2 spots left. Siha imagined a blonde and a red-haired man. He noted that he was thinking about Natalie, the brains of the group, and one, Han's loyal comrade. The protagonist imagined Heel. He noted that for some reason one came to mind Heel. In his memories, the brown-haired woman communicated with many guys. The student was thinking that in the original, she would learn about the cubes later, but traveling with her through the dungeons and participating in competitions, he understood. He imagined a smiling girl. Siha noted that she was a real genius and her knowledge and success in theology spoke for themselves. The main character introduced the image of Seymour. He noted what else he thought of Seymour, adding that his character left much to be desired. The brunette looked nervously to the side. The main character noted that after he helped him get out of the dungeon, he did not return to black magic and behave quietly. The protagonist slightly bent his leg. He thought that he had great potential, and now he was sure that Seymour would not betray him. The main character walked along the corridor illuminated by moonlight. He thought that maybe this did not coincide with the plot, but what can you do? The student introduced the guys about standing on their palms. He noted that in order to survive in this story, you need to find talents as early as possible and involve them in the main plot of the story in order to achieve the best result. The magician scratched his head and smiled widely. He noted that this was the right decision and that he had decided on a team. The sun was shining over the rocks. The magician said that he would now conduct an experiment. The sunlight illuminated the entrance to the cave. The protagonist asked what was there. The young man entered the cave with the magic circles. He noted that Han was currently storing the cubes, wondering how they managed to build such a protected structure in the middle of the desert. The cubes were under glass lids. The protagonist noted that here they were. He smiled and reached out his hand to the cube. Siha noted that they had only collected 3 cubes. The man in the black cape reached out his hand to the cubes. The protagonist noted that black magicians only use cubes to draw out magical energy, but he knew that their abilities were not limited to that. The black magician was holding a cube in his hands, from which orange energy emanated. The protagonist noted that the cube could be used in other ways, and he could offer him power in exchange for something. On the piece of paper was a drawing of a guy in front of a cube. The protagonist noted that this is how Han gave up his eyesight to win the last battle. The young guy sighed heavily. He thought that he did not plan to use the cube. Then he threw an orange cube. Siha thought that he wanted to find out and if there were other ways to use it, because it is of great importance in the original and they are constantly trying to get it. Orange energy began to emanate from the cube. The magician wondered if he could suddenly tame the cube. The student stood with his back to the cube. He thought that it sounded absurd, but he would try and to tame it. Communication was needed, and he should talk to it. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, addressing the cube. The object was floating in the air. The protagonist rested his hands on the ground. He noted that it did not respond, and this was understandable. The protagonist frowned. He thought that he had the pride of a tamer, and he could not give up so easily. He remembered books with magic circles. The tamer noted that the basis of taming is active interest and conversation, adding that in the book The Basics of Taming Chapter 1 Part 1, it says that conversation is the basis of the basics, and they even underlined it with a red line on the very first page. The tamer looked at the object with displeasure. He told him to answer him and not to make a fool of him. The cube continued to float in the air. The protagonist noted that there was no answer and it was a stone, after which he grabbed his head with his hands. Siha thought that Basilisk became more affectionate when he gave it a name and could also call it something. The protagonist looked at the cube with bewilderment. The face of the protagonist was visible in the reflection of the object. He said that he could call it a square. You think that everything is correct as it looks, so it should be called. The magician turned away from the object, grabbing his head with his hand. He asked what he was doing here, noting that he would go back. A system notification appeared above the item, saying that the friendliness level had increased. The protagonist looked at the system window in confusion. He wondered if this was serious. The protagonist grinned nervously as the system notifications continued to appear. He wondered why this was even working. A system notification appeared, asking if he wanted to tame the square. The protagonist frowned. He thought that of course he did. Then he pressed the agree button. System windows appeared. The square had no thoughts, was a completely inanimate object, level 1, magic power 100, and had the special skill transformation. The protagonist wondered if it had a magic power of 100. He imagined the cube and the dragon. Siha noted that even the magic of Basilisk, a dragon cub with outstanding abilities, is 70, and the cube is a 3-digit number, and it is not surprising that black magicians hunt for such artifacts. The protagonist grinned nervously. He noted that first of all, he missed something important by being distracted by this number. He stared at the square. The protagonist reached out his hand to the object. He wondered if he really tamed the cube. The weather was clear above the academy. The main character noted that this was how his project Secret Taming of Cubes began. The square was hovering in the air. The protagonist noted that taming the first cube was not difficult. The yellow cube was hovering in the air. The protagonist thought that the difficulty with the second one had increased several times. The system notified that the proximity had increased by 1.8%. The tamer looked at the yellow cube with a dejected look. He stated that it was very slow, but there was no point in complaining. He then introduced himself and the animals. He mused that with Basilisk, Closty, and the square, he had already objectively gone beyond the limits of ordinary taming. The mage sighed heavily. He noted that if he started complaining now, the other tamers would throw stones at him. Siha extended his hand. He noted that they needed to act calmly and slowly. He raised his hand to the cube. The protagonist noted that this cube was a cube of emptiness, and through taming, he learned that each cube had unique abilities, and this one could create space using magical power and a certain price. The protagonist looked at the object with a smile. He mused that its usefulness already went beyond the limits of an ordinary magic amplifier. The protagonist picked up the cube. He said that now, in order to increase intimacy, he needed to carry it with him, musing that given that the cube could be stolen during order missions, it was better to keep one of them on him. The protagonist turned around, hearing the cry of the dragon. Basilisk changed its color to purple. The dragon was smiling happily, wagging its tail. The protagonist noted that if we talk about Basilisk, it recently mastered the ability to polymorph. Basilisk used the basic polymorph skill. The protagonist noted that it is true that this ability is not impressive yet. The dragon with a happy expression on its face changed its color to green. The protagonist asked that it cannot change its shape, but only its color. The animal closed its eyes and continued to smile. The protagonist said that outwardly almost nothing changes, except that the jaw is slightly corrected. Siha looked at the animal in bewilderment. He said that the red dragon becomes blue, asking what this is called polymorph, after which he widened his eyes. He noted that if you think about it, at least some change is already progress. The protagonist's eyes sparkled. He asked the dragon if he could use polymorph on other things. The tamer held a yellow cube in his hand. He thought that it was too conspicuous and it would be better to make it less noticeable. He looked at the dragon with a malicious grin. Siha told him to try to round it a little. Basilisk looked at his master in horror, after which the cube turned into a ball. The system reported that the proximity was 2.1%. Siha noted that this is how the second cube named Roundy appeared, and after that, things went on as usual, adding that convincing each member of the order to join was more difficult than he expected. Heel looked ahead with distrust. The protagonist noted that it was especially difficult with Regina. He remembered standing in front of him. Heel looked at the guy with suspicion. The protagonist noted that although she was kind and got along well with Han, she kept saying that the prophecy boded trouble and he should not be near it. The protagonist closed his eyes and raised his hand above his head. He noted that he had barely persuaded her, but in the end she had agreed. The tamer stood in front of Seymour. He noted that Seymour, as expected, followed him without resistance, and it seemed that he believed that he could correct his past thanks to the order. The tamer stood in front of the system window. He noted that thus, the 6th main episode was successfully completed. The sun was shining in the sky. The protagonist was holding a book in his hands. A female student appeared next to him. She asked him what he was doing here. The blonde looked at the protagonist with a smile and held a kitten in her hands. Siha said that he was just reading a book he took from the library, asking what kind of cat it was. Natalie picked up the kitten. She said that she had recently visited her parents and found her in the rain near their house. The protagonist looked at the cat in bewilderment. The girl said that she reminded him of Basilisk and she couldn't pass by, so she took it, which made the hero wonder how they were similar because it was a completely different creature. The tamer picked up the cat. He wondered that in this world, pets are equated with dragons. Natalie watched what was happening with admiration. She noted that she got used to him so quickly, and it took her a few days to make friends with her. The blonde turned her attention to the book. She asked what he was reading and that it didn't bother him, to which the hero replied that it was not a textbook and he was just reading for himself. The cat jumped to the ground. The protagonist thought that he decided to study the artifacts of this world to better understand how to handle cubes, and frankly, there are few books about artifacts here, and they are not designed for beginners. The student sat down next to the guy. She asked him what his interests were, noting that the books looked rather complicated, to which the protagonist replied that he was rather studying and that he actually understood almost nothing. The girl leaned slightly towards the protagonist. She said that she could help, noting that it was a table of classifications of brooms. The protagonist looked up in surprise, imagining brooms. The girl said that depending on the method of manufacture, their purpose changes, long ones for home, short ones for sports, to which Siha replied that she knew so much. The blonde closed her eyes and smiled widely. She said that she even made them herself with her father. The protagonist looked at the girl in shock. He asked what she made artifacts, thinking that this could not be, and the expert was so close all this time. The blonde placed the book on her lap. She said that these initial artifacts are not difficult to create, noting that this is an amplifier for wands and this is a dagger with a special effect. In the book, a drawing of a bottle was visible. The blonde said that it was an expensive potion. The protagonist looked ahead in confusion. On the page of the book, a drawing of a cube was visible. Siha noted that on the next page, although signed without a title, it was an obvious description of a cube. The guys were sitting on a bench. Siha thought that no matter how much Natalie knew about artifacts, she would hardly understand what was being discussed. The protagonist looked at the girl in horror. The blonde said that it was a cube, to which the hero asked what she knew about cubes, after which the tamer covered his mouth with his hand. He thought that he needed to pretend that he did not understand anything, because cubes were almost unknown to anyone, and even more so to students, and in his confusion he gave himself away. The blonde slightly opened her mouth. She said that she knew about them. The cat was lying on the ground, raising her head. The student asked how he knew about them, noting that usually few people know about them, to which the hero asked where she got her knowledge. The girl ran her finger along the page of the book. She looked at the guy with a serious look. Natalie said that her grandfather created them. The protagonist looked at the blonde in surprise. He asked that her grandfather created them. Natalie looked at the protagonist in confusion. She noted that this was true, and now he had to answer how he knew about the cube, which made the hero wonder if he should tell the truth. He imagined the blonde staying away from the guys. Siha noted that in the original, Natalie was a positive character. In the memories, the smartphone was hovering in the air. The tamer noted that she did not participate in the main plot, but only occasionally helped the protagonist, so she should not have evil intent to use the cube. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth. He noted that now was not the time to think. The girl stared at the main character. The magician noted that he needed information about the cube, and for this he should be honest, since he could not miss this opportunity. The student looked at his friend with a serious look. He said that he knew about the cube because he had it. The girl looked at the protagonist in surprise. She asked that he had a cube. The guys were sitting next to each other on a bench. The sorceress said that her grandfather told her that it was stolen and was being used somewhere, and he told her not to tell anyone about it, so she kept everything a secret. The blonde imagined an image of a man with a cube. The main gay character looked away in confusion. The blonde asked why he had it, but the hero thought that, apparently, there was no point in hiding information about the cube from Natalie anymore. The young man narrowed his eyes. He thought that even if there were more participants than recommended. A system window appeared, which talked about the 6th main episode, the Ardal Order. Siha said that he had a proposal, asking for permission to use her knowledge. A system window appeared above the boys' heads, which said that +1 person was added. The main character wondered that nothing terrible would happen, telling the girl that black magicians wanted to take possession of the cube. The boys stood in the classroom. The student noted that, as he expected, Natalie willingly agreed to join the order. The girl drew a cube on the board. The main character noted that she shared a lot of information with him, after which the blonde said that the cube was created as an artifact source of energy. The boys stood near the board. Natalie said that her grandfather wanted to replace steam locomotives with magical trains. The protagonist imagined pipes and street lamps. He noted that if you think about it, the technology here is chaotic, and all because of the basic limitations of magic of what it can and cannot do. On the board was drawn a train. Siha noted that a magical train was impossible. Natalie raised a finger, imagining a moving train. She said that it took too much magic to move it, and her grandfather had been puzzling over it for a long time. She imagined a bright flash in the sky. The girl said that he then decided that if he created an artifact that could generate magic in huge quantities and compress it compactly, then this could be the solution. Grandfather wandered through the forest under the bright sun. The blonde said that their Willow family was famous for crafting artifacts, and grandfather went on a journey across the continent to find suitable materials. The man stood near the wall of the cave, looking at the rocks. Natalie noted that he eventually discovered a mineral. She imagined a blue cube. The student said that it was a highly magical, glowing stone, and that only one cube was created from a huge number of these stones. The blonde looked at the guy with a serious expression. She said that depending on the composition of the stones, the cube began to exhibit different abilities, to which the hero asked if these were the cube's unique abilities. But the girl replied that this was true, but it was a secret that no one knew, asking how he even found out about this. The protagonist closed his eyes and grinned awkwardly. He thought that he could not say that he had tamed this stone, stating that this was only his guess. Sunlight entered the room through the windows. The student said that everything was correct, but the grandfather did not plan to give the lip special abilities, and in order to control the cube, he imposed restrictions and created unique abilities, noting that she did not know for sure because she did not create it. The blonde with a serious expression imagined the weapon under lock and key. She said that all artifacts have conditions and a fee is charged for their use. The protagonist stared at the girl. He thought that he understood everything and, for example, one of the cubes in the original story had the ability to revive the dead, but for this the user sacrificed his own life. After which the hero lowered his gaze. He said that initially the cube was a simple artifact for accumulating energy, to which the student replied that everything was correct. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist. He said that now this is no longer the case. He imagined exploding dynamite. Siha noted that sometimes things go completely differently from how they were intended, like Nobel dynamite, created for safe explosions, became a deadly weapon. The protagonist imagined a red cube against the background of a train and a black magician. He noted that the same thing with the cube, originally intended for convenience, was desecrated by the greed of black magicians. The tamer looked at the blonde who waved at him. He noted that he was so glad that he received so much information about the cube. He remembered how the girl approached him on the street. Siha noted that if Natalie hadn't accidentally spoken to him on the bench today. The protagonist recalled Heel taking the book off the shelf. He thought that if Heel hadn't accidentally found this book in the library yesterday, the young man walked down the academy corridor. He noted that he wouldn't have achieved such a result. The magician turned around. The girl said that she finally found him. Heel walked towards the protagonist with a wide smile. Siha said that they say that if you remember a ray, there's the sun. The girl looked at the cat with curiosity. She asked if it was a cat or a monster that he tamed, to which the protagonist replied that it was just a cat. The protagonist slightly lifted the cat. He stated that Natalie had found her abandoned in the rain and had temporarily taken her in and told him that she seemed to enjoy being with him, asking him to look after her, to which the student noted that she was currently busy with her assignments. The long-haired girl held her hands out in front of her. She said that taming animals did not necessarily mean that he was good with them, but she was doing great and she wanted to support her too. The student closed his eyes and smiled widely. He said that Natalie had spent a lot of time taming this cat, asking if she could approach a noisy person like her since she had already become completely accustomed to him. The student looked happily at the cat snuggling up to her, after which she smiled widely. She asked what he said and that she had become completely accustomed to him. The protagonist covered his embarrassed face with his hand. He asked her to stop laughing. The cat snuggled up to the girl's chest. Heel noted that she was nice to her and liked her too. The protagonist looked at the girl in surprise. The brunette asked that if she didn't have an owner, could she keep her? The protagonist remembered the boys who got into trouble. He thought that maybe it would be safer to hand her over to Heel, a seer who reads destinies. He imagined the girl standing near a tree. Siha thought that it was better than leaving them with people who were constantly getting into trouble. The seer looked at the protagonist happily. The tamer said that Natalie was looking for a good home for her and this was a great opportunity. The girl happily hugged the cat. She told her that from now on, they were not a family, to which the protagonist said that Natalie had already chosen a name. The cat stared at its new owner. The protagonist said that her name was Joy, to which Heel noted that she had a very cute name. The seer lifted the cat above her. She said that he had hopes for her. The protagonist smirked contentedly. He thought that a seer and a cat were not a bad combination, asking why she was looking for him. The female student looked at the guy with a serious look. The sunlight illuminated the academy corridor. The seer said that she had amazing news, to which the protagonist asked what kind of news it was. The rays of the sun illuminated the door of the office. The girl asked if he remembered his brother, whom they met at the astrology competition, to which the protagonist replied that he remembered. Sehak stood in the office. He looked ahead with a serious look. Heel stated that investigator Sehak was appointed as the new professor of magic production. The rays of the sun illuminated the room. Adela asked the guy what he did not know. The protagonist sat on the couch, looking at the girl. The brunette said that investigator Sehak was appointed the new professor of magic production. Sunlight illuminated the doors. The student noted that in order to combine teaching and his previous duties in the magic department, he set up his office in the academy and continues to work as an investigator. The protagonist looked at the sorceress with a serious look. He noted that she knows a lot. Adela smiled widely and raised 2 fingers. She said that she works part-time as an assistant investigator, to which the protagonist replied that she really lives life to the fullest. The protagonist looked at the girl in bewilderment. Adela looked at the guy in confusion. Siha asked why she didn't tell him anything about the part-time job and about Sehak, to which the student replied that she thought he already knew. The sorceress frowned. She asked why she even needed to tell him everything down to the last detail. The protagonist looked at the girl in confusion. He furrowed his brows and clenched his teeth. Siha thought that perhaps it really wasn't necessary, after which he turned his head away from the student. He thought that for some reason he felt offended when he asked how it happened that he was now an investigator, to which the girl replied that investigator Sehak had been handling one case for a long time, but it had not been solved yet, so even combining his work as a professor, he continued to work on it. Suddenly, a system window appeared in the room. Adela noted that he did not say the name of the case, as a student should not know, but since he had been doing this for so long, apparently the investigation was really complicated. The Tamer looked up in confusion. He wondered why he suddenly heard the sound of a system notification and what it was. A system window was hovering in front of the protagonist. It spoke of a sub-episode, the unsolved Catablem case, and he must investigate the truth of the case by helping the investigator. The main character wondered that a sub-episode had appeared. There were sealed boxes in the office. A man was holding a tablet with paper in his hands. He was standing in his office near the table. Sehak looked at the paper with a serious look. He remembered the dried-up land. The investigator noted that this was the Catablem case, and about 10 years ago, a mysterious disaster occurred that completely destroyed one village, and for him, this became a case that he dreams of solving. He was standing on the water surrounded by stars. Sehak noted that he was the best fortune teller of the Ardal Empire, and that is what he is called. The investigator looked at his hand with a serious look in which a star was shining. He noted that fortune telling is the ability to see the future, but he realized that magic can be used for more. He imagined how the lines connected in the star. Sehak noted that this is the idea, and through the magic of fortune telling, one can get clues for future investigations, and using these clues, quickly solve cases in the present. The people clapped their hands. The fortune teller mused that this way he had gained respect as an outstanding fortune teller. The brunette stood on a pole under the light. He noted that his abilities were recognized both in the magic department and in the empire. The man presented a pile of papers. He mused that after becoming an investigator, he began to quickly unravel complex cases, and many secrets of Ardal were revealed to him. The investigator stared at the tablet. He noted that this case was beyond his ability to solve. Sehak imagined images of men. He mused that the main reason why this case remained unsolved was that the magic department tried to hide it for some reason, and usually people avoid conflicts with the powers that be, so no one dared to take on this case. The guy pressed his lips together. He noted that he could not leave it. The fortune teller remembered how he looked at the purple sphere as a child. He noted that in his prophecy, he saw them. The boy looked up in surprise. The sphere contained the images of Siha and Tiso. The fortune teller noted that these were the images of people related to this case. The sky above the academy was clear. The investigator noted that now that he was a visiting professor at the academy, he could use this opportunity to investigate this case more freely. The man ran his finger over the document. He noted that he would definitely find out what happened in Catablem 10 years ago. The investigator looked at the file with a nervous expression. He thought that he was worried about one question. After he found out the truth, would he be able to live the same way as before? The main character stood near the wall. He thought about the sub-episode. Siha looked down with a thoughtful expression. He thought that the main story followed the original plot of the novel, and most of the episodes were related to dark magicians and had clear reward risks. The system window hovered above the ground. The Tamer noted that a sub-episode suddenly appeared here, and it was about Catablem. He recalled the image of the brown-haired girl. The Tamer noted that this was Adela's home village, which she talked about in the cave. The protagonist imagined a girl pointing a wand at a guy on a red background. He noted that in the original, Adela, who survived the event in Katablam, began to hate dark mages, and then, when Siha took the path of dark magic, she killed him. The protagonist imagined a black silhouette of a guy on a blue background. He noted that now he needed to understand why she killed Siha in the original. The Tamer looked at the system window with curiosity. He thought that this was really interesting. The system window hovered in front of the protagonist, which talked about the sub-episode. The Tamer wondered why he had to cross paths with Seyuk outside of lectures. Then he turned his attention to the side. The student said that investigator Seyuk was looking for him. The protagonist looked at the student. The girl noted that he said to come to his office immediately, and the protagonist thought that he did not have a moment of peace. The investigator looked at the guy with a cold gaze. He said that he would go to the ball that would take place in the Imperial Palace. The protagonist looked at his brother in bewilderment. He asked that he needed to go to the palace. The investigator handed over a tablet with a case. The magician asked that he could explain first, to which the fortune teller replied that it was part of the investigation. The protagonist began to study the case. He noted that this meant the Katablam case, when suddenly the investigator noted that he just needed to gather information. The man folded his hands in front of his face. He said that he knew that he was a famous person, and if he started asking people about the events of 10 years ago, it would arouse suspicion, which made the protagonist think that this was a modist. Siha lowered his gaze. Sehak stated that he would do it, a young promising student who attracts attention with his abilities. The investigator closed his eyes and slightly lowered his head. He noted that he was not suspicious yet, and according to the law, he was his brother, which made him an ideal assistant, which made the protagonist think that he separated work and personal life, and at least he was good at this, but it only benefited him and he would do the sub-episode. The protagonist smiled confusedly, imagining dancing. He asked about the ball, that there was dancing, music and all that. The brother looked at the guy with a serious look. He said that it was, and he should not attract attention to himself. The protagonist looked at his brother with confusion. Sehak said not to cause trouble, and he meant not to get into fights with other guests, which made Siha wonder what he thought of him. The Tamer closed his eyes, remembering his fights. He noted that he had previous affairs and maybe it was deserved. The night starry sky stretched above the mansion. Several days later, a beautiful chandelier hung on the ceiling. The guests were chatting with each other. The main characters were in the palace with their brother. Siha noted that the ball in the palace had begun. He smiled awkwardly. The Tamer thought that he felt like he was in a real fantasy story. There were many guests in the palace. The table was set with various dishes. The protagonist wondered why there was a chocolate fountain there, noting that it was simply incredible, and this was a ball organized by the emperor himself, adding that it was expected that it would be luxurious. The protagonist stood in the middle of the hall. He noted that he had no way of knowing how to act at such events. The protagonist smirked slightly, imagining books and jars. He noted that he had only ever hung around in the reading room and studied, and during his internship, he had only worked in the hospital. The protagonist looked to the side. The man asked if he was a student of Siha. The professor looked at the guy with a smile, holding a glass in his hands. The Tamer thought that since he had come, he should do what was right. The mage bowed to the professor. The man said that this was rare to see and for an ordinary academy student to get here without simply asking how he ended up here. The protagonist pressed his hand to his chest. He said that today he was accompanying investigator Sehak and at the same time broadening his horizons and investigating one case, to which Bruce replied that he was talented in this too, asking what case he was investigating. The old man looked down thoughtfully. Siha said that it was the unsolved Katablam case, asking if he knew anything about it, to which the man replied that he could not say that he was familiar with it. The protagonist looked at the old man in confusion. He thought that he would like to get a hint, but apparently he really did not know anything. The magician looked at the man with a serious look. Bruce asked that they were apparently close with Sehak, which made the protagonist wonder what kind of question that was. Huge chandeliers illuminated the palace. Siha thought come what may, stating that he could not say how close they were, but he was a person worthy of respect and trust. The professor grinned awkwardly. He noted that he just wanted to tell him something, since he was such an outstanding person and prophets were a rather dubious people and should not be trusted. The protagonist looked at the man in bewilderment. The guys were standing on the red carpet. The professor noted that although this was just an old man's grumbling and he could ignore it, the hero replied that he appreciated his advice. The protagonist bowed to the old man as he left. Bruce said that he hoped he would enjoy this evening. The protagonist frowned. He did not understand why he suddenly started talking about Sehak. Siha stood with his back turned, looking into the distance. He thought that if even Professor Bruce, who had connections and a reputation, did not know about this case, then where should he look for information? The protagonist looked around. He thought that since he did not know anyone here, he would choose by appearance. The girl smirked slightly. The man looked ahead with a wide smile. The woman stood to the side and held a fan in her hands. The protagonist noted that he needed someone with a bright appearance who looked high-ranking, but not too evil. The girl put her hand on the protagonist's shoulder. Seehaw looked back in surprise. The blonde said that it was boring to be alone at such parties. She smiled broadly, adjusting her hair. The girl asked the guy why he was just standing alone. The magician looked at the woman in surprise. He noted that although he could not see her face, she was clearly very high-ranking and did not look evil. The woman looked at the young guy in surprise. She leaned slightly towards him. The blonde asked that he must be Seehaw, to which the hero replied that he was. The tamer looked at the girl in shock. The blonde smiled slightly with a crazy look. Seehaw wondered why she knew his name. Sunlight was shining into the building. The girl asked if he was Tiso's son, to which the protagonist replied that it was true, but the girl noted that she didn't think he would recognize her face, and the protagonist noted that he wouldn't. The boys stood opposite each other. The protagonist thought that if she knew his face and called Tiso by name, then she must be in a pretty high position, wondering if she was his father's friend or something, when the blonde suddenly said that he had grown so much and she barely recognized him. The tamer looked at the woman in confusion. The blonde asked if he was here with his brother, which made the protagonist think that most people didn't know that Sehyuk was his brother, but if she did, then she might have unexpectedly deep knowledge. The woman crossed her arms over her chest and smiled slightly. The mage said that he came with his brother and was accompanying him as an assistant in the investigation, to which the girl asked what kind of fun it was to work on a serious case at such a fun party. Wasn't he sorry, and what kind of case was it? The woman's face became serious. Seehaw noted that they were looking for information about the unsolved Katablim case. The protagonist looked at the blonde woman in confusion. He thought that her mood had changed abruptly. The blonde woman put her leg forward. The young man asked if she knew anything about this case, to which the girl replied that who knows. The protagonist grinned nervously. The woman said that it was quite funny that he was asking about it. The protagonist moved his hand to the side. He mused that although he was not a prophet like Sehyuk or Heel, he had intuition. The woman tilted her head, smiling widely. Seehaw thought that this look and this manner of speech she definitely knows something, asking what it has to do with him, to which the blonde replied that she does not know. The girl slightly opened her mouth. The protagonist said that she knows and asked to tell him, to which the blonde asked if she could ask him one question. The guys stood opposite each other. She asked that if it was necessary to make a choice to save 1,000 commoners or him, who almost entered the academy in such a situation, which one would the Empire choose? The protagonist looked at the woman with displeasure. He asked why she asked such a question. The blonde slightly tilted her head forward. She said that she would then rephrase, asking that if, in order to save him, it was necessary to kill 1,000 commoners, who would the Empire choose? The tamer extended his hand in front of him. He said that the Empire should choose 1,000 commoners, to which the girl asked why he thought so. The protagonist imagined the images of people. He thought that he was just a student and those 1,000 people could be farmers, merchants, soldiers, and save their logical choice. The protagonist grinned nervously. He asked that he was worth 1,000 lives, to which the blonde replied that it sounded reasonable, but a little disappointing to hear it from him. Seehaw grinned slightly. He thought that there was nothing wrong with it, but it was a little strange to hear it from a stranger ask the girl what about her and what would happen in her case. A huge chandelier illuminated the floor. The girl asked what 1,000 people against her noted that this was too simple a question. The blonde smiled widely, stretching her hand in front of her. She stated that even if it was about 10,000, the Empire would choose her. The magician smiled in bewilderment. He noted that this confidence, to which the girl replied that she would give him advice. The young guy looked at the aristocrat with horror. The woman said that 1,000 people were a trifle and it was better for him to forget about this case if he wanted a bright future, which made the hero wonder how 1,000 lives were connected with this case. After which he remembered the tablet with the case. The text was highlighted on the paper. The student noted that everything was correct and there were about 1,000 victims wondering what she knew and such. The aristocrat looked at the young guy with an arrogant expression. She said that he was not so valuable that 1,000 ordinary people should be saved for him, and they were not worth it, adding that if the lives of these lower beings could stop the Black Mage, the Empire, of course, should sacrifice them. The protagonist pulled his leg back. He now understood why Adela was so afraid and hated aristocrats. He imagined the blonde towering over him. Seehaw mused that these were people who considered human life to be less valuable than that of an ant, and he had forgotten about it for a while since the academy was relatively free of social differences. The protagonist grinned maliciously. The blonde stated that it was not worth following his worthless brother and interfering with the investigation, so he should refuse and study instead, to which the protagonist replied that he found it somewhat disgusting. The woman looked at the young man in bewilderment. The tamer stated that it was a bit disgusting. He grinned maliciously and pressed his hand to his chest. Siha said that he did not consider himself a person worth more than 1,000 lives, asking where she got such self-importance to speak so easily about human ones. The protagonist looked at the woman with displeasure when a guy appeared behind him. Siha asked what kind of confidence in the importance of her existence was to treat others' destinies like that at the moment when the stranger asked that she was here. The boy ran up to the woman. He asked if it was possible to leave so easily, just because she was not interested in the conversation of aristocrats, noting that he had been looking for her for so long. The woman looked at the boy with a smile while Siha was shocked. The brown-haired man called the blonde her Imperial Majesty, to which the blonde replied that he should not worry about her and she was enjoying an interesting conversation right now. The woman began to take off her hat. She looked at the guy with a wide smile. The protagonist wondered if she was the emperor at that moment when the woman said that Tiso had a rather interesting son. The protagonist looked at Her Majesty in bewilderment. He wondered if this was the great ruler of the empire. The protagonist remembered the previous dialogue with horror. He looked down in confusion. Siha did not understand how he could say all this to the empress's face. The blonde looked at the main character with a smirk. She said that she would ask him again. The empress approached the Tamer. She asked the lives of 1,000 civilians or hers alone, as he thought, who should be saved. There was a small fountain in the hall. Her Majesty was sitting on the sofa. Seok was perplexed, sitting next to his brother. The woman looked at the main character and called out to him. She closed her eyes and smiled widely. The blonde said that she was currently thinking about whether to cut off his leg, arm, or head, asking what he could suggest. The woman looked at the young guy with curiosity. She thought that despite her words, he did not even flinch and continued to sit quietly and did not look away. In the memories, the main character smiled maliciously. The blonde thought that their conversation was fine, but she could not understand why there was so much interest in her person and she saw such people for the first time. The main character stared in front of him. At that time, Siha froze in fear. The Tamer mentally asked for mercy. He raised his gaze upward. The main character reflected that in his past life he died from overwork, and in this one because of his long tongue, wondering what he should do to survive and maybe kneel and beg for mercy. He imagined a smartphone with a picture of the Empress. He noted that in the manhwa almost nothing was said about Empress Linnea. However, in the novel her character is described in such detail that it is impossible to forget her. The main character imagined a chair. He noted that if she needs something, she will sacrifice hundreds of people to get what she wants, and if she wants to make something happen, she will not spare even 1,000 lives. Linnea sat on the throne with a sly look. The magician noted that she can be described in one word, tyrant, and just try to hurt her ego, she will immediately lose her head, and he definitely touched her to the quick with his words. The main character slightly opened his mouth. Seok looked at Her Majesty with confusion. He said that he was very sorry to say this, but he was still just a child. The protagonist looked at his brother in bewilderment. Seok noted that he himself did not understand what he was saying, asking to spare him and give him a chance. The magician wondered why the investigator had despised him all his life and now stood up for him, after which he smirked slightly. He thought that if he said something that the Empress did not like, he could lose his head in the same way, and yet he was his brother. The blonde looked at the soothsayer with curiosity. She asked her to give this boy a chance, to which the brunette replied that he really begged her. The guy looked at Her Majesty with a serious look. He said that let his execution be quick and painless. The main character looked at his brother with horror. He noted that he was taking back all his words. The Empress closed her eyes and smiled widely. The boys sat opposite each other. Linnea said that until she killed him, and she even found his stupidity cute. The blonde waved her hand towards the assistant. She told him to bring the hourglass. The woman put the hourglass on the table. She said that she would give him 3 minutes. She looked at the boy with a sly grin. The Empress told him to convince her that he should live. The protagonist bared his teeth, after which he pressed his lips together, touching his neck with his palm. Siha wondered why his head sat firmly on his shoulders. He sat motionless. The Tamer thought that she would definitely not leave her position for another 3 minutes. He remembered how they stood in the corridor. The mage was thinking that if he was in front of the Empress herself, he was thinking about the value of her life, talking nonsense about how murder is a sin and it is not up to them to decide, wondering what he should say to convince her of the value of his own life. The protagonist grabbed his face with his hand. Her Majesty said that he had 2 minutes left. The protagonist looked away in bewilderment. A system window about the Catablam case popped up in front of him. Siha noted that he had no time for this now, wondering what was really not clear. After which he looked at the window in shock. He noted that this window always pops up when something threatens him, and it tells him what he should do, wondering what the hint window meant this time too. The sand in the hourglass continued to pour. Siha was thinking that he should say at least something, declaring that he should live, because a person like him is definitely needed by the Empire. The blonde looked at the guy with a smile. She said that they have many other people many times more talented than him, to which the hero replied that he has more intelligence. But the Empress noted that there are people many times smarter than him. The main character grinned nervously, looking at Her Majesty. He told her to let him finish, and he only had 2 minutes, asking if she could not interrupt him. Sehyuk looked at his brother in horror. He thought that he was crazy. The Tamer frowned, looking intently at the woman. He wondered what the hell, since she would kill him anyway in 2 minutes, and what did he have to hide, adding that she would kill him not because of his words. The woman looked at the young guy in bewilderment. Seha said that while he was talking to her, he learned something about the Catablem case, to which the girl asked what he really knew about that case. The guys sat opposite each other. The mage thought that if this was all part of an extra episode, then talking to her about the case would be the right decision, because Adela said that her village was destroyed due to a misunderstanding related to dark mages, and the Empress was very frivolous about the lives of ordinary people. And if you combine these two facts, the hero said that in fact, all these people did not disappear because of the curse of dark mages. He looked at the Empress with a serious expression. He said that these people could have been saved if she had not ordered them to be buried. The blonde looked at the young man in surprise. Sehyuk looked at his brother in bewilderment. He asked what he said, which made the hero think that he could not even imagine how things really are. The investigator widened his eyes in bewilderment. The Tamer mused that his file said that all the people had to be buried because they were cursed, but despite the fact that Sehyuk had been investigating this for quite some time, the information about the curse was based on empty rumors and there was no direct evidence of this. The protagonist presented the crossed out papers. He noted that if, despite all the searching, the answer still did not surface, then one should be subject to opinion, the main facts of the case, and in this case, his guess was that in fact, all these people were not cursed. The protagonist grinned maliciously. He said that the only question was what goal she was pursuing when she personally took the lives of so many people, because to achieve this goal, she did not mind sacrificing 1,000 innocent lives. The blonde grinned maliciously. She said that he remembered every word she said well. The night sky was visible outside the windows. The protagonist said that it was possible that she gave the order to bury the bodies, but someone else carried out the process, which made the Empress ask why he thought so. The protagonist introduced a woman with a chess set. He said that if she moved on her own and her actions remained in the history of the empire, then she used the help of a powerful person close to her. The Empress was sitting next to a chessboard with pieces. The protagonist noted that if it was one of the aristocrats, then it must be one of the 5 counts. The Tamer clenched his hand into a fist. He noted that it must be the strongest of them, with the greatest influence, thinking that he had hoped until the very end that this was not the case, but there was a possibility. Seha lowered his head and slightly opened his mouth. He said that he did not like to say this, so he would ask her a question. He recalled the image of dried earth. Seha asked that the count who buried the entire village underground was their father, Count Tiso. The protagonist imagined his father. Linnea smirked slightly. Then she looked to the side. The sand in the hourglass stopped pouring. The woman asked how he knew, to which the hero replied that it was intuition, because she herself said that it was very interesting that Tiso's son was interested in this case, which is why the Empress said that this is why it is advised to watch your words more with age. The magician presented a pile of papers. He thought that everything was probably done in secret from everyone and the Ministry of Magic was whispering about it, but the documents were made. And no matter how insignificant this village was, there could not be no information about the disappearance of an entire settlement, and now he understood why the additional mission led him there. Linnea looked at the guy with a slight grin. The young guy noted that the key to this case was the Empress, telling her that he spoke with her for no more than 5 minutes, but in 5 minutes he was able to learn a lot, asking that she really thought that there was someone better than him in the Empire, and he thought that she should not get bored. The protagonist smiled broadly. He said that who knows what he might reveal if she gives him another 5 minutes, asking if she isn't curious, and thought that he would change the rules of the game. Her Majesty stared at the young man, after which she bowed her head, covering her mouth with her hand. Linnea pointed her finger at the protagonist with a wide smile. She said that she liked his straightforwardness and she would spare his life, and as a reward for not being afraid to open his mouth in front of her, she gives them this. The guys looked at the objects in surprise. Sehyuk was clutching an envelope in his hands. Linnea told him to finish the investigation of the case, noting that his envelope contained information that no one knew about and he could not report on the conduct of the case, but figure it out himself, asking if he understood it. The investigator bowed his head. He said that he understood. The woman looked at the fortune teller with a serious look. She told him to make sure that only he would be familiar with the materials. The protagonist was holding a case. Linnea told him to open the pen, to which the hero replied that it was a fountain pen. The protagonist looked ahead, dumbfounded. Her Majesty said that words of gratitude are usually said first, because it was a gift from the Empress, which made the protagonist think that he had never seen the Empress in his life and he had no idea how to act. The protagonist bowed before the empress. He thanked her for the gift, to which the woman replied that Tiso had probably raised the child so that he would die early. The blonde smiled sarcastically. She asked him why he thought she had given him this pen, which made the protagonist think that it was a quiz again. The magician closed his eyes and smiled nervously. He mused that she must have enjoyed watching him solve riddles, saying that it was hardly to make him pay attention in class. The pen gave off a slight glow. The mage asked if it was some sort of artifact, noting that since she had it, it was a very valuable artifact, especially considering that there were dark mages involved. The woman smiled contentedly. Siha said that the pen would probably help him when it came time to catch dark mages, to which the empress replied that it was absolutely true. The mansion was overlooked by the starry night sky. Linnea said that judging by how much he liked to chat, he would definitely need it, and he should keep it with him. The weather was clear above the mansion. The protagonist stood behind his father. The next day, Count Tiso's estate. The count said that Her Majesty had praised him very much. The man looked ahead, puzzled. He asked what had happened. The protagonist grinned in confusion. He said that he had gone to a banquet while helping his brother with the investigation. Tiso looked at his son in horror. The tamer said that when he met Her Majesty, he did not immediately understand who was in front of him and said stupid things. The count looked around in bewilderment. Then he looked out the window in confusion. Tiso looked at his son in fear. He said that maybe everything really was like that, but his head was in place, to which the hero replied that it just happened. Sunlight illuminated the office. The father asked what he said about the investigation, to which the hero replied that they were investigating the Catablum case. The man stood by the window. He said that Seiya could not give up this case. Then he squeezed his cane. The tamer stretched out his hand in front of him. The man asked what it was. He contacted the empress when he was finding out about this case, to which the hero replied that it could be said that way, but the brunette noted that it was impossible to hide it forever. The count presented a pile of papers. He said that 1,000 innocent people died on the orders of Her Majesty. All the information was hidden and the case remained unsolved. The count slightly opened his mouth. He said that this was not the end. Sehuk looked at the envelope in his hands. Tiso said that there was something else that only she and he knew. The investigator began to slowly open the envelope. He said that this was the file that Her Majesty gave him. The guy held papers with hieroglyphs and drawings in his hands. He thought that she said that only he should see the contents inside. The fortune teller looked at the documents with a nervous look. He thought that this was the file that Her Majesty kept, facts that no one else knew, and this was very exciting. Sweat was running down the investigator's face. He noted that the contents were completely different from what was written in all the files known to him. A silhouette of a man was drawn standing in the middle of a village. The documents said that a dark mage had infiltrated Catablam. The dark mage Nox's unique ability was stealth, and he was hiding among the villagers. Dead bodies were lying on the ground. It was written that he was difficult to detect, and troops under the command of Arcanet were brought in. All the soldiers died. The man was drawn with a cape on his head. It was said that troops under the command of Castica were brought in, 100 victims. The dark mage created a magic ball above his head. The documents said that Nox was apparently going to use a mass spell, the victims of which would be all the villagers, and if things were left as they were, huge losses would be inevitable, so it was necessary to stop it. The investigator's hand was shaking from reading. He looked at the documents in bewilderment. Sehuk thought that this was why the Empire made a decision, because the choice was between sacrificing 1,000 people and an indefinite number of lives. There were some writings on the paper. They said that it was decided to sacrifice 1,000 villagers, and Tiso said that he would do it. The fortune teller thought that everything was clear to him now because they failed to find a powerful dark magician among the villagers. They decided to destroy them all. The investigator gritted his teeth. He thought that knowing the whole truth would make him feel relieved. He looked at the documents angrily. Sehuk thought that this was disgusting, wondering why his disgust was growing. The guy began to leaf through the documents. He thought that he needed to calm down and try to think logically, adding that he needed to look at the records of how the case ended and maybe additional information would help him figure it out to the end. Although all the villagers were buried and there was not a single survivor, and it would be difficult to verify the veracity of the facts. There were hieroglyphs on the paper. They said that there were 2 survivors. On the sheet of paper was a photo of a girl. The investigator found that all the villagers had died, wondering who had survived. There was a little girl named Adela in the photograph. The investigator wondered what this girl was Adela. He recalled the image of the student. The fortune teller thought that this girl, who had volunteered to be his assistant, was a skilled magician and quite famous at the academy. The fortune teller looked at the documents in surprise, imagining the girl on the ground. He thought that it turned out that she had discovered her power then, but this only complicated everything, and it turned out that she had no home, no family, and she had lost her parents and everything she had. The investigator imagined an embittered girl. He noted that the moment she found out that she and Tiso were to blame for all her misfortunes, wondering whether such a powerful sorceress would sit idly by, adding that perhaps she would begin to destroy everything in her path in order to take revenge. The brunette began to leaf through the pages further. He thought that it couldn't end like this, and now he understood why the case remained unsolved, saying that once he knew the name of the second survivor, he would burn the papers. The boy looked ahead in shock. Then he dropped the papers from his hands. Tiso was leaning on his cane. He said that when he heard the order given to him, he really didn't want to take part in it. He remembered how the girl in white clothes approached him. The count said that although Nox was a strong enough opponent, many people could have dealt with him, but then one clairvoyant came to him. The man looked at the woman in horror. He noted that she said that the survivor of this village would kill his son, and as soon as he heard the prediction, he could no longer trust it to anyone else and had to see for himself, noting that he could blame and hate his father as much as he wanted. The man remembered standing in front of a little boy. He said that in that very place, when everything ended, there was one crying child left alive. The brunette looked at the boy in bewilderment. The boy with tearful eyes looked at the count. In memories, Tiso hugged the crying boy. The count said that then he understood and the fortune teller was talking about him, and it was he who would kill his son when he grew up, adding that at first he felt fear, because perhaps someday this child would decide to take revenge on him too, so at that very second he erased his memory. Although it was a violation of the rules, he could not do otherwise, and he came up with an idea how to hide him from everyone. The protagonist looked at his father in surprise. The man said that he took him with him. On the paper was a photograph of a little boy. The father said that he named him Sehek and raised him as his own son. The investigator looked at the photograph in horror. The protagonist stood behind his father. He asked him if he regretted it, to which the father replied that he regretted it, but he should not be mistaken. The man looked ahead with a serious look. He said that he did not regret having a hand in killing innocent people. The protagonist looked at the man in bewilderment. The brunette noted that he regretted not having dealt with the two survivors that day, who could one day kill him. The protagonist looked at the count in anger. The man said that this was the mistake of his entire life, to which the protagonist asked how one could treat human life like that. The brunette looked back at his son. He said that no matter what he thought of it, if he could go back, he would do the same because it was the best thing to do. There were candles hanging on the walls of the building. Siha said that it was the worst, to which his father replied something that was the best then may well be the worst now. The tamer looked at his father's back. Tiso noted that he was not a fortune teller and could not know this. Then he began to take the blade out of the closet. The count handed the sword to his son. He told him to take it. A powerful aura emanated from the black blade. The man said that it was a sword of earth waves. He remembered how the blade was stabbed into the ground. The count said that it was a weapon that responded to despair, powerful enough to split the earth, and it was he who buried Katablam 10 years ago. The tamer looked at the man in confusion. He stated that he was not going to use the sword, to which the father replied that he should accept it. The son stood in front of the count with the blade in his hands. Tiso noted that there might come a day when he would have to use it. He looked at his son with a serious look. The man imagined Seyuk and Adela. The brunette told him to stay away from Seyuk and Adela. The protagonist looked at his father in horror. He noted that the moment he received the sword, he had doubts. He imagined his brother. Siha noted that Seyuk must have found out about everything through the documents he received from Her Majesty, and if Tiso continued to look after him, there would be no problems. The magician imagined a smiling girl with fireworks in the background. He noted that Adela was the problem. The tamer looked at the floor in confusion. He wondered if he should tell her the whole truth. Then he clenched his teeth. Siha imagined the girl surrounded by books. He noted that he would not tell her, and if he thought about it, her entry into the academy and her desire to become stronger was related to the Katablam case, and she wanted to take revenge for what happened. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist. He thought that he simply could not tell her that her family was killed for the good of the empire, and he needed to wait until she could at least partially accept the truth. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth. He noted that this meant that he had only one choice. The young man looked at the floor in horror. He thought that he would have to lie and lie to her constantly. There was clear weather above the building. Siha raised the blade in front of him. He noted that he ended up taking the Earthwave sword. The protagonist hung the blade in the closet. He noted that he was told that while the sword was not in use, it should be kept as high off the ground as possible, and the dirtier it gets, the less powerful it is. Considering how much time has passed, the sword is no longer as strong as before. The protagonist imagined the blade against the backdrop of a destroyed building. He noted that due to the emotions of despair, this one sword could destroy the entire dorm. Siha looked at the blade in bewilderment. He noted that this sword had already buried 1,000 people. The sword was hanging on the wall of the closet. The main character wondered, what is the point of polishing it until it shines and making sure it does not get dirty, because it has long been stained with someone else's blood. One burst into the protagonist's room. He asked if he had already returned, to which the hero answered him to wait. The red-haired man looked at the young guy with a smile. He noted that the guy said that he was suddenly called to the estate, and he became worried, asking if his father was trying to control him, to which the hero replied that he was not at all. A friend handed a small envelope to the protagonist. He said that it was for him, to which the hero asked if it was a note. Siha opened the paper. One said that Adela asked him to give it. There was an inscription on the letter. It said that she missed Basilisk and he should come with him to the dorm in the evening, which made Siha think that she was using Basilisk as an excuse, wondering if she really missed him. The small dragon was standing near the young man, after which it began to wave its tail. The mage looked at his animal in bewilderment. He thought, something no, wondering if maybe she really missed Basilisk. The guys were standing near the building. The same day, evening, dorm. Adela happily hugged the small dragon. She said that she missed him very much, which made the hero think that she really missed Basilisk. The girl closed her eyes and brought her fist to her mouth. The protagonist asked that she was happy and now he can go, to which the student replied that he should wait, asking that if he did not have plans, would he like to keep her company. The main character looked at the girl in bewilderment. The sorceress said that they say the Cherry Blossom Festival is going on or something, to which the hero asked what the Cherry Blossom Festival is, wondering what else is there. The guys walked past the trees. The protagonist thought that it turned out that there is everything in this world, after which the girl asked that it is very beautiful. The author noted that they came without Basilisk. Sakura petals flew over the water. The brown-haired girl said that last year she was unable to attend it due to training, so she definitely wanted to attend this year, to which the hero asked what she liked. Siha smiled widely. The brown-haired girl asked what she could not like, which made the protagonist think that it felt like she was ready to rip trees out by the roots and carry them with her. Adela looked at the protagonist embarrassedly. The tamer thought that she looked very good on her, and she was very cute. After which he looked ahead in shock. He wondered if she was cute. Siha opened his mouth wide. He began to slap his cheeks with his palms. The tamer wondered if he had gone crazy and completely insane, which is why the girl asked him what he was doing there. The night sky stretched above Sakura. The student said that if you catch a petal and then make a wish, it will come true, to which the hero noted that it was true. The student ran towards the Sakura. She said that then she should also catch one. The main character stretched his arms out in front of him. He thought that he did not know how to control his emotions. Siha remembered the image of his father. He thought that if the girl whose family was buried underground finds out that all this happened because of one dark magician, and in addition the person who committed this atrocity was actually her friend's father who was carrying out the order of the Empress, it would shock her greatly and would be very painful. The brunette put her hands in front of her, trying to catch the petal. The magician thought that this truth would break her because she was actually still a child. The petals flew past her hands. The tamer noted that perhaps after learning the truth about what happened, instead of hating and harming someone, she would hate herself. He remembered how the girl extended her hand to him. The tamer noted that the friendly relationship he had initially made in an attempt to survive had actually brought them closer together. If Siha had remained the same disrespectful jerk, Adela would have had it even easier, because killing him and getting revenge would have ended everything. But now they had gone too far. The protagonist turned his attention to the front of him. Adela told the protagonist to look, noting that she had caught a petal. The brown-haired woman looked at the protagonist with a wide smile. Siha smirked slightly. He asked her what she would wish for, thinking that if it weren't for the event 10 years ago, perhaps they wouldn't have to become enemies. The girl clenched her fist and smiled widely. She said it was a secret. The student approached the protagonist. She asked him what he wouldn't catch and didn't want to wish for. The protagonist thought that everything was too confusing now. He lowered his head and smiled confusedly. After that, he looked at the floor with a sad look. Sakura petals flew through the air. The tamer slightly opened his mouth. The girl looked at the protagonist in surprise. The shadow of the guys fell on the water. The protagonist told Adela that he needed to tell her something. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.